We are here in Belgium for the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour as the world's top players are coming off an exciting event last week in Paris. Vasilij Topalov had a tournament he will soon forget, while U.S. champion Fabiano Caruana struggled from the start but managed to salvage place in the blitz portion of the event. Vladimir Kramnik had a disastrous last day, losing 7 out of 9 games, while Dutchman Anish Giri finally saw his unblemished record on the tour come to an end. Leuven Aronian had a solid result and played spoiler by defeating the world champion in a game that was crucial to the final standings, while American Wesley So retained his form from the ultimate blitz in St. Louis to finish in 4th. The Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave came in 3rd to confirm that he is a favorite to win any event, while world number 1 Magnus Carlson had to settle for 2nd place after a few slips on the last day. But it was Hikaru Nakamura who emerged champion and is now leading the Grand Chess Tour. The excitement continues on the second leg of the most important tour on the chess calendar. It's Rapid Chess, Round 1 action live, coming up next. We're in the city of Leuven in Belgium, just half an hour outside of Brussels for the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour. I'm Maurice Ashley, and I'm standing in front of the old City Hall built in 1469, where 10 of the best players on the planet will vie for $150,000 in prize money. For more of the action, let's take it right now to Jen, Yaz, and Eric.
Here we are for another week of Rapid and Blitz.
Yes,
and
indeed, Jennifer. It's good to be with you on the show today. Good morning, everyone.
That's right. It's the second stop of the Grand Chess Tour, and we get to find out whether Nakamura and Carlson are going to continue their dominance or if some other players are going to come to the fore.
Well, the big news, of course, is that Viswanathan Anand will be joining as the wild card, replacing Laurent Fressinet. So we have some exciting chess in store.
That's right. Let's take a look at the format. Well, this format might seem familiar because we did the same thing in Paris a few days ago. We're starting out with a big day, 5 rounds of rapid. That is a lot of chess, so we will definitely see some thrills and spills. I don't think the World Championship's going to lose on time in a winning position again. But anything else that could happen will happen.
Exactly. The rapid continues for the second day, for four rounds. Keeping in mind the rapid has 2 points at stake for each and every game and only 1 point in the blitz.
Yes, and the blitz starts Sunday and Monday, and that's always a blast. Let's take a look at today's pairings. Well, we've got Vladimir Kramnik, who was really suffering in Paris, especially in the blitz.
In the final day, yes, that was terrible.
He's playing against Nakamura, of course, in fine form. Fabiano versus Veselin. The thing about these two players is whoever starts firing is going to keep firing. So
exactly, they're very streaky players, and they had poor outings in Paris, but they're looking to redeem themselves in Leuven.
And then we've got Leuven versus Anish, and we've got Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Vichy Anand, who we welcome to the field. And finally, Wesley So versus the world champion. And let's take a look at how players stand on the tour. Well, Nakamura has a commanding lead because he won clear in Paris, even more than it might seem visually, because Magnus Carlsen actually can't win the Grand Chess Tour. He's not playing in the Sinquefield Cup in August, nor is he playing in the London Chess Classic in December.
Because of his World Championship match in November that he has to prepare and play in.
Exactly, so he's actually a wild card as well, and that means that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the one who is actually
the closest to Nakamura. But look at that big 5-point gap, and can Nakamura keep the form that brought him to the Grand Chess Tour lead? Let's go to Eric and get his thoughts as we begin Leuven.
Thanks, Yasser. Last week was all about seeing how the players switch from classical chess to rapid and blitz. I think this week, this event in Belgium is all about the players, especially the rest of the field besides Nakamura and Carlson, adjusting. They've had 4 days off, and there's a lot. They had 27 games to digest, analyze, think about their time management, the openings they picked, and for sure expect to see a lot of changes coming into this event.
Thank you, Eric. And let's go to Maurice and Alejandro in Brussels.
Well, Paris was fantastic, but we are loving Leuven. I'll tell you, it's a college town, young atmosphere, lots of clubs, restaurants, and certainly chess has arrived here, the Grand Chess Tour, and the players definitely had their warm-up in Paris, but it's down to business now. They fixed a lot of things. How are they going to bring it and be different, those who didn't play so well in Paris? And how does Nakamura continue his fine streak?
I think it's a big deal that the last day in Paris was such a close affair. A lot of players that were doing so badly finally found the rhythm. You saw Topalov winning a lot of games, Fabiano winning a lot of games, and although, yeah, Hikaru and Magnus come here as the favorites, Vichy's joining the fray, and I think the last day in Paris is going to give momentum to a lot of players. I want to see Fabi do well. I want to see Wesley do well. I want to see Vichy say, I'm here, I'm vying for the first places.
And indeed, it's a much stronger tournament, substituting out Vichy Anand, substituting in Vichy Anand from Laurent Festide from the last event. He was a wild card. Anand comes in not as a wild card, but as one of the players. Magnus is the wild card here. And Magnus certainly affects the field with his presence. It affects all the numbers, having such a dominant player in as a wild card. But who else do you see doing well?
Well, Hikaru Nakamura is going to be the favorite. Coming from such a great event in Paris, he's the man to beat. But it's such a close rivalry between all of these players. We have all of the top 10. Anish Giri, I think, is going to say, hey, now I have more practice in my rhythm. He's going to be doing in the Paris tournament.
Well, it's the strongest tournament in Belgian history, and we're going to see history be made in just a few minutes here from Leuven. We'll bring you all the action.
Thank you, guys. So, 4 days of chess. Jennifer, what's up? What's the prize money?
Well, actually, the prize money is actually the same as it was in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
So 150K in both fields. But let's join Malcolm Payne, who is introducing the round.
I'd like to welcome the man without whom this tournament wouldn't be possible, the tournament sponsor, the founder of the YourNextMove Foundation. Please welcome Jan Callevaert. Jan is going to make the first move for Fabiano. Pawn to e4. Oh yes, we like pawn e4. Fabiano, what's your view?
I think it's a pretty good move.
Yes, pretty good move, the best one. Well, Bobby Fischer always said it was best by test. Nice move, Jan. And now, to give Wesley So a hand, because he is, after all, playing the World Chess Champion, please welcome to the stage a many-time Belgian junior chess champion, Iris Verstraeten. Iris. So, Iris, this is your chance to make a move against Magnus. What's it going to be? 1d4. Also a great move. Wesley?
Yeah, very solid move.
Solid move, excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much, Iris. That concludes the ceremonial part of the YourNextMove Grand Chess Tour here in Leuven. It's now time to play some chess. So, I will ask the chief arbiter, Luc Cornet, if you would please, sir, come on stage and start the clocks. Thank you, everyone.
And it looks like we've got some good moves by the special guest, right?
Indeed, indeed.
What's the worst move that anyone has made as a ceremonial first move?
That's a good question. I was really impressed by Aquino in the Olympiad in Manila. The president of the Philippines opened up against Garry Kasparov, and she insisted that Gary answer, and they kept playing several moves at the opening of the Olympiad. And then Gary offered a draw.
And Wesley actually, you could kind of tell that he didn't really like the move d4. solid.
Too solid.
It sounded kind of like a backhanded compliment because he did play e4 and now.
Oh, he switched to e4.
Yes.
I think that actually was a big surprise for Magnus. Magnus was probably expecting an English/d4.
And look at the light on the world champion's face. I mean, it just looks like he's, posing for a photo shoot here.
I'm telling you. But Jennifer, I've got to mention the Leuven playing hall is absolutely gorgeous. The stage setting, what the players are playing in with all of those gorgeous paintings. Just look at that old city hall that is the site.
Well, thanks to the guys in Belgium. And Kevin Duggan, I'm sure, is just like, mouth is watering at all these gorgeous shots. Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh.
And there you see Kevin in the filming there.
Now he's focused in another gorgeous spot. But let's take a look and see what actually happened in the opening. And Magnus thought after the move e4, and instead of playing the double king pawn, which we had gotten so accustomed to in Paris, he changed the tune, and it looks like a Sicilian.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to get some of the moves fed into. I don't have the moves coming in on my board at the moment.
Yes, but we can see from the camera angle that it looks like it's a Sicilian position.
Really? Open Sicilian? Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And it looks like a Najdorf, which is actually very intriguing because Wesley himself is a very big Najdorf specialist as black. So the world champion mixing it up very early here in Your Next Move, Belgium.
We like that, right?
Oh, absolutely. I was getting fed up with the double king pawn, classical king pawns. And the players are moving quite at a good clip. And again, I just don't have any move feeds.
They actually played a Sicilian, but with Najdorf, but with opposite colors. So in the Singfield Cup, yes, it was actually Magnus Carlson who played e4, and Wesley who played the Najdorf.
Exactly.
So what Magnus going for the mainline Sicilian in that game, and now they're reversing colors in this game.
With the bishop e6, kind of at the Boleslavsky with e5. Not a true Najdorf with e6, but a very combative line of play.
That's right. I mean, actually, sometimes it's more combative. So you're saying he played e6 instead of e5?
Oh, no, he played e5.
Yeah, the e5... the e5 move was also played in the Singfield Cup, and yeah, so they're following that with reverse colors. But we've got Maurice over in Leuven with the updated words.
With the moves, yes.
Well, I am with Alejandro, and Alejandro, it's so far just, again, off to a great start. The organization has been fantastic. The fans there, the playing hall, really exciting, but it's down to the chess now. And we see here Wesley So essaying an e4 move. Now Sicilian coming back at him, and we're in this very classical Najdorf position. I say classical because I'm a little bit older than you. I've seen these kind of positions quite a bit. But it's interesting to see the fighting chess starting right away by the world champion.
We saw a lack of Sicilians in Paris. I think a lot of people were upset that there were not so many Najdorfs, not so many dragons or rousers or seven Ingens, and the fact that we start day one in the game with the world champion with a Najdorf, it's just great. It's such a sharp variation, the one that they're choosing. The idea of the English attack when you play both bishop e3 and f3 goes to some of the most violent type of chess games that you can possibly imagine.
Timing is everything in this.
Absolutely. One tempo could be the difference between a win and a loss. So for me, it's good to see them playing such a sharp opening. And I saw some of the other games, which I don't think are as sharp, but I think all of them will be quite interesting.
What I think is fascinating is that Magnus is definitely saying, look, second place isn't good enough. You think I'm happy with second? I won first, and I'm going to try to beat everybody. I'm going to prove it. In the first round in Paris, he lost on time in a winning position against Wesley. So he's got a little revenge on his mind in the first game, this time with the black pieces. We can just take a look at another very important game, of course. Hikaru Nakamura, the leader on the Grand Chess Tour. He is the winner from Paris, of course, and he's going to want to cement himself. A second win would be amazing, and this is his forte. We know that he is one of the best. Maybe the argument is the best player in the world in blitz and rapid. He wants to make that argument after this tournament is over, and if he wins this, I think very few people will be able to argue with that.
Oh, absolutely, and he's facing a classical opponent for him. They actually played problems, and it seems that we have almost a very typical scenario for a Kramnik with white against Hikaru Nakamura with black. Kramnik chooses some card of Catalan. There's some tension in the center. You see the symmetrical pawn structure. But because of the piece placement, it seems like white is just a little bit better. It's up to black to still diffuse any initiative that might come out of this. In rapid play, I would prefer to be white pretty much any day. But Hikaru has very deep preparation and good understanding and practice in these positions, precisely because he's played it so many times against Kramnik. So I wouldn't be completely surprised that he just completely equalizes. He's happy starting out with a draw against such a player like Kramnik. He just wants to slowly, game by game, start accumulating half point here, full point there, half point here, full point there.
His attitude has been fantastic, his management of a tournament. You see him after big wins, just sort of matter of fact, shrugging his shoulders like, no problem, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I need to finish the tournament strong. And absolutely, if he can win this, he'll be so far ahead of the field already in terms of Grand Chess Tour points that he's going to be hard to catch just in general. And I think that the players know that, and each one of them is going to have to gun for him as the true favorite on the tour.
Well, right now, second on the tour is actually Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because remember, he finished third in Paris, but Magnus Carlson is a wild card for both of these events. He's not part of the tour as far as those standings go.
They almost prefer Magnus to win in some ways because his points don't count.
Yes, and we can actually take a look at his game. He's playing against a newcomer into the field, but part of the Grand Chess Tour, somebody who really wants to make his mark, Vishy Anand. He's playing with the black pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. For me, this is one of the coolest games to see. They started out with an anti-Berlin, fashionable opening nowadays. But look at this position. It's starting to get a little bit messy. It's going to be a little bit crazy. White has decided, hey, I'm going to expand on the king side. I don't care about my structure that much. I want that space. And it's just a double-edged game in which, again, any imprecision could be very severely punished. If black is too passive, he's going to get steamrolled by the white pawns. If white is a little bit too aggressive and mistimes his advances, the weaknesses left behind by the advance of the pawn might prove to be fatal.
Now, it's interesting to know that Anand is the oldest player in the field, followed closely by Topalov and Kramnik. And we saw the two older players simply collapse in Paris. I mean, Kramnik lost 7 out of 9 on the last day. You'd never expect that. But saying about Vishy that he's old, it's like calling the great Korchnoi old. He's playing late into his life. Vishy has been fantastic, and especially at Rapid and Blitz, so we expect a lot out of him.
Vishy just came from smacking down a kid. 2,700, Wei Yi, only 16 years old, played the Rapid finals in Bilbao, in Leon against Anand like 4 or 5 days ago, and Anand crushed him very, very nicely. If you talk to Vishy, he'll say, well, it was a nice, interesting game. So I looked at the games. I thought Vishy did great. And he comes in with a little bit of experience saying, hey, I'm here to crush all these guys. You're under 30, I don't care.
So that was his warm-up. You thought that he didn't have a warm-up for this event while these guys were battling. Vishy definitely got his warm-up in. So it's going to be anybody's. This should be a much tighter event, much tighter results as the games go on. But we're way away from that 27 game right now as this round is indeed underway.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. We're just having a little technical issues getting our game feeds, so we haven't been able to quite analyze the game, so we have an issue.
But this would also be a good time to mention that we are taking phone calls.
Yes.
And our number is 314-361-5465. You can also always chime in at our hashtag Grand Chess Tour. So, you know, keep the show going always. It's really fun, especially in the Rapid. Sometimes we don't even have time to go through it in the Blitz, right?
Exactly. The Blitz is too fast. But we really do appreciate your queries, questions, and comments. And again, we'll just watch the web feed and throw it back, I guess, to Alejandro and Maurice.
Yeah, well, let's take, right now, let's take a look and see what opening is going on here between Leuven and the very impressively dressed Anish.
Yes, he looks very sartorial, doesn't he? I like the colors. Anish is always actually pretty sharply dressed. From the webcam photos, it's very hard for me to recognize which opening and defenses that they're playing.
Right. Let me see if I can pull up something. Yeah, we can actually follow some of the game if you look over here at this monitor.
I do. Now,
yeah.
that is the game of Wesley So versus
Versus Magnus Carlson, our world
Magnus.
champion. Yeah,
Right.
and I am still intrigued in following the corollary game from the Sinkfield Cup, where they played really a very similar opening.
Right.
But
With reverse colors, the players.
exactly, and also a white castled queenside, which is very typical in this line.
But instead of bishop e7, Magnus essayed h5 to stop the g4 advance.
Yeah, maybe you can play some of these moves on your board, so we can at least like kind of analyze this
sure.
fascinating opening. So
I can actually input. You're absolutely right, and I'll get my board.
this is the game between So and Magnus Carlsen.
Naturally, it's the last
We would be
game.
super thrilled if this.
Okay, so I'll input the moves, the opening moves. As we mentioned, it was an open Sicilian with Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen playing a Najdorf, which is very, very, very welcome after all of those games that were played in Paris that were classical king pawn games. A7, A6.
And then Bishop E3, which is
Bishop.
really a great fun for us.
The English attack.
Your colors are actually reversed here, but you know, Wesley So playing white,
Oh,
and
okay.
Magnus Carlsen playing black.
I see. Knight B3, Bishop E6.
And now F3, important
F3.
move because we really want to play Queen D2. We want to make sure that Knight G4 doesn't come in because that Bishop on E3 is really an important piece for white.
Exactly.
Just like in the Dragon, we don't really want to let it go.
Exactly.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
and I think we're close to caught up to the position.
Well,
we
Queen
have a few more.
D2, B5,
After B5,
castles.
we've got queenside castles, and now the move
H5.
H5. So give us some insight into this move.
Right. So the idea of H5 is from their earlier game, G4. All right, let's just go to Brussels and see what Maurice and Alejandro have to share.
Well, let's just make an important distinction. I know it's easy to call it Brussels all the time, but we're actually not in Brussels. That's like me in Brooklyn, you know. Call it Manhattan. I'll be very upset. But we're in Leuven, and a great city, as we said, very old city, has the oldest university in all of Belgium, and actually one of the best universities in the world. So they're very proud of their city. That said, we're all about the chess right now. This position between Aronian and Geary, and it looks as though Geary's playing a very solid position here. Aronian, both these players, even though Aronian had kind of a decent tournament in Paris, both of them are looking to do much better. I don't think they felt like they really showed their best stuff coming out of that tournament.
They were more or less middle of the pack in Paris, and I think neither of them was terribly disappointed with their performance. At the same time, it has like a sour feeling in their mouth. They wanted to do better. They wanted to be the star. Nobody in this tournament is happy with 50%. And that's more or less what they did in Paris. They're facing off against each other in this tournament, and we see a little bit of a groove type of setup. It's not specifically theory, which means that people here can't just go by the book. They can't just repeat what a book has said. They actually have to come up with original specific ideas in this position. Gary, we see, is a little bit down on time already, perhaps not as familiar with the position as Aronian is. And there's a couple of differences compared to what normally would be considered theory. I think that right now, Black should be close to okay. All of the ideas of sacrificing a pawn on c5 are still very prevalent. You can see that the last move Aronian took a pawn on that square, and usually Black never retakes it. They just play something as I would expect, Queen c7, and I can actually see it's already been played. Queen c7, and if we can just get a refresh on that board. Yeah, Queen e2 was played. I can go back a couple moves. Queen e2. B takes c5, Queen e3, and Bishop g4. And this is because currently the position that we have on the board, pretty standard. White decided not to take on b6 and be greedy and take an extra pawn because that would open up the rook on the a file. The pawn on c3 would be very weak. It's about even right now.
That's a typical sacrifice in this kind of position.
Yes, absolutely.
And Black is saying you can have it. White will have to consolidate this pawn on this square on c3.
Yes.
So definitely that position. I see we had some lighting issues happening in our play, so we did go a little dark. But let's just focus on the board right now. Another game, Caruana versus Topalov. And this one, again, two players disappointed in how they did in Paris.
Yes, no.
They could not have been happy with their result, especially Topalov. Fabi came back in the blitz.
I think Topalov also kind of came back in the blitz at the end, but it was just way too late. And by the time that Fabiano got his groove going. He started winning some games. He even won 4 games in a row at some point. He had messed up on that second rapid day, half a point out of 4. It was disastrous, and that really cost him the tournament. In this position, it seems like Fabi is trying to avoid the Berlin, which is currently what everybody is doing. We have a very solid position. This knight on a5 is a huge nuisance for black. You have to defend b7 in a very awkward way. However, black is very solid, has a pair of bishops. I expect this to be about equal, but I would always prefer white in these positions, just by a little bit.
Time management is going to be key, of course, whenever you play in rapid. You've got to have that alacrity. Fingers got to be moving quickly because you don't want to lose on time. You don't want to get into time pressure, that is. Usually these players never lose on time except Magnus, of course, in the round 1 of Paris. But the fact is, when you get in time pressure, it's just a cause for mistakes. So they'll be trying to avoid that. So we're still early in the competition, early in the round. Not many real critical positions just yet, but we'll see some certainly happening as the time continues. Back to you in St. Louis.
And
Thank
good
you,
news,
Maurice.
we do have our games up, and Wesley So has just played this intriguing move, G3, against Magnus Carlsen, Sicilian. But first, we actually have a phone call, so let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Yes.
Hi, this is Bob from Catskill, New York. I want to comment on the venue. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's like a feast. And the old classic architecture brings a dignity to the game of chess. They go together. And the guys look great there, doing their analysis in the corner of some sort of castle there. It looks like where ancient philosophers would meet to discuss things. At any rate, my question is, now that Anand is in here, in Paris, it was a 2-horse race with MVL lurking in third. Well, what do you say are Anand's chances of not only being that person lurking in third, but even being one of the top 2 horses in the race? I like Anand's chances. How about you?
Bob, thank you for the question and the comment. We couldn't agree with you more about the playing hall and the dignified atmosphere. Just absolutely gorgeous with the parquet wooden floors and those amazing paintings. What do you think, Jennifer, of Vichy coming into this event?
Well, I think it could go both ways, but I actually think he has decent chances because besides Hikaru and Magnus, I didn't think that anybody really showed amazing form in Paris. So and he's known as a very strong rapid and blitz player.
I couldn't agree more.
I really feel like it's an open road for him if the other players don't get their game up to snuff.
Exactly. Well, for me, Vichy, for the last 30 years, has been one of the best, very, very best blitz and rapid chess players in the world. He really enjoys these formats, and he's such a natural and gifted player. I think he can make some serious waves in this tournament and distinguish himself. It's all about his form. He's coming off a great victory in Lyon, which he traditionally always wins this fantastic tournament they have each and every year in Lyon, Spain. And he should be feeling very confident coming into this strongest Grand Chess Tour tournament thus far.
Indeed, and we should actually take a look at his game against MVL because it is quite interesting, and perhaps it will alter or increase our chances for what we just said. You know, another thing which we mentioned in Paris is that age actually can go hand in hand with rapid and blitz. You might on the face of it think, hey, that's quick, that's video games, that's good for kids.
Yeah.
But actually, a blitz and rapid sometimes less tiring because it's more instinct based. And that way it can be like less problematic for the veterans, which we saw in the Ultimate Chess Challenge with Garry Kasparov just playing outstanding.
Yes, no question about it. And Eric, your view on the caller's question. What do you think about Vichy's chances in Leuven?
Well, he is coming off that win, but I haven't seen enough of Vichy's rapid and blitz chess recently to really favor him. I could see him having a similar performance as Kramnik last time, getting good positions, but we'll see if age plays a role, as this is a very intense schedule. In the first, if he does well on the first day, I'm feeling pretty good about his chances, but I wouldn't give him a strong chance to do really well here.
Thank you.
But I do have something for you. In the game Carlson is black against Wesley So, Yasser was asking, knight d5, rook c8, And the move G3, what's the theoretical value of this? Well, this has never ever been played at the Grandmaster level. It's been played a few times at the amateur level, but one of the most recent wins was as black. Maurice, our very own Maurice, won a game on the black side against G3 very comfortably. But this move by Wesley, in one of the most theoretical Najdorfs, here there's other moves, Queen A5, played by many Grandmasters, but G3 is a new move. So we'll see if Wesley has some preparation, or he's maybe avoiding. Maybe he didn't expect Magnus to play the Najdorf. We'll see, but that is a novelty at the Grandmaster level.
Thank you, Eric. And let's go over to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, thanks very much for bringing back pleasant memories, Eric. I thought you called me an amateur there, though. You said never been played at the Grandmaster level. We're going to have to discuss our Grandmaster card when I get to St. Louis, but that's for another day. Right now, we're looking at some fascinating variations in the game between Vasily Legrave and Anand. The caller talked about Anand, and there's a simply scintillating line, Alejandro, that we've been looking at, beginning with the move knight to e4, and this stuff just absolutely gets wild.
I think that before we get into the variations, it's very important to see how Anand is reacting to this position. This is a very key position, and you see Anand taking some time, looking up and down. He is trying to focus himself because he knows that the game might hinge on this move. Knight e4 is a move that's extremely natural. Black starts to take over the initiative by putting the knight on e4. If the bishop has to retreat, eventually can kick out the knight on f5. You can start to see how black coordinates very well. However, he has to be very careful because of this shot. Bishop h6, attacking the pawn on g7. The bishop itself is taboo because the knight would retake on h6, forking the king and the queen. That would be impossible to play.
And there's no way to defend the pawn. It just looks like it's going to drop.
That's the
problem. And he must see it because he's stopping right now, not playing the move knight e4.
And the follow-up that you have to find if you play knight e4 to bishop h6 is this kind of crazy variation of queen c7. And that's where things really go wild. Now, the pawn on g7 cannot be taken, which is very, very surprising. If you take with the bishop, just get that move on the board, then rook takes f5, eliminates the defender of the bishop on g7, and after pawn takes f5, I have this nice intermediate move, knight f4, attacking the queen on d3, and I'm going to capture on g7, check next move, and that's pretty much the entire game. Cannot take on g7 with the bishop, but if we go back to the position
now,
queen c7...
we should note that's a spectacular line. The fact that he has to find that variation with bishop g7 and rook takes f5, knight f4, that's something that Anand could certainly see. But it's the next variation, though, that's the one I think is more hidden that he has to spot.
Yeah, he sees the problem with bishop takes g7 very easily. It's knight takes g7, you can go to that position, no, a little bit up on the 26th move.
I'm sorry, right here.
Yeah, right there. It's this idea of taking with the knight that's a little bit more hidden. Actually, you could kind of sense that there's something in the position. Even if black doesn't necessarily recapture the material, I think that it's starting to look dangerous for white because you can see how exposed his king is, how the diagonals are clearly favoring the black pieces. But more than that, there's an immediate tactical shot, starting with knight takes f2, taking advantage of the pin, down the f file, and the fact that this queen cannot penetrate on h2. So, for example, after the forced move, king takes f2. This brutal attack starts with the move queen h2 check. I'm going to take on h3 or play queen g2 next move. And white simply doesn't have enough resources to defend now that he's relocated his pieces all the way deep down on enemy territory without creating any threats.
And the main point, of course, is this rook that opened up. Now, if we go back to the game position where Anand is sitting at the moment, and he did play knight e4. Look at that.
And quickly, bishop h6, instantly queen c7.
And queen c7. So if you thought Anand was off form, he has found all these moves after the analysis. We are in a wild position already with a newcomer. Oh, he's no newcomer to this game. Anand playing scintillating chess to start off round one here in Leuven.
That's right. We've got a number.
Fantastic stuff. Jennifer.
We love it. So we're going to keep a close eye in this game, but let's also go check on our world champion playing the Sicilian Najdorf. We got some interesting strategic decisions by Wesley So, who played the move g3, kind of an unusual, with the idea of playing bishop h3 at some moment.
Let's see that exact moment where he came up. So on the last moves, there was rook c8, pardon me, knight d5, rook c8, and as was mentioned, it's normal for white to, play king b1. Queen a5 is a very popular move. And instead, this move g3 was essayed by Wesley. And the idea is, a little bit to slow play it, because as we'll see in the game, it's very often that the bishop captures on d5, and the move g3 has allowed this bishop to come over here to the h3 square, looking down at the rook on c8. And as the game continued, Magnus did something that Sicilian players absolutely love. He planted, he planted the knight on c4, which is a terrific outpost. Queen e2.
Now it's interesting, did he have time to grab on e3?
Sure.
He could have grabbed on e3, because if bishop takes c8...
Well, there is one little trick that Wesley has set up in the position. After knight takes e3, queen takes e3, this knight has a dream. The goal of the knight is to get itself to c6. Now your rook on c8 is hanging.
That's right.
So if you move your rook to c7, you have to start thinking about these ideas of knight a5 and knight c6. I appreciate that this pawn is hanging. This can get very sharp. And also, there's a move king b1, preparing a potential queen b6, which the second player may find very annoying.
Yeah.
You can't play queen b6 immediately because a rook c2 is a discovered check.
It looks
and
very
you pick
dangerous.
Up the queen.
But let's take a look at what happened, because
exactly.
Magnus agreed with you and did not take on e3, but then Wesley decided, hey, I'll keep the two bishops.
And he played bishop g5.
Exactly.
Yes. Now the reason I really like this move, bishop g5, is if we play the natural move, bishop e7,
which was played.
I'll take on f6, and this knight on b3, which is very passively placed, I'll play knight d4, taking advantage temporarily of this pin on the e file, so my knight is untouchable. If you castle, not the only move, of course, you can play bishop g5, check, and knight e3. I'll plant the knight on c6, and both players have some very serious strategical trumps in the position.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm getting a little scared about this for white, though, because I feel like I'm thinking about sacrificing him, just playing e4, or just going after your dark squares, where you don't really have a lot of defense on your king. And I'm also coming into the 4 with a queen a5 type stuff, or queen b6, and...
Spoken like a true Sicilian player. I see you woke up in a rambunctious mood today there, Jennifer.
Just like Magnus,
Just like Magnus. Let's go to Eric and see what he thinks about this game, as it really heats up.
Well, I'm not a big fan of what Wesley has done, but I don't think it'd be easy for myself. One interesting idea here. Well, what's White's plan? Yes, you got the good bishop on h3, and as Yasser showed, you want to get that knight to c6. Wesley could have probably just played king b1 and given up the bishop pair. The main idea for White is to play f4, dislodge, get rid of that e5 pawn, and then that knight does have a very natural way of getting to c6 via d4. So just example, king b1, let's say, oh, clicked on the wrong game. There we go. I'll just show, they've played a few moves past, but you could have given up the bishop here just because of White's big lead in development. After knight e3, queen e3, bishop e7, just an example, f4. There's no good way to defend e5, the rook on c7. You'd like to play queen c7 in some cases, but after just an example, e f4, now queen f4, let's say, well, castling, knight e7, it doesn't really matter. White's going to play knight a5, knight c6, but the position opens up pretty quickly for White around Black's king, and you know, it's I think White's doing very, very well in a position like this. Knight a5, knight c6, rook e1, but breaking down that e5 pawn is one of the main objectives of the position. So Wesley could have done that. Instead, the game is very sharp right now, and I'm not even sure how to evaluate it, but I know that the computers do favor Black.
Wow, very intriguing. As we're starting this Leuven event with a bang. And again, let's go to that fantastic game that's going on between, I just want to say, MVL and Anand.
So let's slow down and see those last two moves, because MVL's still puzzling over the position after queen c7, but I just gotta love, after knight e4, this move bishop h6, such a nice little twist to the position.
Exactly.
That you can't take on h6 because the knight takes h6 with the fork.
Exactly. Well, for sure, I can understand the attractive value here for White, and why MBL was pleased to play this move, bishop h6. But queen c7 really turns the tables, and as Alejandro and Maurice were showing, bishop takes g7 is essentially a losing variation thanks to this exchange sacrifice in knight f4, and this bishop is going with a check. So that's all wrong. And MVL, after this move, queen c7, is thrown back as he realizes that, he's got some serious issues to deal with. If you play knight takes g7, the other capture on g7, then knight f4, forking the queen as well as his pawn on h3. If you capture, well then after queen takes, oops, suddenly f3 as well as g7 are in pre, and it's black who's winning the material. So,
and right, knight e6 doesn't
yes.
help you too much, because after queen f3, knight takes f8.
Well, guess what?
You've got the queen intake and f2. Maybe,
yes,
right?
Exactly. So we can't do it that way.
But knight g7 did happen, by the way.
Knight g7 did happen.
Yeah,
okay.
And I wonder if this is just a big error after your move, Yasser.
Well, that's the question indeed, because knight f4 looks very, very strong. I'm supposing that MVL can play queen f1. He has
and
to
actually,
go
well, black has some other moves to consider in that position as well. There's also the possibility of taking on f2 and playing queen h2 check.
Ooh, Jennifer, you are sharp this morning. Let's take a look at that line. Knight takes f2, attacking the queen on d3 as well as the pawn on h3.
So if king f2,
now,
queen h2 check.
Now the king is in a pin, so that allows your queen h2 check.
I don't even know if that's the best move. I mean, I could also consider playing like knight, because maybe after queen h2 check you can run.
Well, I better run, right? Well, hold on.
And now, yeah,
you don't have the move rook e8. Very important. I'll snag that rook.
But there's rook f3 and knight h4 check that has to be analyzed.
Ooh.
Queen g2 is the ruthless
the
silicon
engine-based queen g2.
With the idea that if
rook f1, knight e5.
Oh, geez.
No way.
Knight e5 is a stunner. Gorgeous.
Oh my goodness.
How many pins? There's a pin on, there's too many pins in this position. You can't take with the pawn because of the bishop.
Right.
You can't take with the knight because...
The rook takes
and the point
this is a great demonstration of how the times when major pieces are better than minor pieces.
Well, especially with the king
It's
at the center of the board.
It's checkmate, that's the problem. Otherwise,
Yeah.
two pieces might be good, but there's
Let's turn it over to
and
Eric.
and actually, we've got this position on the board, you guys.
Yes. No way.
Yes, we do.
Queen g2 has to be found.
Knight takes f2, king f2, queen h2 check, king e3, and now it's Vichy to move.
And if
will he find this stunner knight e5?
I think he'll find it.
Queen g2. Queen g2. He's got to start with queen g2. But he's played...
Queen g2, rook f1, knight e5.
Right.
Yeah, because knight e5 immediately you could take on e5. But then
or
there's queen
h2
f2 mate, right?
No, with the move
there's take on h2. Oh, sorry, our queen's in take right now.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have to start with that, yeah.
Okay, so let's just continue this line for a second. Oh, the point is after queen g2, if I try to block the threat with knight f5, I release the e8 square, and that's a checkmate.
Yeah, you noted that earlier, that knight on g7 stops rook e8.
And that's
well, it's
the
close
beauty.
to checkmate.
Now,
and if you play queen e2...
You can play knight e5, but then we can play rook takes e5. Again, that killer pin, right?
Exactly.
Queen e2, then rook f3, bishop d4 is...
very nice finish.
Pretty convincing.
Yeah. Because the king needs to keep protection of the queen, but the bishop d4 deflects the king, and after king takes d4, the white queen is simply captured.
Hey, how much credit do we get, Yasser, for saying that Vichy was going to be in great form in this tournament?
Oh, I'll take all the credit in the world, absolutely. I mean, Eric was somewhat doubtful, but
he had
you
to be
can
the contrarian.
see why Vichy was a 5-time world champion.
We have to see on the first day, but yeah, so far a really good start. I mean, if he's going to sacrifice, he knows he's going to find queen g2. Vichy in 2016 doesn't play speculative sacrifices too much. It's almost always backed up with good calculations. So I think he's going to start off with that's the best start you could have, beating the third-place finisher from Paris last week, who played really well.
With black in a stunning game. I mean, but of course it's hard. There are 5 games today, so the stamina required. I did say that blitz and rapid sometimes require less stamina than classical, but I don't think when there's 5 games in one day that applies.
I think that's really, really a hardship on the players. In a single classical game might last 5-6 hours. That's one thing, but when you're playing 5 rapid games, each rapid game requiring enormous amounts of energy and concentration, and you're going back to back to back with all of these breaks. We're in for a long day of broadcast, and for the players, they really have to bring a lot of energy into today's game.
Right. And psychologically, for somebody like NBL, after losing such a game, I mean, he hasn't lost yet, but it's really a brutal outcome that he has to still play 4 more games.
Exactly.
And psychologically, he has to really reset. You know,
after each game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this game is just such a thematic game for pins. If you wanted to teach your students about pins, you would show them this game, because we've got the queen h2 check, the knight can't take it. You've got the knight e5 that Eric showed in variation, and even like the prosaic variations like queen g2, knight f5, rook e8, knight takes, knight to e5, rook takes, right?
Yeah, check.
Just checkmating, exactly. So just a world of pins for MVL. Meanwhile, we've got Nakamura, our Grand Chess Tour leader, and it seems to be a bit worse here against Vladimir Kramnik, or maybe a lot worse. Let's assess this endgame here, I guess.
Bringing in it was a double rook ending, and I had actually thought, if we go back a bit, I actually thought that Hikaru was very, very close to equality. In fact, I kind of put the game out of my mind.
Yeah, me
too.
This is where things got
But now,
bad.
after the move c5, something went very seriously wrong for our tournament leader, because this c6 move is, well, this is just actually looking really, really serious. I'm thinking that White will simply bring his rook to b1, attacking this pawn on b4. And what is there to do other than rook c8? Is there another move than rook c8, Jennifer?
No, well, rook takes b7 and rook b8 is just going to be losing here.
Exactly. No, that's just I'm going to turn it to Eric, but this looks just simply awful. Oh, pardon me. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, we're absolutely enjoying this show by Anand. He is just showing what he can do in this game. I mean, it's just brilliant to watch it. The move queen g2 after all that calculation. I was wondering if he doubted himself a little bit, but he said, no, we're going to go for it, and he is there right now.
I felt the wrath of Anand when he calculates. This move queen g2, I think he just precisely knew which ideas were in the position. Perhaps I didn't figure out all the details when he played the move queen c7, but he definitely had queen g2 in mind. He has played this devastating move. MVL looking at his position, probably just about now realizing that it's completely hopeless. And guys, you calculate some variations. Some of them are completely beautiful. I think, to me, the idea that after rook f1, you have this brilliant move, knight e5, is one of the best combinations, I mean, of the year, I think, already.
This would be a brilliancy, right out of rapid.
Brilliancy.
People say that rapid, you're going to make mistakes and blitz and all that, but I've seen some wonderful rapid games that just go down in history. Of course, we saw Kramnik beat Kasparov all the way back in I think it was 1995, a brilliant game in Moscow, one of the greatest games I've ever seen, where he marched his king in a King's Indian, marched his king from the king side, marched it all the way down the board, and Kasparov chased it to the a7 square. He had white, went to the a7 square and won the game. He just needed to hide from all of Kasparov's vicious checks. We saw in blitz, Wesley So defeat Kasparov as well in what will be an immortal game. Well, if Anand can pull this off with the move 95, we will all remember this move, yes, 95, absolutely, as just a spectacular one we'll be giving our students. Can you find this follow-up? Because it's just genius.
No, it is genius. The fact that it works so mechanically, so precisely. It seems like White should have a way to defend the knight here after the move queen g2. If we refresh the board, it's in this position that you would think this knight must be able to be defended somehow. Maybe I can bring my knight back and block. Well, that doesn't work. Maybe bring the queen and defend. That doesn't work.
It's important to point out the knight itself can't move because of the simple mate problem on f2. So the knight is indeed pinned. It just cannot move off the f3 square.
It seems counterintuitive that the knight cannot be defended. But chess, it's not necessarily about intuition. It's about cold, hard calculation. In this case, Anand relied on his calculation, took the time when he needed it, and now he has a crushing position.
And we shouldn't be too surprised. Kings really don't like to be on the e3 square where there are a bunch of pieces hanging around. So clearly a winning position for Anand. We'll see if he's able to pull it off and really put one down, not only in the history books,
but put the stake down and say, guess what? 5-time world champ. I'm in the house.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Really a game of pins, as you mentioned, Jennifer, and you also mentioned as we were coming on the air that you were doing a class yesterday for ladies, and you were showing all the checkmates that occurred in Paris, and you used the Grand Chess Tour games to show the different checkmating patterns, because you're absolutely right. There was a large number of mating patterns. This is a beautiful game of pins.
Yeah, this one is going to have to. This one can be a lesson in itself, a lot like the immortal blitz game between Wesley So and Garry Kasparov. This game is going to be really a marquee one to show the concept of pins and also how rich rapid chess can be.
Modern brilliancy.
And
modern brilliancy.
And I actually think that MVL realized how dire his situation was after knight takes f2. It's hard for me to imagine. It just seems that
well, you know, when
he's such a great calculator that I think he started to sense it after knight f2.
Right. Well, he was pot committed with the moves knight f5 and bishop h6. And it's really hard to see that this queen on f7 would suddenly transfer itself to c7 to h2, a square that was defended twice. So that was really
that was the hard part. The queen
beautiful
c7 and then the knight f2 and queen h2. Yeah, very,
easy
very
to
tough.
miss. Let's go to Eric and get his thoughts.
Well, I'm going to take us to the game between Kramnik and Nakamura right now, but one quick comment about this game. I know we're all, you know, very happy for Anand, but Maxime played one of the riskiest lines in the anti-Berlin out there. I mean, almost none of the players in Paris picked this variation, and it's for a reason. You can just see visually here, you kind of have pretty loose center pawns. Black's bishops are very active, and the way the game turned out, I mean, this is a very committal pawn structure, a lot of weaknesses in White's position. It is a line, but it is a very risky line, with Black getting very good chances, scoring a lot of wins in different formats. So Maxime needed, this game wouldn't have been this sharp if Maxime had played, let's say, the Italian or some of the other safer variations that we saw in Paris. So he came out with a very, very aggressive opening. It backfired. Anand found the right moves, but that only happens if White takes the risk. And now going to the Kramnik-Nakamura game, it looked like Nakamura just messed up out of nowhere, but after some deeper analysis in this endgame, which looked quite harmless at first, let's go here, rook a7. What provoked Nakamura to play b5 here? Well, at first glance, I find Black, I want to play a5. What's my idea? I want to play rook c6 next move, then double the rooks on the c file, and then when I take the c4 pawn, a4 will be hanging. But the problem is, a5, which is probably what Nakamura originally calculated a few moves back, is that after c5, a very strong move by White, the point is, okay, rook c5, bc5, rook a5, Black, let's say after a move like rook c8, is going to struggle a lot. King f1, the king comes in time to blockade this pawn, and then White will be able to pick it up and have that outside extra pass pawn. But the king does come in time to block the pawn. Oh, we got a new result right now. Oh.
That's right. In the game, actually the line that Eric went over earlier with rook takes f3 and bishop takes d4.
It appeared on the board.
So this can now be a pin and a distraction lesson. Has appeared on the board, and Anand just banging out the moves because he's got this. The problem is that not only is Black ahead of material, but White's king in the center of the board. It's going to be hard to hold on to all the pieces here.
Simply fantastic.
It looks, you know, yeah. This, so how do you think Black seals the deal here? Just grabs the pawn on b2?
Oh, I'm sorry. Have I? No.
They're continuing to play, yes. After rook takes f3, queen f3, bishop d4.
Well, I think it's just
king d4
has been played. Okay, queen takes f3.
Yes, and then it looks like rook f3.
Rook e3.
Yeah, rook e3. Oh, and actually, get caught up with the current position.
Okay, just a second.
Because Anand's actually just chasing.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
This is not a very typical thing to see, is it?
You don't see a king going up the board.
King on d6,
oh, this
exactly.
is beautiful.
Very nice.
Okay, knight f5 was played.
That's right. And then queen f2 check, forcing rook e3. Queen takes b2, king c5. Queen b6, forcing the king to d6. You don't see that often.
No, you don't.
And now the king go back to c5. And Anand trying to figure out how to seal the deal here.
Exactly. Well, a first impression is d5 d5, d4 should seal the deal, as you say, because the
knight
queen.
d4, there's queen d5 check.
Precisely, and you just and suddenly you're putting your pawns. That is to say, your queenside mature, and a beautiful
and d4
game.
was played, and then Maxime resigned. So
wow, simply applause. I mean, Vichy is like a fine wine. I mean, he just gets better and better and better with time.
After seeing this game, we were like, man, what were you doing in Paris? We would have loved to have you there, too, because this is the best rapid game we've seen.
So far.
Yeah.
Absolutely, without question. This was just a gorgeous, gorgeous game. And I think that Vichy has an awareness that he played well, but I mean, afterwards, he's really going to get some phenomenal accolades. This was beautiful.
The best of all, the best game we've had in the Grand Chess Tour this season.
Absolutely.
So,
this was just superb stuff.
So welcome, Vichy. And
yes.
He's saying, hello, guys, to the rest of the field. I'm here.
Me here.
But we will talk a lot more about this game, but since we're still in heat in the other games, let us take a quick peek. So Carlson fizzled out a little bit. It ended up becoming, I mean, it's actually a rich endgame, but an endgame with chances for both sides. Both players actually have some interesting opportunities here with well-placed knights. But you're looking at another game.
No, I'll catch up with you right away.
The
there,
World
Jennifer.
Champions game.
Yeah, because that was good. I was just looking. Oops, where did you
go? It's a typical Sicilian endgame where, even though it's an endgame, there's still a lot of rich play.
Let me turn it over to Eric and find that game for a second because
which one? Magnus?
The
Magnus game, if you don't mind.
I got it.
Please.
Here's a game between Wesley So and Magnus, and in this position, Magnus can play King f6. It's a pretty balanced endgame, but a lot of times Sicilian endgames are pretty good for Black, especially opposite side castling here. It really depends who's going to get, let's say, the majority rolling down the board first. But so far, it's quite balanced. It's going to be a bit sharp. Magnus can have a more active king that also could get caught. So we'll see what he decides to do right now. But kind of a balanced endgame. I'm preferring Black myself, but that's just preference, not really objective evaluation.
And Eric, if I can keep you there for a second, that game between Vladimir Kramnik versus our Grand Chess Tour leader Hikaru Nakamura, it looked like Naka was going down. Is that still the case?
It's still the case. Kramnik has won a pawn, clean pawn, and in this position, Rook b3, preparing to play Rook c3, get that Rook behind the pawn, force Nakamura's Rook to be passive on a square like c8 and then bring the king over. But a game like Kramnik's, I mean, this doesn't happen for nothing, and I did want to go into, if I have a couple minutes, to show why, how all of a sudden he won a pawn in this position that looked like it was going to head to a draw, turned into a very unpleasant position. Just the one critical moment, once again here, Nakamura playing b5, and this is a bad endgame, and Kramnik has played flawlessly. But it's really, really a5, and after a move like c5, I'm going to play Rook c6 as Black. I still want to use that pin. I want to double the rooks. Well, unfortunately, Rook c4, which is the same idea that Kramnik used during the game, is very, very powerful. The point is, you're pretty much forcing Black to take, and then you get that unpleasant endgame. So after Rook c5, we transpose, but otherwise, a move like this,
that's good.
Rook g4, King f8, and White takes and White wins a pawn. So just some small details there, but the endgame is very, very good for White after c5, and that's why Nakamura decided to try to bail out and play b5 instead. But a small little pull for Kramnik was enough to turn this into pretty much a winning endgame.
Thank you, Eric. And I think Kramnik is a virtuoso in these types of positions where he has needling, little advantage, and thanks to the Black's fractured king side, Kramnik's winning.
And let's take a look at a game we haven't seen in a while, Fabiano Caruana versus Veselin Topalov. We've been saying that if one of these players wins this game, it could be a huge start for them because they're both such streaky players.
Exactly.
And Topalov recently played this move, Queen c8, and I'm getting reports that it was a blunder, so let's try to figure out why. After Queen c8, is there some tactical opportunity here? Maybe it's Rook f6 and Rook takes d6?
Well, let's have a look.
Or just because Rook f5 was played in the game.
And
Okay.
rook f6
Does not work, does
doesn't
it?
work because I think I have queen g4. And in case of rook d6,
Just queen
I
takes h4.
defends
so my
the rook.
idea was, but instead, just the simple queen g3 was the best move, and we have so much pressure on the position.
We're going to sacrifice on f6.
Yeah.
Queen g3, king h8, rook f6. But it's very hard to see over the board.
Well,
Yes,
let's see if Maurice can.
Well, actually, Maurice is with Vichy Anand, the star of the round. So we will go over to that. And bravo, Vichy.
Absolutely, our applause to Vichy.
Well, we are with a five-time world champion, Vishwanathan Anand, coming in. Some players might have thought he was rusty, but we knew he had a good result over in Lyon. But Vichy, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic game. We loved your sacrifice with 94, but we saw you spend a long time right in this moment. Why did you think so long before you played this move 94?
Well, because it's incredibly dangerous. White also has bishop h6 ideas, so I had to work it out. I mean, I was when I went, I had to decide whether I wanted to swap rooks on e8 or whether I should go in for this whole tactical sequence. Already there, I was working on this problem. And I was hesitating also between queen d7 and queen c7 because queen d7 has the advantage I can recapture on f5 with my queen. So I was playing around with these themes, but the main reason I was hesitating was after I went somewhere, I think when I went queen f7, he went knight f5, he went rook f8, I went rook f8, he went knight f5. And then I saw knight e4, bishop h6, queen c7, queen b3.
Okay, let's go into this line. Bishop h6.
And this suddenly...
Queen c7.
Queen c7 and queen b3 is just a very nice move.
And this is actually the computer's first line, so you did look at this variation.
Yeah, but I don't know what... I mean, the computer would probably make further moves. I was kind of not sure what to do. I thought I could play knight f2... But
anyway, which is the computer's first move.
Or g6, rook e4, h5. I thought one of the two, but white could still be better because suddenly my king is very drafty and the rook can go to e6, queen goes to e3, the other knight comes to g4.
So that was challenging you, but you finally decided to play this move after all, queen c7. And then he played knight g7. Now, you also spent a little bit of time on knight f2 as well. You didn't seem to play instantly.
Because I wanted to double check everything. I mean, I knew knight f2 was working, but I had the feeling even some other move might be working. I thought knight h4 could be something, knight e5 could be something. No, knight e5 doesn't work, but knight h4 I wasn't completely sure was wrong.
Now, when did you see this spectacular line with knight e5 at the very end when his king marches up to e3? This line, knight f2, king takes, as was played in the game. You spend a little bit of time in this position here, queen g2, and we were contemplating.
I was worried. I was actually wanting to play rook f3.
Right, which is a very natural move right now to take and get the attack going.
Yeah, so rook f3, king f3, queen h3, king. No, not queen h3. Sorry, knight h4.
All right, let's go down that line since we have you here. King takes, and now knight to h4.
King e3, knight g2.
Oh, this looks like a very tempting line as well.
Exactly, king d2, and I'll tell you the problem. King d2, and if I go bishop a5, then he goes king c1, king c1, knight takes e1, and suddenly queen f5, and I might be mated.
All right, so
not that worried.
It looks like you have the spectacular queen of 2, which looks like a crazy line.
But I'll tell you what was even better, because instead of bishop a5 check...
Okay, we're going back to this variation.
Yeah, now I play knight f4 first, rook e2, and now bishop a5 check. And because here I get a better version of this. So I was thinking of this, but in the end I thought I should get more for my position than this.
Just amazing what this guy's looking at in a rapid game. Incredible. Well, those of us in an over-the-board game wouldn't find this classic game, I should say. So queen G2 is what you played. And did you see this line? This is the question I have. This move with knight e5.
Well, I mean, this is the move I was looking at because I've been playing around with knight e5 themes. E2. Sorry, no, rook f1,
sorry.
Rook f1.
Queen g2, rook f1.
F5, queen e2. And at first, I was thinking knight c4 takes b2 and looping back and forth. But then I also saw rook takes f3, and I see that is
crushing as well.
Yeah,
well,
so,
absolutely beautiful game. Great way to start off the tournament. You've been watching them from afar, I'm sure. You knew you were going to play against them. Were you like chomping at the bit, thinking, "Man, I could be in Paris doing work"? Now that you're here in Leuven with your colleagues who play at this level, how does it feel to be here?
Well, it's great, and obviously it's very nice to start off like this, but what I saw in Paris is a very long tournament. There are a lot of swings. So, it's nice, but there's more work to be done.
Well, we've indulged you long enough on what will be a very special game. Thanks so much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks a lot.
Vishwanathan Anand, a 5-time world champion, showing what he's made of, just starting off Leuven with a bang.
That's
Thank
right.
you so much.
Where are the
Beautiful.
coins?
Yeah, gold
Bitcoins. He
yeah.
should know the modern games. You should get some Bitcoins showered on
The
him.
Bitcoins.
But we do have some massive fireworks in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Veselin Topalov, which sees some very unusual tactical patterns. You were right, guys. Count up the points. Fabiano Caruana is currently down a rook. And visually, it looks like Veselin is defending with this formation of rook and queen in the heart of the position. But it seems like there are some just very specific tactical problems here. We see that after rook e6, queen e6, this move bishop e7 is on the table, right?
Exactly. Bishop e7 check. We were just looking at it, Jen, as Vichy was being interviewed. After bishop e7 check, king g8 is a no-no. There's queen g8 check, skewering the queen.
We should be able to win that.
So we have, after bishop e7 check, king g7 as the forced move. Then I didn't actually see, I mean, white always has a perpetual check. There's no question about that. But is there a win for
Yeah, I was having trouble seeing that too.
I don't see a win.
But instead, Fabi's managed to maneuver his bishop to h6. So instead of bishop e7 check, he played
bishop g5.
Bishop g5, and then we saw queen c7, bishop h6, forcing rook to g7.
Right.
And this is the current position we have on the board.
So at the moment, a rook, this knight on b5 is doing nothing at the moment. So while this knight is way off on the side of the board, can white coordinate a queen and his bishop?
You mean like queen? Like if we
well,
were
I mean, I'm thinking a slow move. To slow play it, like with e5, and say, okay, go ahead, your turn.
And you got it. That's what Fabi did, because the kind of moves that are in the air here are like queen to f6 at the right moment, which is forcing the move. You can't play queen f7 because bishop g7.
Right.
And remember, we're up pawns if we end up with a queen in piece versus queen in piece.
Clear.
So after queen f6, you're going to have to play a move like king g8.
Correct.
So you always got to watch to make sure we don't have any tactics that end up picking up the loose knight in the end.
Right. So imagine after e5, knight c6.
Knight c3 was played.
Knight c3, pardon me. You know, at least you're cementing the knight. I mean, it's not. There's no double attacks that will pick up the knight. Now the thing here is, as you were mentioning, queen f6 will force, no question about it. King g8. And by the way, I've got a result coming in. It looks like our tournament leader, Hikaru Nakamura, went down to defeat by by Vladimir Kramnik. And what a start for Big Vlad.
That's right, and Nakamura seems like he's taking it well, but just a brutal beginning indeed, and with MVL falling too, this Grand Chess Tour is cracking wide open.
Exactly.
And let's keep our eye on that Fabi game though, because
it is exciting, and
it's just fascinating that he's making a positional positional sacrifice in a rapid game. Really lovely to see. Just the best games of rapid I think we've seen in the week so far.
So far, like, indeed.
This is really cool.
But what a fantastic, striking contrast between these former world champions, Vichy and Anand coming in and playing just a gorgeous tactical game, and there's Vladimir Kramnik doing what he's done best throughout of his career, grinding his opponent down in a marquee, beautiful positional game.
And the Carlson game was a draw. So far the veterans having a nice round, but I think Fabiano Caruana might have his say in that. So what do you make of this exchange sacrifice after queen f6 check, king g8? Was your idea to play
after knight c3, you mean?
After knight c3, queen f6 check, king g8. Queen f6 check not played yet, by the way.
Okay, so what is our current position?
After e5, knight c3, yeah.
Yeah. Now this is the moment, the key moment. Exactly. How if I do go queen f6? Pardon me.
Oh, white played d4.
White did play. I was thinking that if I did go queen f6, king g8, I kind of come to a dead end. I don't know how to continue the game. So now I'm beginning to understand better the move chosen by Fabi, which was d3, d4.
That's right, d4, but I think something went wrong here, because after d4, takes on d4,
yes,
takes in d4, and now queen f7 was played. But now after queen c8 check, note that you can't play queen e8 because there will be a bishop takes g7 check.
So queen f7
devastating
check.
effect,
Right.
indeed.
There's no queen e8 block, as you mentioned, because of bishop takes, right?
So instead, king e7
is box,
right.
forced.
And now it's Fabi to move, and
well,
gosh.
because of this threat of queen f1 check and it's mate in 2 on g2, at some point we're just going to have to take that rook and we're going to play queen and many pawns versus queen and knight.
And queen b7 check has been played. The question is, can we grab some more pawns to go? Like, for instance, if we could get the b4 pawn with check before these transitions.
That's game over right there, right? Okay, but I'm thinking that he'll have to play king d8. This is tricky. Let me turn it over to Eric to get his insight.
We got bishop g5 sometimes as well. So
exactly. Eric, what's going on in this crazy position?
I'm not sure. I've been looking at a couple other games that are also nearing results. I mean, Fabiano's doing well for sure here. I'm just not. I'm looking for a forced win. I haven't found it yet myself. He's played queen b7. It looks like. There's a lot of checks here. I mean, white is definitely doing well, but.
Very good.
I was honestly looking at the other games.
Okay. Just to point out one thing, after queen c8 check, king e7, it would be very desirable, of course, to take this rook. Bishop takes g7, queen takes g7, queen b7 check, and it's game over. You have to go king f8, and then
that
queen
was
takes
that thing that we were talking about.
b4, and that's a nice win. The problem is black doesn't cooperate. After bishop takes g7, he doesn't take the bishop, but instead counterattacks with the move queen f1 check, and there is a perpetual check in the air after this.
But unfortunately for Veselin,
what has
1 point for the youngsters, because this very line with queen takes b4 check has appeared on the board.
Oh my goodness! So how did it
get an update? Because
yeah,
the game is about to end. And
oops, that's the wrong game.
But yeah, you want to get an update on that board. Because
there it is, right here. So that was the setup he wanted. He went for queen check, king up, check.
And the game is over, by the way.
Yes.
So here he played bishop takes g7. And
now the difference is because the queen is
the queen on g2, right?
Right.
g3 and queen g2, right?
Right. There's no perpetual because I can interpose the queen on g2 in that previous mentioned line, as I'm showing now. So Fabi got his queen to c6 through a series of very nice checks. A very impressive maneuver after
but it was forced, I think. So I think he was winning after that variation, but very tough for Veselin to defend, to be honest.
But this is a crucial moment. It's so easy for white to go wrong. We were looking at these bishop e7 moves. Pardon me, it was right here. We were looking at bishop e7 moves. A very crafty and well-chosen move by Fabi with bishop g5.
Fantastic game by Fabi. I mean,
this has been a great round.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not just a fantastic game by Fabi. It's like some really wonderful chess. Vladimir, Vishy,
great stuff.
The game with Magnus and Wesley, that looked like a very, very good game. And Fabi sacrificing a rook in this game.
I love it.
Guys, talk about starting with a bang.
And let's go to Leuven with Maurice and Alejandro.
Beautiful.
Well, actually, I'm with Big Vlad, who dropped the hammer down on Nakamura this game. Vladimir, congratulations, first of all. You played against the leader of the Grand Chess Tour right now, and you had a terrible day the last day in Paris. What did you do to recover from that and now be able to play such fine chess today?
Well, I've slept quite a lot since these 3 days, but okay, the problem is not the first day, the problem is the last day, because it's a very tough schedule here, and I mean, I'm more worried about the last day again. The first one usually is more or less okay, so it's not a big surprise that I can, for the moment, I can play chess. I mean, let's see the fourth day.
Well, you are one of the older players in the competition, and we saw the oldest player, Vishwanathan Anand, come in exceptional chess against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What is your feeling having this player who you've been battling now for a couple of decades, over a couple of decades?
No, of course, he's a unique and genius player, and I mean, at his age, and he's pretty much older than me, he's still managing a very, very high level of chess. And since it's my opening, you know, and I enjoyed a lot this mating attack, which I actually won twice in this line in Paris, also by mating my opponents. So it was the third. It seems that Berlin is the opening where you really attack and mate white. Yeah, it's let's hope so that this is the case.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much for the great start in the interview. We see the veterans coming and showing the youngsters that you watch out. They know how to play chess, and they're still doing it here in Leuven.
Congratulations, Vladimir. Really, really nice game. We have one game going on, Jennifer.
And it's topsy-turvy because they are in time pressure, and we've got Grandmaster Hansen with a story on that.
Yes, a very sharp Grunfeld that Aronian managed to get a pretty serious advantage out of, but the end game that just occurred, well, some moves were just played here, but in this position, Anish played h4, and that throws away the game. The only resource here was rook b4. One of the ideas is, okay, let's say you play f7, I have rook g4. If you move your rook over here, if you do king h5, rook f4, let's say king to g6, you can keep checking. Why? Because something like this runs into rook takes g2. If you queen, rook f2 check. Some very concrete calculation required, but the point is you do need to get the rook to the f4 square. Instead, Anish has just blundered with h4. And after rook b8 here, you just bring the king in. And the point is, I think white is just winning the pawn race when black queens.
And that has happened just as you described, Eric. White has won the king.
White is going to win the king pawn race. Just past g pawn. They're going to trade everything off. Yep.
And Leuven Aronian.
That's right.
Also picking up a very, very nice win against the always tough Anish Giri.
So overall, a tough day. I don't want to call Leuven a youngster because he's a veteran because he's still pretty young, but a tough day for the youngsters because the only one to save the grace would be Fabi, right? It's because we saw Anish, MVL, and Hikaru all go down.
Right. Wesley kept a very intriguing game that he played against the world champion. What a round.
And we've got Maurice with yet another hero of the round, our U.S. champion.
Diana Caruana.
Well, you know, you're saying that the youngsters took it on the chin. This youngster might say otherwise, sorry, but he took down the other veteran in the field, Vasilij Topalov. How are you feeling when you were playing this game? Did you feel you have an advantage from the top?
At some point, I thought I had a pretty dubious position. He was outplaying me. Around the moment when he played like b5, I felt like I had a worse position and I had to start to defend. But I think he got too ambitious. He diverted all his pieces from the king side to the queen side, and I started a very strong attack. I don't know if I had better ways than what I did, but in any case, what I did looked very dangerous for him. And he might have had chances to defend, although he blundered at some moment near the end. I'm not sure exactly where. I think queen f7 was probably the final mistake. But it was already, I mean, the only issue was that I didn't have much time. But other than that, it looked very good for me.
Now, you had a pretty bad start in Paris. You ended up coming in strong at the very end. Do you feel like your form is carrying over here in Leuven?
I won the first rapid game there, so I can't really... After one game, I don't want to say too much, especially since I don't think I played the game so well at the start. But in any case, a win is a win, and I feel fine. I feel like I should be able to play well and to fight for the top places, and that's what I'll try to do.
One last question. Anand's game was spectacular, the way he sacrificed and ripped apart MVL's position. What's your opinion of having Anand being in the field as opposed to a very good player, Fressinet, but still, Anand is Anand?
Well, I mean, Vichy is a multiple-time world champion in more than one format. He's one of the greatest players certainly of our time and possibly of any time. So it's fantastic to have him in the field. I didn't have a chance to see his game today, so I really don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, you'll take a look at it. You'll see the variations and be impressed, I'm sure. But we are impressed by the...
And we've got the standings going into round 2 of the Leuven Rapid. Well, Vichy, Anand, Kramnik, Caruana, and Levan all with a victory. And that puts Magnus and So in the middle of the pack. And, of course, the 4 players who lost at the bottom. But as everybody who won said, very, very long day ahead. So
a lot of chess ahead of us, no question about it, Jennifer.
That's right. And it was really funny to see the differing reactions from Caruana and Kramnik. Caruana just so in the zone in his game. I didn't see anything.
I like it. Very, very honest. I didn't see a thing.
Yeah, and well, stay tuned, because if every round is like this, it's going to be an absolute historic day of chess in Leuven, and we are going to have a lot of fun. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes for round 2. Hello and welcome back to Leuven, where we had a spectacular first round, and we are back from round 2 in this spectacular playing hall. Welcome everybody. This is round 2 of 5, so big grueling day of chess for the players. Who is going to be able to keep up their stamina? That's the big question. We've got Anand, who played a fantastic game in round 1. He's up against Aronian, and this looks like it's steering towards the Berlin. In fact, we have a number of Berlins this round.
Yeah, it looks like 3 or Italian games / Berlins. But yes, 2 of the tournament winners in round 1 facing off against each other, Leuven, Aronian, Black against Vichy.
That's right, and that game actually is going on that kind of drawish line of the Berlin where there are a lot of trades. So instead of the move d4, rook e1.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this line, when... And I remember that when we had Gary Kasparov on the phone when Nakamura played this against Magnus, and he was not pleased.
Yes, exactly. He didn't like what was going on.
He's more ambitious. But what do you think? Do you agree with Gary, or?
I think that white can squeeze. Let's just put it that way. And the Berlin endings have become so tricky. We were just talking about the game of Nakamura and Magnus, and that went like this. And the whole idea is that despite the fact that the pawn structure is symmetrical, white does win the 2 bishops. And he's got a small nagging plus. So it's a very solid way of playing by Vichy, but it's not inspiring.
Yeah. And let's go to Leuven with Maurice and Alejandro as the games get underway.
Well, round 1 was just special. We saw, first of all, a game that will be remembered for quite some time, the way Vichy dismantled Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces in what's supposed to be a solid Berlin. Also, we saw 4 wins coming out of that 5 games. And one person, though, who got no love at all, no attention, was Magnus Carlson. And you know he's the number 1 player in the world. He's the world champion. That's not going to last long. And already he's kind of like telling us, take a look at my board. I got something new on tap.
I don't think Magnus was terribly happy with his last game. He was a little bit better all throughout, but usually this is the type of positions that he grabs, he grinds down his opponents. More or less the way that Kramnik, in excellent style, true to his own form, ground down Hikaru Nakamura in the previous game. I think Magnus Carlsen is really saying, I want to be the star. And he proves it with his move order here in the second round.
Well, this move, knight h3, it's not a kind of move you see every day. It looks like a normal English position. You know, knight goes on f3, no big deal. I wonder what Yasser thinks about this move, knight to h3. The knight doesn't seem like it has any prospects going to f4 or g5. What's the logic to this move? It looks kind of like an eyesore.
It is a little bit of a provocative move. The idea is that eventually White's going to play the move f4, and even though it's very weakening, at the same time it rips apart the center, and it takes over the only pawn that's controlling the center for black. On the other hand, the knight for now is misplaced, and Maxime Vachier tries to exploit that immediately, which is where it comes that it's a very provocative move, because this is a very common idea in this kind of English to play the move h5, trying to push h4, open the h file in such a way that the knight on h3 is really embarrassed about being on h3. It really doesn't want to be there. And of course, the only logical way to continue with that, at least in my eyes, is to say f4, bam, we're going for everything.
Crazy start to an English.
Absolutely. I mean, the h file is about to be open, the center's about to be open. The move I expect is h4. Both sides completely underdeveloped, but already mounting what could be a dangerous
attack.
The
move actually played was knight to c6, building the tension, daring him to take, of course, on c6, because this bishop would be attacking this knight on h3 as well. So chaos, it's only move 8. Well, the party started. We're looking forward to seeing how this transpires as the games continue here in round 2.
Absolutely. What a way to heat up the round. And very provocative, knight h3, f4. In my youth, let's say, I really liked these early knight h3s or knight h6s as black, with the idea of getting in this very important f2, f4. But Maxime, the way he's played it with h5 and knight c6, is really the biggest challenge for Magnus Carlsen. MVL not backing down. And let's turn to Eric Hansen as he shares his thoughts on this round 2.
Well, one game heating up is Topalov against Nakamura. Not necessarily a surprise when you think about the players involved. Topalov playing the Italian, as he's been doing quite a bit, and Nakamura is getting a very active position. I'll say, once again, if you look at day one in Paris, Veselin had a terrible day and he got in some positions he should never find himself in. And right now, Black has a great initiative for no compensation. What I'm saying is Black is allowed to attack freely. There's no tactical ideas for White here. Black is doing very well. Black has, for example, one variation here is after e takes f5, knight f2, rook f2, and just, d5. I was analyzing this, and just a move like this position, just give up a piece. You're going to win the rook back very, very shortly, but Black can delay it. And by delaying it, you have the option of playing e4 next move. Just a lot of sharp things for Nakamura to calculate, but the position is very good for Black. The bishops, the pieces are very active. So I think Nakamura's found himself in a very, very good opening, and Topalov, again, passive, not really where he wants to be. So we'll see what happens there, but after f5, Nakamura's pretty much getting a king's Indian without any of the bad things. Getting f5, great bishops, good activities. So I'm really liking his position.
Thank you, Eric. And indeed, that whole idea of king h8, f7, f5, as Eric was showing, by Hikaru Nakamura, very well telegraphed counter strike on the king side for Black. And well,
to show why the knight's hanging. I forgot the knight is hanging. f5 was played after h3, so the most obvious variation, maybe Yasser, you can walk us through.
H takes g4, f takes g4, attacking the knight. If the knight were to run away, let's just pick a bad square for a moment, knight e1. Then comes either queen h4 with the idea of g3, pardon me, or g3 right away. And I just don't like this position one bit. In either case, I think queen h4 may even be the strongest move, but g3, this is not the position that Veselin Topalov, who loves the initiative, is going to be happy with. So just a poor sequence early on. Maybe it was just this knight b1 to d2 move that kind of got him into trouble. Probably h2, h3, or even bishop e3 are more standard moves for White. So Hikaru Nakamura bouncing back thus far in game 2.
Indeed, and kind of echoing Kramnik's comment from last round that Berlin is an opening where you attack and mate White. Of course, this is not a Berlin,
no,
but it has like very similar qualities to those anti-Berlin structures that Kramnik was joking about.
Absolutely, and 3 of the 5 games, by the way, have that whole Italian Berlin kind of positions.
Speaking of one of them, Anand, can you rate his advantage in this position against Leuven Aronian? Because you know, he's got play against this isolated pawn on d5 and the better minor piece, but is it anything serious?
I wouldn't guess it is anything serious, but it's definitely in White's favor. I have seen quite a number of games, by the way. It's amazing how quickly theory develops. And even though we're way into move 16, quite a number of games have reached these positions. And no doubt, Leuven Aronian has seriously studied this specific ending. But it's clear that with the rook coming back from e5, the rook intends to slide over and to try to attack these weak pawns on b6 and c6. Conversely, Black wants to do the same thing with his rook. He wants to bring his rook to a4 and his other rook, pardon me, to c8 and c2. And it's a question of who can keep the initiative alive on their side of the table. At the moment, I've got the feeling that it's probably even, but I think I prefer White.
Okay, and so your idea against this just very prosaic rook b3, rook takes b6 will be to counterattack.
Absolutely.
Not to grovel with some idea like rook c8 and rook c6.
No, I hate...
Or rook d8 and rook d6.
Right. I hate going on the defensive when I have the weaker pawn structure, but something like rook a4 right away, hitting the d pawn, trying to keep White as busy as possible and to, you know, not let him just go rook b3, but rook b6, rook b7.
I really like White's position. I think it's no risk. I think it's a great choice. And Anand, you know, taking a much different approach than MVL. MVL and anti-Berlin, look at what Anand did. No risk compared to the very risky attempt. And now there's only 2 results based on this structure, unless a blunder would occur. White is better, whether it's enough, probably not. But I think White can push. And that pawn on d4, I mean, you got the better bishop, better pawn structure. Anand's feeling good. So let's see, just going to be a technical display. One interesting game, though, that Nakamura has played knight f2. Big move, knight f2, and we've gone for this variation. He decided to take the rook first in d5, but the point is he's got a big attack coming. It's going to be very sharp, 2 pieces for a rook. We've seen that 2 pieces for a rook a lot in Rapid and Blitz. The players seem much more willing to go for it, so we'll see how this plays out. And now we have Maurice and Alejandro with some news from Belgium.
Well, you know, Alejandro, whenever I teach my students, I tell them, develop your pieces, control the center, play normal chess, castle early, and then I come to do commentary on a world-class event, and then I go back home and they say, wait a second, knight h3, what's that about? f4 early, pushing your f-pawn, your king's not castled. h5, pushing a pawn on the side, and after a developing move, h4. No, why develop any pieces? And you go, what? Now, of course, as strong players, we know every position is concrete, and you look for ideas first, and then you can develop your pieces around those ideas. But even so, this position is a little wacky.
Now, the nice thing about this variation is, but by no means necessary. The players are kind of willingly going into something that's already kind of crazy, kind of wild. The pawn push was not something that MVL had to do. He could have developed normally, but he wants to put that pressure on the white pieces. He wants to put the pressure on the H file. I like the way that he's playing so far. I think that even though Magnus is putting that pressure in the center with f4, trying to get rid of the e5 pawn, I think that Maxim's timing of h5, h4 is very good, and it's just going to be a double-edged game.
It's incredible. In fact, in this position, the move rook to c1 has now been played, a natural developing move. And Indian's giving the move king f8 as one of the key moves right now. Again, very weird chess. Where's his king going to live?
Well, it's going to be a weird question because neither king, and this is what makes the position so wild in the long run, neither king really has a place to hide. You cannot easily castle queenside as black, and even if you did, the power of these 2 bishops already targeting the queenside, it makes you feel a little iffy about that. You don't want to stay in the center, but castling kingside would make 0 sense after you push the pawn all the way down to h4. White has the exact same problem. He doesn't want to stay on e1. He can't castle queenside already, and castling kingside is suicidal. So what's going to happen? These kings are going to be permanently weak for the rest of the game. Very tactical, very sharp.
Again, I'm looking at the move number. It's move number 10. And this game is already full of content. A crazy game starting here in round 2 with the world champion in MVL. And they are used to playing crazy games, so we should expect a lot more action as this game continues. Back in the studio.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I couldn't help but smile when Maurice was going down his laundry list of advising his students what to do, because I was playing in an Olympiad where we had Grandmaster Nick DeFermian as our team captain, and before our matches, Nick would say to our team, okay, guys, you know, control the center, develop your pieces, stay ahead on the clock, and all of the advice that Maurice gives to his students. But there's no question about it. The world champion has taken a kind of a gypsy turn, so to speak, with his knight h3, bishop e3, rook c1, and really this is not a game that you can use your general sense of direction, your general principles, because it's very concrete. And, you know, strangely enough, I really do love that move, king e8, f8, which was suggested by the engines, echoed by Maurice and Alejandro. The idea is that Black has committed his king to the king side, but by not castling and keeping his rook on h8, where it can always uncover an attack against the h3 knight, Black is basically saying, I'm getting ready to put my king in a safety square. What about yourself? It's a very good question, and I don't have a very good answer. Let me turn it over to Eric for his thoughts as this round 2 gets underway in Leuven.
One game I'm looking at right now is a game between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. These guys are 2 rivals. They play all the time. And Anish, to me, has a visually pretty aesthetic position. As a Sicilian player, I like the bishop here. as an example, let's say bishop e3, maybe get that knight to d2 and to c4, put some pressure. But you got the c file, got the bishop. I'm liking his position. I think white has a chance for an advantage in this game. So I do like that. And besides that, Anand, to me, very simple plan. King, he's bringing his king over. He's going to put it to d2. It's going to cover c2, cover a lot of critical squares. No risk, and a very pleasant position for Anand.
Thank you, Eric.
So back to you guys.
Thank you, Eric. And we've just seen in the game between Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura, Veselin recognizing, of course, that his king is not a happy camper on f2 vis-a-vis the rook on f8, has retreated with his king, but at the cost of bishop takes d3. So for the two pieces for the rook, Veselin having the two pieces, some very nice center pawns, as well as that bishop on d3. It feels to me that with the initiative and basically a good material imbalance in black's favor, Veselin cannot be happy with the positions he's concocted so early. Here we are on move 16, and I actually just really like Hikaru's position.
Yeah, that would obviously be a tough pill for Veselin to swallow, losing to the two American stars in back-to-back rounds. So he's going to be really fighting back in this game.
He needs to for sure. And what other games have attracted your eye, Jennifer? I'll go wherever you'd like.
Well, let's take a look at again at the game between Giri and Caruana. Okay. Just because Caruana is one of our leaders, and actually I think that game is pretty rich.
Well, indeed, that was the one that also attracted Eric's
and Giri just played the
attention.
move knight g3.
So indeed, he did play bishop e3, nice tempo. Knight g3. Okay, so what is going on here? We got this nice knight always eyeballing this f5 square.
Yeah, it's nice that your pawn's on h6, so sometimes I have little sacrificial ideas that I can get my queen onto a dark square as well.
Okay, so let's give you an opportunity to crush me. I'm an old pawn grubber. I'll go A, B, A, B, rook A1, and let me just ask the direct question. Queen takes b5.
Rook A8 check. I'll play white.
Eric's he was set up for my question. He knew it was coming. Rook A8 check, king H7.
Queen C7.
I can
Queen
just take on
takes
c7.
C7.
Yeah.
Queen takes D3.
And after, I'll play Queen B7, and I think it's kind of a little bit better for white. You got the back rank, safe king, and the bishop. Probably okay for black, but you'll need to find some defensive moves.
Okay, just even though the material's dead even,
the back rank,
the fact that white's king is a little bit in greater safety than the black king.
I could play rook f8 in some position.
You know, it was really weird. I remember I had a game against Michael Gurovich where I had a position very similar to this, and Michael Gurovich just like completely flummoxed me with an extraordinary move, king g6. Bringing his king, because I was going to get him on the 8th rank, right? He voluntarily brought his king out, and it was sort of like, whoa, my pieces were not in a position to take advantage of suddenly the king being on g6. And I'll tell you, if you allow black something like h5, h4, I'm just saying that I don't think the position is a big advantage for white.
Indeed, that actually seems like a good move here.
Yeah, isn't it weird?
I mean, I want to play something like knight f5, but nothing's quite working. Like, you kind of have everything under control.
Covered a little bit.
Like, I would love to play knight f5 and distract your king so that I could play queen f7, but not quite working at the moment.
We can play king h2 and just like
king
h2. The waiting game should favor white. Maybe bishop c5 at a certain point.
King h2. Yeah, I was trying to get.
Okay, but probably
h5,
not a forced
h4.
variation.
But a fun one. A fun one. But you know me, I want to win pawns. And you're right, that game between...
Bobby didn't play that, though. Instead, he went after another pawn. Instead of b5, he's just going after d3 directly.
What did he do?
And he played the move rook to d8.
He did not play AB. After
No.
knight g3, Fabi just pulled in the horns and played rook d8, eyeballing pawn on d3. But a very fun, concrete variation to
And
consider.
those lines can come up anyway because, for instance, if we defend the pawn on d3 here,
Yes.
Very similar
Just take on
variation can
b5.
come up, taking on b5 and
Queen c7, rook d3.
Exactly, the same kind of stuff that has to be analyzed.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't you do that yourself, Jennifer? Always look at the concrete captures first. You look for checks, you look for concrete captures, and you calculate as best you can and try to come to a judgment. Like, is this going to be good or bad?
It's so important, and the only problem with it is that once you train people to always look for captures and checks, at some point they become a lot stronger, and then they need to hold themselves back and not always play those moves.
Not always going for the forcing line.
Exactly.
But a little patience. Let's go to Maurice and Alejandro in Leuven.
Well, this game we're fascinated by, not because it's such a fascinating position, the one between Anand and Aronian, but because of the history of these guys. Anand is known to take equalish type positions. He did it to him before against Aronian. Take this kind of advantage and say, you think it's a draw. That's what you think. But I didn't win 5 world championships by giving guys draws easily and start showing how he can grind you in the end game. And it looks like the kind of position that he might be able to do it against Aronian in this game.
It was a key game in the candidates tournament where Anand famously dismantled what should have been a defense by Aronian and scored an extra half point that people were not expecting him to have. This kind of positions, it's holdable. I mean, you give it to a computer, they'll hold it. But it's very unpleasant to play. You can start to see how the weaknesses on b6, on d5, they just clamp the style that Black would like to start developing. He would like to get rooks active, move the king up, but he can't. He needs to still keep defending this pawn on b6. And in the long term, this might be sufficient for Anand to put real pressure on Aronian.
And still plenty of time, of course, in the game. But it's nice to look at positions like this one. It's jumped to an end game quite quickly. But if we jump to one that is still in the opening, and we're just confused. I mean, this game here, after Rook C1, the one between Carlson and MVL, Rook C1, Bishop to F5, developing a piece, and now Knight to G5, that knight that we were laughing at a few moments ago, has now ensconced itself on the G5 square, eyeballing this pawn. Now, curiously enough, the engines say the best move is F6, chase the knight away immediately. That's a counterintuitive move. Who's going to chase the knight to e4 after it left the h3 square? But that's what the engine insisted. And it turns out, after the move queen d7, a human-type move, Carlson found the engine's top move, queen to b3. And this knight, it's pesky right now, tickling the f7 square. Where are you going to castle your king? The question is being asked for sure of Black. White's not planning to castle his king. It's fireworks, only move 12. Just a really curious, well, we can't even give general comments on this position. Everything is specific.
It's such a weird position because when you think about it, now f7 is under attack, and in the general sense, you don't want to castle kingside. But on the other hand, how do you defend the pawn on f7 comfortably? You don't want to give up your pair of bishops by taking the knight on g5. You don't want to retreat the bishop on g6 because that leaves open a lot of tactical tricks that I don't want to give you. But if you castle kingside, then suddenly, why did you push h5, h4? On the other hand, if you do castle kingside, why is your queen on b3? Why is your knight on g5? It's such a mess that even computers are very confused about what to play, what not to play, and you can see that the players are thinking, they're taking a long time per move, simply because of the complexities of this position.
Yeah, we saw the end game and the Anand game. We see this one still in the opening. Other games have certainly pushed towards the middle game. I have a special feeling about this one. Something's crazy going to happen, but we'll have to wait until the players actually make it to that point as this game continues.
Thank you, guys. And I just noticed that Wesley So, who's playing, who just played world champion Magnus Carlsen, opened up e4 as white, and here in round 2 he has a second white in a row. So he starts with 2 whites in a row. He opened up with d4 against former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. So he's one of those, like most of the players on tour, universal, ambidextrous, able to play with either e4, d4. Don't think he has too much. Still, I prefer Wesley's position, but it looks very balanced. Let's go to Eric and get his thoughts of this round 2. Eric.
Thanks, Yasser. I'm still looking at the game Topalov-Nakamura, and there's a critical moment right here. Nakamura playing back Black had the opportunity to play d4. The other option is what he did, which is knight e7, holding the pawn center. But d4 would have posed a big problem for Topalov. If cd4, knight d4, I'm just going to play c5 as black. You can tell this is just a fantastic position. c5, maybe queen e7, rook a to d8, black is taking over. Probably what he was worried about and why he didn't play d4 was the move knight c2. And that is the one part of this position that Nakamura has to watch out. He does not have a dark squared bishop, so after a move like d3, you do get your far advanced protected pass pawn. Knight e3, this is still good for black, but if you mess this up, this dark square blockade, you can't really dislodge it. The knights are the best blockaders, so that was not what Nakamura, he did not evaluate this as good. I kind of agree with him. If the initiative goes away, white is very happy. So instead he's playing a bit safer, but he had an opportunity to get a very far advanced pass pawn.
Thank you, Eric. And I agree with Maurice and Alejandro that game of Magnus is just so wild. It's the most fascinating. I see that Leuven Aronian is defending this endgame against Vichy very, very well indeed. He's even managed to undouble his pawns. And the question for Leuven is, shouldn't he just get in the move c5 and advance his pawn and possibly even being able to, in the near future, play moves like c4 and b5. But Vichy went very purposefully into this. I mean, he was the one who volunteered the trade of all of the rooks. So I feel he thinks he's better, but I think Leuven has equalized the situation.
And
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Speaking of equalizing,
yes.
A lot of the ideas that you were trying for Fabiano Caruana, taking a risk and grabbing that pawn,
yes.
Well, he rejected them. But now it looks like Anish's advantage has increased as the position is consolidated with white having this extra center pawn.
When we left it around these parts where Fabi just played the move rook d8, eyeballing the pawn on d3, which was defended by the rook on d1.
And he can still try for those trades after queen b5 here, but instead he played knight e8.
Right, just defending this pawn on c7.
And now queen takes b5 is really a threat. So
which provoked rook b1, yeah.
Exactly.
b7, b6. And now d4, well, this is a very purposeful and clear idea. Now there's a majority of 4 versus 3 on the king side. And this pawn on b5 is very powerfully neutralizing black's majority.
That's why I'm wondering why b6. Why did black was black compelled to play that move? Because positionally it doesn't look so pretty, does it?
No, it doesn't. But did you have a concrete... I think that with the move b6, Fabi may have been planning the move c5. I suspect he didn't want to play the move c6 for similar reasons like b6, and black is simply getting cramped. Eventually, white is either going to get in d4 or f4. Let's just see how it did.
We might be able to play b6 ourselves at some point,
Why?
Bringing our bishop to b6, yeah.
Right, so let's just see this. It just feels nice to be white here. I love the space. I like Anish's play. And in my view, the U.S. champion is really in danger of just getting cramped and possibly even suffocated. So.
Exactly, and this gives us an insight into why you were so anxious to play and grab that pawn, because if this is the alternative, then yeah, we can calculate a few variations. On knight e2, I mean, we can calculate a few variations to make it worthwhile to take on b5.
Right.
If it works. But knight e2 was played here by Anish, which
Great
is
move.
Interesting because, the knight on g3 seemed like it had, such good ideas of coming to f5 at some point, but Anish decides this is an even greener pasture because now, of course, we're eyeing the c6 square, and we can also consider playing knight f4 to d5. And Eric said he thought that this was a great move. What is it about knight e2 impresses you?
Well, it just happened. Fabiano ended up taking on d4, so that knight gets to d4 where it's very centralized. It still has that f5 option. But Fabiano's kept that knight on e7 for a while, so if you're Anish, you see that knight on e7, okay, let's reroute the knight because black is very passive and he's staying passive, so I see that knight has knight e2. Fabiano did take on d4, so I guess that paid off, but I think Anish is very comfortable here. He's going to slowly squeeze this position. It's looking very, very bad for black with the pawns on the wrong color, on the same color as Giri's bishop. So it's I would have gone for Yasser's variation. I agree with Jen there. If this is the alternative, give me the other position.
Exactly. This looks like a defensive chore. And again, coming back very quickly to the game of Leuven and Vichy Anand, I think it's dead now. I mean, it's simply very, very even.
And it was a draw.
In fact, they agreed to
over.
a draw. Okay, so good defense by Leuven Aronian. Quickly turning to Wesley. So, Wesley, okay, it looks really, really balanced. Symmetrical pawn structure. Pieces are being traded. Frankly, that game looks too dry to spend too much time on.
Now we have
Let's
an
go
interesting
to
line.
the MBL.
Oh.
MBL Magnus Carlson. And let's go to Leuven.
Well, it looks as though a blunder has occurred in the game between Caruana and Giri. It seemed like Caruana wasn't too sure what to do with his piece. He started backing up his queen a bit. And then after a couple of trades, now his rook has found itself caught on e5. But there's a special way to take advantage of this. And it seems as though Giri's going to find it. I don't have any doubt that he's going to make these couple of moves.
This is a very interesting tactic. I think.
By the way, he has played the very first move of the variation.
Let's go for it. It's f4. And now the rook obviously is trapped. Here, Caruana is banking on the fact that he can play the move rook c5, attacking the queen on c2, and it seems like, okay, you have the queen, I have a tempo, I get out of the problems. What's the issue? But here it's precisely where Giri has a devastating blow. The move knight c6, which looks counterintuitive as you leave your queen on c2 simply hanging, is completely dominating. The knight cannot be taken by either the rook or the knight on e7, as you would end up down the exchange. But even worse is to take this on c2. As their knight takes e7, you have a royal fork, and white emerges up a piece.
And there's really no way to avoid this, it looks like. The other variation we should probably point out after f4, we said the rook is trapped. He could send his rook over here on the h5 square. You already get a bad feeling about this rook sitting off in the jungle by itself. Maybe in the corner, you might even say, and it's this move f5. And rooks are clumsy creatures.
Oh, yes.
They need open lines. They need space to roam. And this rook just stuck with nowhere to go. You can count yourself down a rook when you look at a position like this because of all the things you'll have to do to extricate yourself from the position. So this is busted as well. Rook c5 is on the board, was indeed played, and we fully expect knight c6 to occur at any time, and that will give Giri a big advantage, a winning advantage. Fabi did say it was only round one, and knight c6 was played. I'm seeing now it has indeed happened. Rook c6, b6, queen e6. Fabi did say it was round one. He did well in round one in Paris, and then he tanked after that. Are we seeing a little bit of an echo of Paris right now?
It's early in the tournament still, just getting used to the format. He's lost. He's completely lost in this position. He'll have to recover for the next game.
And Giri, of course, lost his last game, so he really wants to win this one and bring himself back in contention in the tournament. So we'll see what happens as the other games transpire, but it looks like Fabiano Caruana, the U.S. champion, is indeed busted right now.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. And things heating up in Magnus's game. Let's turn to Eric and get his insights into a really sharp and weird position. Eric.
Well, Maxime is a tactical player. He's a great Grunfeld player, and he has an initiative pretty much for free. I really like his position in this rapid game. Magnus with a worse pawn structure, but he is up a pawn. In this specific position here, Yasser, I'm expecting Maxime to find all the active moves. E4, bishop f4, rook a e8, putting pressure on e2 before white castles. Magnus almost for sure would castle in this position. There aren't too many alternatives. And now after a move like bishop g4, there are a lot of threats for black. One obvious one is knight e2, bishop e2, and there is a discovered bishop c5 check. But there's also bishop g5. A lot of, just looking at this position, I would take black in a rapid game without a doubt. This h-pawn may not even be a factor in a lot of endgames. To be down only just the h-pawn for this, I'll take that any day. So I like Maxime has given himself a lot of chances in this position. All three results are possible.
Eric, keep that position on your board for a second.
Yes.
If rook f1, f2, just defending the pawn,
Yes, now bishop c5.
And then I wanted to play knight on g5 back to e4. So I'm trying to protect the e2 pawn.
So take.
Oops. Take.
Knight takes.
Yeah.
Bishop takes.
I have to take with the king.
You have to take with the king. Bishop takes. Again, we have another two-piece
position. It seems to be a theme in this tournament so far.
An f5.
An f5, and you've lured me onto the e file. A very nice combination.
I mean, there are some tactics involved there, but Maxime is a very sharp player, so he's surely going to be calculating any sacrifice he can find.
Thank you. Yeah,
yeah, it's gonna heat up, but I like Black's chances.
Topsy-turvy game there going on.
Totally unclear.
So G3 takes H4. The world champion Magnus Carlson taking liberties as white in a very sharp but unorthodox game. And I like MVL's approach. He's not backing down. He's a player that will accept a challenge, even if it's from a world champion.
Yeah, let's check on our leader of the Grand Chess Tour so far.
Hikaru's game against Topalov. That was...
Yeah, looked to really be cruising against Veselin. And
let's go back a few moves because we left it around these parts, knight f3. And this is where Eric was talking about this very attractive looking d5, d4, knight c2 blockading variation. Knight e7 was essayed, bishop e3, queen d6.
Going for c5.
Absolutely. Hikaru wants to put his pawn majority in motion. Knight c2 getting his pieces into play. We still have an issue with this knight on h2, by the way. Queen d2, all of these moves look pretty straightforward, and we're up to date with the position. Rook d1, h7, h6. Quick stop here just for a moment, Jen. Your instinctive gut feeling, nice pawn structure, the two pieces versus rook and two pawns. Easier for white or easier for black to handle?
Easier. Well, I kind of like black, but I think maybe it's easier for white to play in a certain sense. Because black has, I mean, even this move h6, which Nakamura plays, it's like not an easy move for everybody to make because, you know, now there's ideas of bishop takes h6 in the offing, and I feel like a lot of players just wouldn't play that. So I think that black's position requires a little bit more delicacy.
And yet...
So for blitz, yeah, I mean, but rapid, I think I kind of like Naka.
Interesting.
What do you think?
It's tough. I asked you because I wasn't sure myself.
You can ask.
Eric, I'll ask you as well. Same question.
I prefer black's position. With a move like h6, I see what Nakamura's planning. He can't push those pawns, but they do cover a lot of space. So he's pretty much passing the ball back to Veselin and hoping maybe he misplaces a piece because there's not a lot of space for white to operate on. That knight on h2 probably wants to go to g4 at f1, but there is no clear way for Nakamura to advance his pawns. I think objectively it's a balanced position and Veselin's played good so far. But now Nakamura's going to shift it. He's going to try to provoke weaknesses, get the game into deeper waters because Veselin, you know, he's not that comfortable playing on the, you know, at the back line. So right here, there's no real way to forcefully push those pawns through. Both sides neutralize each other. White can't really add more pressure on d5. Black can't get in d4 easily. There's not enough dark square control. So right now it's pretty balanced, but Nakamura's going to start waiting for mistakes to happen, playing useful moves, not forcing moves, and putting the pressure on Veselin to find good squares for the rest of his pieces.
And knight g4 actually was just played.
Knight g4 makes sense to bring the game. You know, it's funny.
I'll take black though, yes.
Yeah. While we were just discussing the pros and cons of the position, I had another idea. On a great day, on a very good day, if I could play the move b2, b4 and take over the square d4, I'd be very, very happy camper. You would probably meet b4 with b6, and then I would play a5 trying to, you know, like. So I was really thinking about this move bishop a2 as kind of a preliminary maneuver to get in the b4, because the white's minor pieces need squares. And as long as these pawns stay on the squares d5 and c5, they're basically keeping white's minor pieces at bay. So I was looking at the move bishop b3 to a2, but Topalov made the very sensible.
I just want to make I want to make the worst positional blunder possible.
Oh, well
it's
done.
It's very aesthetic after bishop a2.
Yes, please.
C4.
Oh,
that would just be like.
Yes. That would be my dream. Well,
That
first
would
of
be
all,
When people talk about,
it does hang the pawn.
It does, but when
Right.
people talk about positional blunders, this is the kind of move they make.
Exactly.
That you
Well,
actually can make a blunder that doesn't hang something.
Right.
That just hangs a square.
Strategic, a massive strategic move, a blunder. So you're just giving White's pieces the opportunity to dominate great squares E3 and D4. Yeah, that would be a massive strategic blunder.
Now, after knight g4, bishop h5 has been played by Nakamura. Do you think he wants to snap this knight off?
I'm not 100% sure.
Is he trying to perhaps maneuver a knight to g6?
Right. Well, there's okay.
We got to keep our eye on the d5 pawn as well, obviously.
Exactly. So with the move bishop h5, there is a possibility that the queen on g3. Queen could come to g3, doubling the pawns, bishop takes, and you've just got to keep an eye to make sure you're not losing either the c5 or the d5 pawn. So I think the move bishop g4 is just designed to keep White's knight pinned and stuck. But the real question is, how is Hikaru going to force, continue to drive the initiative?
Well, we'll see, because after bishop h5, we do see bishop a2.
We did.
Your idea by Veselin.
Absolutely.
With these ideas of b4 in the position now.
Exactly. And Eric, let's turn to you. This game definitely heating up.
This game heating up, and I like your plan completely. And White with bishop a2 might be preparing to play a5 and then b4. If I'm black, I'm probably going to play a5 myself and b6, a variation, let's say b6. B4, now A5. That's pretty much the only way for, black, you have to contest the dark squares the best way you can. So this is what Nakamura needs to do to fight for the dark squares, because otherwise, if we get in that position that you suggested, if I had to play any other move, let's just, for argument's sake, rook f7, and you get in A5, B4 is coming next, and there's no going back. The D4 square will eventually be free for White to place a knight. So b4 would come in, eventually c5 gets, well, it's quite concrete, and then we get that knight to d4. And even if this bishop is, let's just give a situation that c4 is played, I'm going to a5, let's say this, b4, c4. This bishop is not entombed. It can come back. You're going to put a knight on d4, and it can always go with bishop b1, bishop c2, move the rook, and bishop b1. So it does have a future, and winning the d4 square is worthwhile. So a good plan so far, Topalov playing good defense, and Nakamura probably has to find a5 and b6 himself to keep fighting.
Fascinating strategic struggle, to be sure. I'd like to turn your game to the game of Magnus Carlson versus MVL, because that was another unorthodox game with all kinds of tactical as well as strategic themes. When we left it after knight d4, queen came back to d1, bishop c5 immediately. You were showing lines, Eric, with takes on f4 yep. and rook e8 and bishop g4, and I like those lines better. Bishop c5, it seems that after queen d2 takes, does this move knight c3 to e4? Does this move give the world champion an opportunity to neutralize Black's initiative? Because after all, MVL put his bishop on c5, where it's a tactical target.
Bishop takes e4 actually was just played by MVL.
Bishop takes e4, giving up the two bishops in an open position. Not an easy decision.
No.
Eric.
Bishop takes e4 now by Magnus.
Yeah, in this game I expect. Oh, Magnus played bishop e4.
Yes.
I guess he was afraid of after knight e4, queen g4, and things get very, very sharp. Magnus was really afraid of queen g4, which pretty much goes into a forcing line where, as White, you have to allow rook c5, queen g2, play this position and just relax. But I don't think any of us would be relaxed with a knight on d4 and a queen on g2. So Magnus, instead, playing what the computer doesn't like too much, but makes a lot more sense for a human, bishop e4. But now things are still going to get quite sharp because that knight on d4 still poses a lot of issues no matter what. I mean, at some point you want to play f5 as Black and get access to that e2 square. So MVL still keeping the initiative. In this position, probably a move like queen b5, threatening first, well, trying to keep the bishop on c5 because that keeps the king in the center. That bishop on c5 means that Magnus can't castle. So if MVL keeps that bishop on c5, he should have continue to retain good chances.
So what about your f5 move right away?
Well, the bishop
Rook c5. Rook
Yeah,
c5
just rook
is the
c5
issue.
and then
is
after.
right. But I tell you, I mean, I understand that the computer probably sees no attack for white, but with this knight on g5, the bishop on e4, kind of eyeballing these h7 square, I like the move queen b5, as you say, protecting the bishop, keeping white's king in the center, menacing bishop b4. But then after the little crafty little king f1, getting off the e file.
f5.
f5, okay.
And that's how it happened.
But then, isn't my knight on g5 like permanently stationed there?
But you need to find a move.
Where's a good square for my bishop?
But
Very
just
good.
to get to
Sorry.
the position, because that's also blowing up. In MBL, instead of queen b5, played rook to d8.
What?
He played rook d8 in this position, and
Hanging the bishop on c5?
no, the queen's on the queen went to e7.
Oh, I see. Just
Yeah.
a second.
But queen e7 after bishop
Queen
e4, which is
Yeah, queen
okay.
e7.
Queen
But I like
e7.
queen b5. Yep.
Not queen b5.
Right.
And then what
Queen
did
e7 and then king f1, rook d8.
king f1 and now rook d8.
And then
So
white
no
played
F5.
e3, and we're at the current position.
Whoa.
Well, white's getting rid of that knight on d4, which we...
I'm
which is a
liking
thorn in the
white
position.
more and more. I think white is consolidating himself. And by the way, even though the king looks a little goofy on f1, the g file is open in rook g1, and the tables could very easily turn against MVL's king here. I'm thinking some inaccurate play by MVL is letting the world champion dictate. Eric, your view?
I agree
true?
with you. You're finding a nice setup for white.
Yeah.
No, I tend to agree. I mean, 96 is probably going to be played. You can't
It was
just sacrifice that. And the more pieces that get traded off, the better. The bishop's getting the endgame, the safer white's king becomes. So Magnus, if he survives his attack, will really find himself in a good position to play for a win. But MVL did give himself a lot of good opportunities. So
And now, which way is he going to take here? Because of course, pawn takes is very positionally bad. Luckily, if we play queen e6,
Well, if you go f6, it's
that's also
good.
so we have to play queen
You
e6.
can play queen
with the idea
E6,
of rook c5, we have queen e4.
Queen e4. Fortunately, you do have that bail
Well, otherwise-
option.
otherwise
it's
you'd be
dead.
totally losing,
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
So
I think
that's
after
the idea.
Queen takes e6.
So as you
but-
pointed out, the kind of force, because after c6 allows bishop g5, right?
Right.
And that would be ugly.
Right,
So
exactly.
after knight e6, queen e6, maybe queen g2 is a move. Yasser
Yeah, I
might
like
be a
queen
fan of.
g2. I'm a big fan of this move, but I was f5. I'm going to take on c5. If f5, I think I'm going to take on c5 and keep the position. Am I keeping? How is this going? I'm taking.
You're playing rook g1 after
rook
as well.
g1 and rook g5. Ooh.
Yikes! Is that like kind of an Alekhine's gun?
Yeah, that's sure.
Almost.
Well,
Close
almost
enough.
with the queen on g1,
Close
right?
enough, even better somehow.
And
but,
suddenly it's white that's got everything.
what if we keep this bishop though somehow? Let's try to keep the bishop on the board instead of playing after queen e6.
Queen g2.
After
I like
queen
this
g2,
move.
let's try to keep the bishop because I do think it's an important defensive tool here as well.
You could play bishop d6.
Bishop f8 or d6 maybe. But
What did you prefer?
Well, I'm worried about c7. That's the only thing. Right?
I was worried about g7.
Yeah.
Rook g1. And so if you go bishop d6, just as you say, covering c7,
Right.
rook g1, and aren't I making life a little bit unpleasant?
Rook g1, maybe queen f6. I mean, I want to get rid of the dark squared bishop, so I have access to the king and also access to the hanging pawns like on e3. I mean, it just weakens the structure, gets rid of opposite bishops, and I mean, who knows? I mean, MVL.
No, Carlson only has 2 minutes to 6 minutes for MVL. His body language, not saying that he loves the position. After queen takes c6, Magnus on move going under 2 minutes.
Wow.
But yeah, that bishop d6, queen f6 is a nice setup because that queen on f6 will also eye the b2 pawn.
So is he going to play your queen g2 move? Seems
By the way, after queen takes e6, was queen Queen takes e6 is the current position.
Yeah, and
we thought
Magnus
Queen
is still
G2
thinking
was
going underneath a minute and a half.
Wow.
Something with Queen G2, obviously, he doesn't like. I wonder if there's like some tactics he's concerned about with F5 maybe, and he's like calculating some of those variations with E3 hanging at the end.
Yeah.
But it's surprising here because he's going under a minute, and he's going to need that time because this position is still wild.
It's totally wild.
And he has played Queen G2.
It took him a turn or two.
He might have been thinking about Queen E2 to play Queen H5.
Queen E2, Queen C3. There was some other compelling moves as well. Eventually, he did settle for Queen G2, and I do agree with you, Jennifer. I think Bishop D6 is the most challenging for the world champion. But that time,
because of that idea of
5 minutes versus 1 minute. Wow.
That we can play Queen F6 and save the day, right? That's
exactly.
important. Otherwise, I mean, yes, we could play Bishop F8 to fortify G7, but then C7 is hanging, right?
Yes, and that Queen F6 move is a very good move.
Key move. You know, they always talk about. Yeah, I mean, we always talk about the Queen as an attacker, but such a great defender too.
At times as well, yes. And still a very sharp position.
Yeah, I know. Now I really would like to put my King to H1.
You have a lot of movement in the game between Topalov and Nakamura right now.
Okay,
the pawns are coming through.
We'll go to you, Eric. You show us what you've got in store for us.
Well, Topalov has misplayed it a little bit. A few moves ago, he got the position you have been going for, preparing B4, and now in this position, well, the problem is he's running out of space. This knight can't move. Bishop could have just kept moving back and forth, but instead Topalov played B4. He's an active player, so it's understandable, and we were going for this. But now after CB4, then D4. And, well, we can just see. Great position. Great.
And now we've got a move with knight E3 actually on the board, and Maurice and Alejandro are actually analyzing this game as well in Belgium.
Yes, in fact, we're analyzing this game. We're analyzing different games, but to see this move, knight C to E3 on the board,
which is just played.
It's just
crazy.
Played. I mean, this is just absolutely nuts. But you talked about the time situation. I really want to highlight this right now. Rapid is a kind of game where you have, it seems, an extended amount of time, but sooner or later you're going to get into time pressure more or less. So what you want to do is be in an end game when you have 4, 5, 6 minutes left. Right now, they're not in an end game. They're in a wild middle game, and you have to somehow make that transition over from rapid to blitz. And that switch is like a light goes off. You say, you know what, it's time for me to forget about that speed and thinking and now go into instinctive play. And some players just do it much better than others.
Well, Hikaru is known to be good at that, but it's this position that's so wild, it seems like every move counts. I would like to say that black's better just from a visual point of view. You see those pawns marching down the board, you think, okay, it's got to be in the bag. But the more you analyze, the more you go through variations, the more we can see these moves are not easy to find. There's a lot of variations where I don't really understand why the computer is suggesting some moves. This is still crazy, and with Hikaru and now Topalov, both under 4 minutes on the clock, I think it's still anybody's game.
Absolutely. If we take a look, just jump to another game that we've been looking at, of course, this position here, Kramnik sacrificed the pawn for compensation, so he's down a pawn, but a beautiful knight on E5. Of course, White also has a gorgeous knight on D5, but again, the clocks. Wesley So with 5:25, Vladimir Kramnik with only 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Sure, you're equal maybe on the board, maybe you have compensation, maybe White's just a little better by having this extra pawn, but in reality, the clock's going to start dominating the play.
Yeah, he might have been a little over-ambitious on this idea of sacrificing the pawn, because it's true, yeah, you got a good knight on E5, but at the same time, you open the F-file for White's rook. F7 is not liking that very much. The knight came to D5 with a nice anchor thanks to the extra pawn on E4. So I'm not really sure if the sacrifice by Big Vlad was really necessary or even a good idea.
And now he's actually taken on D5. Pawn takes, straightened out the pawns. That seems paradoxical as ever. The engine saying rook D6, but they didn't like the trade of bishop takes on D5 either. And again, 2 minutes left. How are you going to play instinctively in this moment? It's all about the clock right
You
now.
got to play faster. I mean, Kramnik still's got some chances in this game. He's by no means lost. Rook d6 looks very logical because you want to keep this dark square blockade, which is everything that he has going for him at the moment. But it's Wesley so in the driver's seat, not only because the position really favors him with the extra pawn, but that time situation is going to be a big deal.
And again, time was going to be a big deal in the game with Magnus Carlson and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Magnus now down to 27 seconds on the clock, move 25, lots of game to go. He's only going to get a 10-second increment. I know he's the world champion, but in this kind of chaotic position, you think he can maintain the equality to be able to just keep playing this position, move after move after move? MVL is a fantastic blitz player.
It's a tough position for both sides. Again, it's so rich. The king on f1 doesn't feel comfortable in too many variations. It's horrible when you have to spend half of your time calculating things just based on the fact that your king might get checked, might get mated, might get forked. So it's difficult for Magnus to really make a move here. He needs to be very precise, and the time situation just does not look good.
You know, in blitz, you have to just be all about flow. He's sub 30 seconds. That's not even bullet chess anymore. He's got to play quickly. He's going to get his 10 seconds on every move, but it's that one slip that might cost the world champion the game, and he'll be off to a horrible start in this tournament. We'll see what happens. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. And that game of the world champion.
I've just seen a few moves.
Yeah,
Knight takes F4.
So we, first of all, this was an extraordinary moment while they were showing. There were so many compelling moves in this position. Rook G3, Rook G2, Rook C2, with the idea of Rook over to G2. H4, H5. Rook G2, very good move by Magnus. Knight takes F4. I really, really like this move, Rook G2. It's kind of that cement. Queen takes F4.
And then we have F5. F5 on the board.
F7, F5. Very important move. Trying to dislodge that bishop so that we can play Queen takes E3.
And indeed, that's what happened. Bishop takes F5, Queen E3, and pressure relieved here as queens have come off the board. Queen takes E3, Rook takes E3.
So
yes,
bishops
Magnus
of opposite
Carlson
color.
only has 10 seconds left, but he's played the move Rook E2 here, so not hanging in anything because Rook F3 check can still be met by Rook F2.
Exactly.
Just coming right back, and
I must
position
say,
seems like...
I like white. I like the extra pawn, you know, even though it's not the best. Probably it's closer to equality than an edge for white, but I like the extra pawn. Something like H5 in the position.
We only had 8 seconds. He had only 8 seconds when he moved the Rook
seconds,
E2.
holy cow.
So,
and they're playing, look at
we do have
this.
Rook F3, Rook F2, and after Rook takes F2, King F2, and now Magnus not seeming to relax, even though now he has a very comfortable 36 seconds.
But dropping down to 8 seconds, shades of the Paris where he lost on time?
No, he's not going to lose on time again this game, guys.
Let's go to Leuven and see what Alejandro and Maurice think.
Well, I certainly don't think he's going to lose on time in his game, but we'd like to look at a game that's extremely rich, and them with at least 3 minutes, and on one side with 2 minutes. Nakamura down to under 2 minutes in this position after takes and takes in the game. You see it's raining 3 connected pass pawns by Black. How often do you see this happen in a chess game? This is absolute rarity, but it looks as though the worst is over for White because he can do a nice blockade on the light squares, and he's gotten the past 8 pawn.
I'm going to see something that's even rarer than 3 connected pass pawns. 3 connected pass pawns that don't even give Black an advantage. This is very, very strange because the bishops suddenly become very, very active. Somehow the position was opened up, and after the moves that were played, Queen E2, Knight E5, you start to see that Black is desperately trying to push the pawns forward. Otherwise, they run into the option of getting blockaded, and once White gets a good blockade, he has a passed pawn on the A file. The king on H8 might eventually feel a little bit weak. White does have the pair of bishops against a single rook. The compensation that Black has is entirely based on these pawns. He needs to get them rolling.
How to get them rolling after the move bishop to B1. Now, definitely blockading the D3 square. Hard to get that guy going. You can also take this knight off at any point and make sure you have a firm blockade forever. So this one is rich, and Nakamura
with
now...
the time advantage and the fact that it's easier to play for White, I think the tables are simply turned. I think that Topalov has the better chances now.
Absolutely. Now the game turning. We're hearing the bells toll outside in Leuven. for whom the bell tolls. We'll find out as this game continues. Just a few minutes left.
And meanwhile, we've also got some action in Wesley So's game against Vladimir Kramnik. Of course, both players low on time. That's what happens at this stage of the rapid. Kramnik with under a minute, and Wesley with 2.5 minutes. And guess what? An extra pawn. But Vladimir Kramnik, I think that superior minor piece doesn't give him enough compensation. I like that knight on e5.
We all like the knight, but we like pawns too.
You like pawns better.
Yeah, I do.
And the extra minute and a half. So
I think good drawing chances, but definitely 2 results happening here, and that's already something for Wesley So.
And now Wesley's played the move Bishop G4.
That's not an intuitive move.
Yeah, it doesn't. What's the point of that move?
Let's try to understand.
Maybe he wants to play rook d2 and then...
He's definitely eyeballing bishop e6.
Bishop e6, okay, that's what it is. So bishop e6 with the idea that you're interfering with the defense.
Exactly.
And Kramnik quickly playing queen c7, anticipating that idea, in fact.
By keeping that knight protected. And back to Maurice and Alejandro.
And we were talking about the problem for Nakamura. It's easier to play white. Well, it turns out Nakamura has blundered, and it is Topalov in the driver's seat with a completely winning position.
Absolutely. Here, Hikaru had to find a tough move. He had to play g6 in order to get some control over the light squares, but he was careless. He played the move rook fd8 in time pressure, perhaps a logical move trying to push down the pawns, and sometimes it's his trade bishop over knight. We talk about this all the time in our broadcast. Bishop trade over the knight. You'd think this would be a bad move because after queen takes e5, you have d3 being pressured, but it's this retreat that Hikaru moves. The back with the knight. Knight g6 being a huge threat in this position.
By the way, the last game that Nakamura lost in Paris was to Magnus Carlsen,
with a
and he
very
missed the same move, knight to h4, getting onto the g6 square, and it looks like he's missed the exact same move yet again.
We have the moves queen g5, knight g6 check, king g8, and the problem I was already saying earlier, the king is going to feel unsafe with the opening of the position. The light squares become incredibly weak in this position, and now it's game over for Hikaru. He must play queen d5, give up the exchange, go into a lost endgame. Instead, he plays the rook to d5, and Topalov is merciless. He puts the bishop on e4. Let's see, we have a small update on that position. Yeah, the bishop on e4 was played.
King to h7.
I don't think that's right, because that would run into big problems. I think he played queen takes
queen takes g4 first, sorry. And now takes, and then king to h7. And now this nasty move, queen back to d3.
Winning completely.
Winning on the spot. Can't take because of bishop to e4. You're just
down to pieces.
Too much material. A complete evisceration of Nakamura by Topalov for one simple mistake. And Nakamura, again, that knight retreat he missed. Really bad on his part.
Not a single time did Hikaru lose 2 games in a row in Paris. And he starts with 2 losses in Leuven.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Time pressure certainly makes fools of us all, but also it doesn't matter what you do in one tournament. It doesn't necessarily translate to the next. So the leader of the Grand Chess down to start off this event.
That's very sad for Nakamura, because it's actually 3 losses in a row. Poor Nakamura.
If you go back to the last game of Magnus Carlsen in the blitz. So what is...
And the game is officially over, by the way.
Right.
Nakamura has resigned.
What a wild start to this event. And Eric, coming to you for... What do you...
We know it's going to be an exciting event when Nakamura has lost 2 times and he lost only 3 times the entirety of Paris. Right now, what I'm watching is Anish Giri against Fabiano Caruana. Caruana putting up some resistance. Knight's very, very tricky in time scrambles or in conversions. And in this position right here, after missing a few wins, Giri is not completely winning. For example, hg4, hg4, and now this move queen f2. Unless, I mean, well, we can just see visually, you can't checkmate with white with just the queen. Well, black has a very active knight, very active queen. It's still even material, and they're all on the same side. So if you lose those pawns as white, I mean, a knight against a rook is a draw. So Giri has botched this position, and it is, I mean, there are chances for anything could happen at this point, but it is no longer a technical win for Giri. So this is a game to follow because it has gone too long. He's been up in exchange for 20 moves. And now we see what the result is.
And that's amazing because it seems like more of a Nakamura thing to be down so much material and manage to hold it.
Some
make the game
chances,
interesting. And of course, they have very little time, but we do have one of the stars of the round, Veselin Topalov. He defeated the Grand Chess Tour leader, Nakamura, and he's with Maurice.
Well, he says he's a bad rapid player, but he just took down the best player in the tournament, at least the player who was leading the whole Grand Chess Tour. Vasily, this game looked crazy. He sacked the knight on F2. Suddenly, it looked like he had all sorts of chances, but in the end, it was you who came out on top. Why did that happen?
Well, actually, at the beginning I didn't really understand what was happening, but then somehow my coordination of the pieces was proved to be better, and I don't think Hikaru played the best moves, and I could somehow go through. But of course, it was full of mistakes.
We see the veteran starting off very well here. Your colleague, longtime colleague, Anand, playing a brilliant first-round game. What do you feel about you upholding the honor of the veterans in this tournament?
Well, it could be. I mean, we've proven we know how to play chess, but of course it's true that in the long term, probably we get tired. So that's the reason final days are not so good. But in my case, it was just the opposite, the other way around. I started very bad in Paris.
You never know, indeed. A little self-effacing is Veselin Topalov. Proving it by defeating Hikaru Nakamura. Back to the studio.
And let's go back to that Anish Giri Fabiano Caruana game because only 20 seconds left for Anish with the extra
And they've
exchange.
agreed to a draw, it looks like.
Oh my goodness, it's really a surprise. That's a huge save by Fabiano. He was an exchange down and completely busted. I'm not quite sure.
No, I mean Kramnik and So.
Oh, sorry. Between
yeah, Wesley So and Vladimir Kramnik, despite being up a pawn, the knight is the perfect blockator, all the dark squares, and I totally understand why Wesley offered a draw after bishop d3. I don't see any good way to push those pawns, and black can play knight g6, knight f4, but that knight is way better than the bishop, so ample compensation and a draw as they're both low on time. So the only game, I think, is Giri Caruana going on.
And we actually thought you were talking about that game.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
there are also some perpetual ideas here because black can play queen b7 check, and then how do you get out of these checks after king h2, queen b back to b2? You're not considering marching your king up to g3, are you? We should check that out. Because queen e6, letting go of the checks.
Just playing queen f2. Just going to play queen f2. Oh, that check. Yeah, that's a good check.
If queen b7 check, that king works. H2, queen back to b2, and
then king g3.
Now king g3. How's this looking?
Well, knight f5 check, king takes g4, boldly marching up the board.
Yeah.
I think is actually quite possible.
Exactly.
The queen on e6 offering ample protection, and that actually looks okay. So I think queen f2 is more of a tester choice.
Right, because now we're trying to go to queen f3 check, so that when you play king h2 now, we'll play queen f2
and get a perpetual
and
that
get an
way.
actual perpetual. So that would be the line if takes on g4, right?
Right. Then we've got a perpetual right away. Now keep in mind, with this knight on g3 and this queen on f2, there's this very unpleasant move, g4, g3 as well. Probably white's going to be forced to take a perpetual.
I think so. That's why when Eric said this game was a draw, we were kind of like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because also Anish is only 20 seconds. Like, he better take on g4. He doesn't want to allow g3 and suddenly somehow lose this game.
Right.
That would be pretty ugly. But he could throw in some checks after queen f2.
Sure,
to try to gain some 10 seconds on the clock. And we might see that happen.
I don't think it's going to change the outcome of the game, though. I think that Anish has simply let a winning advantage slip. Eric, I'll throw it back to you. Is it too late for Anish to win this game?
Oh, for sure it's too late here. I mean, the rook's not in the game, so you can't just win with a queen. I mean, just conceptually. But yeah, queen f2, there's nothing to play for. But really, though, a nice save by Fabiano so far, just being very resilient after getting outplayed pretty handily. But there's nothing after queen f2. You don't have time to get that rook into the game. And then, well, unless you can get the queens off the board, which you just can't here, then
and
there aren't so many possibilities in the position.
And Anish is always so cool, but he does look like, if we look at this camera angle, he does look a little stressed here. I'm sure he's not happy with himself after that lovely sequence with the f4 knight c6 that he wasn't able to bring home the victory, and is going to have to settle for a draw after making some checks.
I completely agree. And by the way, I don't think we mentioned it, but the Magnus Carlsen MVL game did peter out to bishops of opposite color endgame that did end in a draw.
So nobody has 2 victories. Nobody has a perfect score. So Fabiano drawing this game, he will join Leuven and Anand and Kramnik, and they're all still tied for the lead.
At 1.5 points.
Exactly. Well, technically 3. Using
Exactly.
the scoring
Yes.
system. If you get confused looking at the score table, that's why. Because remember, 2 points at stake for each rapid game and 1 for each blitz game. Giri with just 10 seconds on the board, continuing to make those checks, but is still going to find that at the end of the day, he can't checkmate with just a queen, right?
Exactly.
But so he's managed to maneuver his queen to g5. Does that change anything, Yasser?
I don't believe so. I think just after you drop back with the king h7.
Same thing. This takes. Do you want to? Yeah, it takes on g4. We still just have this variation. This
just very straightforward. Queen f3 check. Queen f2 check.
You can't go to h3
because the rook needs. So that's why you've got to go back. And the players have agreed to a draw. Huge save, just simply huge. By Fabiano. I mean, a full exchange down. I mean, that is extraordinary.
That's right. And so fantastic start by one American and a dismal start, of course, by Hikaru, the leader. Meanwhile, Wesley So, more of a solid start.
Yeah,
just chilling.
But 2 whites, 2 great players. Well, everybody's a great player. But he hasn't gotten anything with white. And he's tried e4 and d4 both. So, I mean, you know, he's probably thinking to himself, how do I get an advantage against these guys? It's so tough.
That's right, but obviously it must have been a surprise to see Magnus go in for the mainline Sicilian Niter from the first round.
For sure.
So, could have been worse.
Yeah.
And Eric, your thoughts on who's on form after 2 rounds? We've got 2 rounds in. Who is your pick to win the Rapids?
It's definitely not Nakamura, which the Rapids were why he had this advantage. He won the Rapid that they're worth 2 points per win, so it's really critical. Right now, I'm favoring Magnus. I'm happy to see that he is bringing new openings. A lot of the players are playing sharp openings and mixing things up, but Magnus should be now doing very well because Nakamura is 0 for 2. I'm impressed by the veterans and just in general, a lot of the players are making adjustments, playing different lines, and ready to fight. You really can sense that. So I'm impressed by a lot of the field, but Magnus now should be very happy.
I'm going to pick Anand. I wanted to say it fast.
I was going there as well.
But we've got Maurice with an interview in Leuven.
We are with Fabiano Caruana, and he had won the first game in Paris. He reminded us after winning the first game here that he had won. So, you know, not necessarily a different start, and doesn't necessarily improve on how he did in Paris. So I asked him just now, well, how'd you do in Paris in round 2? And he said he drew. So this time, though, this was a miracle save. I mean, you look dead in the water. This must feel almost like a win.
Yeah, it was hopeless for 30 moves, give or take. Just near the end, he got into time trouble. He probably g4 is a big mistake. I'm not sure if he must be winning before that, although he probably had even easier ways. But then after g4, hg4, I realized that my queen and knight are causing him very serious issues, and I didn't see a way for him to win.
Well, certainly a big-time save for you, keeping pace with the leader, still tied for first place. What was your result in Paris in round 3?
I lost.
Okay, so we're hoping that things change for this upcoming round for Fabiano Caruana, but certainly a definite good start. Again, tied for first is the U.S. champion, who, when he was in form in the last tournament and near the end, showed that he can still play some great chess. We look forward to seeing you do that in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Asking those probing questions. How did you do in round 3 in Paris? I lost.
Well, one thing we remember is that he won a really important blitz game against Magnus Carlsen that allowed his compatriot to win the tournament.
Exactly.
And let's take a look at the results after 2 rounds here in Leuven. Well, the same as last round. Same as last round because all the winners continued.
Held.
Yeah, they held. They drew their game. So Caruana, Kramnik, Aronian, and Anand still all in the lead, and poor Nakamura. Nobody would have expected that going into today that our rapid and blitz star would start with 0-2. But hey, you can never count Nakamura out of this competition because the rapid and the blitz scores are combined. So no matter how badly he does in the rapid, you can always string together win after win in the blitz.
And as badly as Hikaru has done, keep in mind that Hikaru was Magnus Carlson was second, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave third, and all of the winners from Paris essentially at the bottom half of the table.
Yeah, well,
remarkable.
But plenty of chess left today, 3 more rounds, and we are going to go to the opening ceremonies in Leuven as we go on break. We'll be back in just a few minutes after that to see this exciting day of play heat up more.
We're here in the City Hall of Leuven, where we had the opening ceremony. The mayor came and spoke.
We received kings and chancellors of Germany and first ladies of the United States and once a pope and the Archbishop of Canterbury, and today the grandmasters of chess.
It's been an electrifying event. This is the strongest tournament ever held in Belgium, so absolutely quite important. And Alejandro, you can feel it. People are just buzzing about the Grand Chess Tour coming to the city.
It's a top 10 coming to the city of Leuven. Everybody's very excited. You can see there's many chess players that travel to the city just to meet some of their favorite players.
And now we're already had the drawing of the lots. That was absolutely important, of course, to see who plays who. And now they have a simo, the players all playing against the kids. It's always great to see the great players playing against youngsters.
Absolutely, but there's a little bit of a twist here, as we don't have as many boards as we did in Paris. Instead, every grandmaster is going to come up to the board, play 5 moves, and then he will withdraw. And another grandmaster comes in with another 5 moves, which makes it a little bit complicated because sometimes one grandmaster has an idea and the other one just erases it.
So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to play in harmony today. Of course, the challenge will begin for them to play against each other, but it's just a wonderful time to be in the city with all the greatest players in the world.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the Grand Chess Tour in Leuven, Belgium, our second stop. And we've had plenty of excitement today after just 2 rounds.
Fantastic.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, big story, of course, is that our rapid and blitz legend, Nakamura, has gone down 0-2.
Yes, and Magnus unable to win, but really, 5-time scintillating game, modern-day brilliancy in the first. What a way to start this Grand Chess Tour.
And I kind of agree with Eric that in the second game, he wasn't very ambitious.
Not at all.
But he got a little something, and he didn't tire himself out.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that there's 3 more games to go, and Anand, Ceremonial, and Kramnik and Caruana, and several of these players, actually, both Caruana and Kramnik, have pointed out that today is all about endurance. And we've got an interesting opening here, it looks like, from Fabiano Caruana and Anand, a game we're going to want to keep a particularly close eye on because they are both leading the tournament.
Absolutely. And it's one of those kind of a reverse Benoni Benkos. I don't know exactly how to say it. I remember as black playing this against Victor Korchnoi way back in the day. And we had, yes, indeed. Victor Leuven, E7, E5, I believe, was played, and I think C4, C5 by, Fabi, C4, C5. So a very sharp position. With this move, C4, C5, essentially what White is trying to do and is to develop his bishop to the C4 square, thanks to this move F7, F6, to keep Black's king in the middle of the board. And do we have some more moves in this game?
Yes, we do.
What has happened after C5? We've seen the move A5?
Yes, and then Queen A4 check.
Queen A4 check.
I think usually theory is like Bishop D7, and White plays B5, gets up a pawn, but plays Bishop C4. A lot of compensation.
You mean after Bishop D7, Bishop takes C5?
That hasn't happened, but Queen A4 checks happened. But this is, I think, a likely variation, yeah.
Wow. I don't know what the theoretical evaluation is, other than to say it's really sharp.
So the idea here is that White is down a pawn, but Black won't be able to castle. He's going to have a problem with the address of his king. And so even though White's not ahead in development, it's more of like a structural compensation.
Yeah, and you got to toss in the fact that this pawn on B5 is more than a nuisance. It really is hampering Black's natural development of this knight on B8. Again, just keeping Black's king trapped in the center. I also wanted to say about this round's pairings, really, every game features great players, but I can tell you that Leuven Iranian has been a thorn in Magnus Carlsen's side throughout their career. They've really exchanged some big blows against one another, and Magnus Carlsen, starting with 2 draws, is really looking to try to right his ship. So after D4, E6, Knight F3, very cagey way of Magnus to get in a kind of a Dutch. Knight C3, Bishop B4, Queen B3. A page from my book. I've always liked this Queen B3 way of meeting the Bishop B4, Queen E7, and normally speaking, you challenge the bishop here. You just say, okay, go ahead. What you going to do? After A2, A3, there will be a trade, castles, and one of the things that really is an important battle, it's all about the E4 square. Oftentimes, we're going to see B6, Bishop G2, Bishop D7, and it's all about who can control the square E4. There's a short circuit type of move in the position D4, D5 that can come down the road, and I enjoy playing the white side of these positions. We'll see how Leuven does. Eric, where would you like to take us in this round 3?
Well, I'm looking at the game MVL again. So MVL picking a much safer variation now with his second white against Wesley. It's an anti-Berlin, very symmetrical, something concrete. I think in this position, Wesley has just you played D5 and Knight B to D2, so it might fizzle out, but he's gone for a much much safer approach. Other than that, I'm keeping my eye out for Nakamura against Giri, because Nakamura needing a win, he has white, it's turning into a pan-off, and Giri is very frustrated from his last game most likely, so I expect this game could be pretty sharp, and we might have an isolated pawn position which is common in this position. So those are the two games starting out right now, and yeah, let's stay tuned.
Hikaru Nakamura, 0-2. We know that champions, when they're up against the wall, they oftentimes bounce back. But Hikaru can also go on tilt. He can tumble if he were to overpress. Jen, your thoughts? Do you think Hikaru is of the mindset of a comeback, or?
Yes, I think he's going to come back and win some games today.
Yes.
I don't think he's going to get to even today. I'll say +1 from the last 3 games, and then maybe even by the end of the Rapids. That's my prediction. And we've got an update on one of the games from Belgium.
And in what is definitely a complex line, certainly crazy play, when you look at it at first, looks like a blunder has already occurred. It's only move 8, but the move bishop to g4, Alejandro, and the computers are going crazy, and I saw you virtually fall off your chair when you saw this move.
Well, I have personally very bad experience with this position. Before the move bishop g4, I had this game in the last round against Romain Edouard from France, one of the strongest French players in the World Open. I know this variation pretty well, I would say, and I know it's incredibly complicated. Pretty much black has to play the move knight e7, and the reason he has to do that is that this move has a huge problem. The counterintuitive looking bishop takes g8 should be, in my opinion, almost winning. I have not analyzed this deeply, but to me this looks like it's a free piece. The point is that if you recapture, you have a very simple double attack with queen c4, hitting the bishop on c5 and the rook on g8, and that seems to me like an extra piece. Therefore, you don't really recapture, you cannot recapture the bishop on g8, but I'm not really sure what you're going to do about it.
But I don't know this line myself, having not played it from either side. But we're talking about Anand. He played bishop to g4 virtually instantly. It didn't take too long to play it, and he couldn't possibly be that poorly prepared.
He took a little bit of time to play bishop g4, and I think he isn't just very knowledgeable about the position, because bishop g4 is a typical idea. It's just not something that you can play precisely because of the tactic. If this tactic didn't exist, bishop g4 would be the best move. It's the counterintuitiveness of training a bishop that you've already moved out for a knight that's sitting at the beginning of the board that sometimes makes us not see that idea that you can trade the bishop for the knight.
That's a pretty concrete move. Bishop takes actually was played, and instantly Anand played knight to d7. I mean, it looks like the bishop can just go back home, but you do have to be a little bit careful, because if you play bishop to b3, suddenly knight b6 appears on the board, and the queen's trap. Is this possible that this may be what he was thinking in the game?
No, I think that he just missed it, honestly, because bishop can retreat to other squares. For example, he could retreat to c4, and even though black will get an initiative and he will get some compensation for that piece, it's nowhere going to be enough.
Wow, this already is crazy. It's move 8 to see someone like Anand hang a piece that early is pretty insane. We'll see whether it was planned or just simply a blunder as the next couple of moves come in.
Thank you, guys. And wow, that is a shocking development to blunder a piece. And it was a blunder.
Yeah.
I had no ifs, ands, or doubts about it.
Because at the very least, if he was going to make such a brilliant sacrifice, he would have thought about it for a while.
Exactly.
Allowing bishop takes d8.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's so easy to miss, because it is so counterintuitive for you, having developed the piece to then capture a piece that's underdeveloped. But the double attack just is a simple tactic. Speaking of rivalries, great rivalries, Vladimir Kramnik versus Veselin Topalov, Vladimir Kramnik white. The play has been quiet, but that doesn't mean the game isn't about to get fast and furious. And we see it now with this move e2, e4, as Vladimir has more pull in the center of the board. And after knight takes e4, we're up to date with the players. I'm a classical guy. I like control of the center. On a good day, white has ideas as simple as bishop f4, knight c5, queen d2, and white just has the freer position, and I like what Vladimir Kramnik has done, continuing around the horn with some of the other games that are ongoing. The game between Wesley So, it's like one of those positions when you see these center pawns all lined up against each other, all of the tension in the center. One of the things that I've experienced myself through my career is oftentimes you see everything getting traded off very, very quickly, and an easy day at the office for black. Let me turn it over to Eric and ask him what his thoughts on this third round.
The game between Nakamura and Giri is getting very, very sharp. Hikaru I'll say one thing. Theoretically, this is not a very dangerous position. Black has very easy Grunfeld play, knight c6, e5. Well, Nakamura decided to change the rhythm of the game. He didn't play bishop b2 and castles or bishop d3. Went castle h4. And now things are going to be sharp pretty much no matter what, because when white plays h4, he's not playing a castle. Black would play moves like bishop g4 and damage the pawn structure. Knight c6, just a sample variation. h5, you'd play h4 to play h5, e5, and things get, just really sharp. Example, d5, maybe e4. Black has a lot of ways to do good. I think Anish has a good position as black, but he's going to have to put up good defense. The one thing is, he's a very good technical player. When he gets attacked, he's a pretty good defender. So, all three results here, but h4, h5 is probably going to be on the board, and we're going to see some very dynamic middle game play in this game.
Thank you, Eric. Just turning again to the game of Fabi and Vichy. It was a gifted piece on bishop takes g8 by Fabiano. Vichy probably playing out of inertia as much as anything else, blundering the piece. Queen b3, queen e7, a4 back, castles. No way has Vichy anything close to compensation. But on the other hand, you can't just resign and give it up. You got to play on.
I think he has enough that it makes sense for him to play. Think about it last round. Fabiano's disadvantage was pretty equal to what I think Vichy's is in this round. He ended up
full exchange.
A full exchange, yeah. And he ended up coming back to draw the game.
Full exchange and a pawn.
I don't think Anand is considering resigning here.
No,
anytime soon.
No. But it's just, it's just a whole piece. And the U.S. champion, I would really expect him to reel home the point here.
You'd be even more surprised than by the result of the Anish game.
Although, to be fair, the Anish result was perplexing and shocking. Okay, from White's point of view, White just, look, he's a piece up. All he needs to do is get his pieces in the game. The most simple and straightforward idea in that case would just be to play d2, d3 to allow his pieces access to the d2 square. One strange question for me might be, where should White put his king? Because if I do castle kingside, okay, you may take on f3 and kind of damage the structure. So there are some questions that White is being asked.
Exactly.
That I don't think they're.
And White actually decided to castle right away instead of your d3.
Okay, that was actually a key moment.
And then after bishop takes f3, pawn takes f3, Anand quickly played knight b6, so that queen takes a4 will be off the menu.
Yep.
And he needs to try to get any compensation here. He needs to try to get that queen into the game. Maybe he's considering trying to play, maneuver his queen over to the king side with queen d7.
I think there's some compensation for black. Fabiano played d3, and Anand quickly played f5. It's one of those positions he's blundered, so his position is actually easier to play. He has nothing to lose, but he's playing all the right moves. And some of the suggestions for Fabiano in this position are not the most human. After Anand played f5, e4, potentially maybe f4, and also just the queen. When you play d3, the one drawback of that is this bishop on c4 now cannot get back and defend White's king. I see there are a lot of ways to mess up this advantage for Fabiano. So Anand now playing very quickly and retaining some chances. There's a lot of ways to go wrong. Just for example, argument's sake, e takes d4. Now after bishop takes d4, black is in control. There's just you're down a piece, but the development is not that natural. Something like here. Well, there's take, knight c4, pawn c4, queen g5. Just the king is way too weak here, and there's no way to hold everything together. So there are ways for Seirawan to go wrong, and we've seen a lot of surprises in rapid so far. So somehow it's not as clear as it should be to me.
Remarkable, and he has played e4, the move. What White wants to do is basically block the game up, and so he can just develop his pieces and
I think I know what he wants to do. After f takes e4, Fabiano might play knight d2.
So in this position, he's just played e4.
Yes, knight d2, and getting the piece in like that, getting that knight to d4.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because if you take back with a pawn, well, let's just give this example. It's also possible, but this knight, even when it gets to d2, doesn't have b3, doesn't have c4, may not have f3 if black were to play rook f8. So knight d2 is an interesting option that he might be contemplating after e4.
I can see that very much as well. I like that move, knight d2, giving back a pawn, a bit accelerating development as well. And let's just go to the game of Magnus Carlsen to get caught up in the game Leuven Aroni and White. Whoa! Something just very strange just happened here. The bishop g2, knight c6. It's a funny kind of double attack, right? Okay, so on the one hand, you're threatening knight takes d4, taking advantage of the sudden pin, as knight takes d4, bishop takes g2 would be hanging. And if you castle to stop knight takes d4, then you've got to be cognizant of, whoops, knight a5, with a double attack against the queen on b3 as well as the pawn on c4. You move your queen, knight takes c4 is the obvious follow-up, and black's winning a pawn. So has Leuven, with the strange move bishop d2, you'll recall that I thought here was the moment that you put the question to the bishop. Has he slow played it in such a way that he has given an opportunity for Magnus to win a pawn?
Yikes. Is there any other moves here besides, I mean, e3 leads to basically the same exact problem, right?
e2, e3, there's knight a5.
Knight a5. So are there any other moves here? I mean, we certainly don't want to have to resort to something like something super awkward looking like knight b5, right?
Right.
That was very awkward, but my idea is I'm hanging on by a thread because if...
Well, let's have a look-see. So knight b3 at least does have the benefit of winning a tempo after the trade. Bishop takes, knight takes, but can't I lure you back? Get your knight off of the c7 square with knight takes d4. Ooh,
yes.
That looks okay. If we take, then we're hanging the bishop on g2.
Exactly.
And black has snapped off the pawn. And a pretty important one at that.
So we would have to take with the king here.
Which is not the idea.
No.
But at least you're keeping material as far as I can tell. It's not what Leuven had in mind when he played the move bishop d2.
Considering that after knight e4 check, you're forced back to e1, but you can no longer castle.
That's right.
Just like, otherwise your position would be okay.
And we'll be getting a lot of calls asking us, why isn't Leuven just castled here? But Magnus looking very confident after his knight c6, and Leuven may have missed a very nice and unusual double hit.
Now let's go see if Anand is rumbling up any compensation, rustling up. Rumbling up is not really a thing, but not yet.
But after e4, king
executed our
h1.
good old rover. If he has enough moves in a row, we'll play rook h6, queen h4, and mate. But of course, Fabiano, with a traditional defense to that, is trying to play rook g1 and just rook g2.
And there's also something to be said for knight swinging itself back to the f1 square. I don't see it, Jen. I really don't. I think it's just very good for Fabi. And Eric, your thoughts?
Yeah, I've taken a bit more time to analyze this position, and I think Fabiano has taken the right approach. He's going to play. He played king h1, rook g1. He's going to play rook g2. The way Anand should probably go for this position is there is no checkmate. You play rook h6, queen h4. I just play rook g2, and you can't really get any more pieces into the game. The one trump for black is it is still not that natural to develop. A sample variation would be rook h6, rook g2, and just playing a move like king b8 and saying, okay, knight d2, let's say king b8, knight d2, rook f8, and you still need to figure out what to do with this dark squared bishop. I think that's why Anand played f4. It's counterintuitive because Anand, he was ahead in development, down a piece, maybe he should just throw the kitchen sink. Instead, he's taking a positional approach and saying, look, I have, what are you going to do with this bishop on c1? In the meantime, maybe black will actually play rook h5, rook f6, rook h6, but he's not going to rush into it because there is no forced way to get into the position. White still needs to figure out, are you going to just play a move like bishop b2, maybe then rook g1, but it's still a long way to go to get that bishop into the game. So Anand definitely not in a good position, but there's going to be some good maneuvering required by Fabiano to develop.
Wow, remarkable concept. Just drop a piece and then shut down the position. You don't see that every day. Let's go back to Alejandro and Maurice in Leuven.
Quite counterintuitive play happening this round as we've seen so far. First of all, the way Anand dropped the piece, it would be very counterintuitive to think that he actually planned dropping that piece. We think it unlikely to be sure. But this one, it looks as though Leuven Aronian has sacrificed the pawn on purpose, and this one should lead to a very strange position because after he castled, we were talking about this, he has this move castles, and now the moves have come fast and furious. Knight to a4, queen back to c2, knight takes on c4, said Magnus, give me the pawn, and knight to b5, instantly saying, I'm better developed than you, your king's still stuck in the middle, and suddenly a counterattack on the knight. Magnus said, go right ahead. You want it? You can have it. And after a knight takes on c7, in this position, the Indians were giving the move king d8, Alejandro, but Magnus has boldly played the move king to f8, and the position, needless to say, looks completely wild right now.
Well, I'm going to explain why king f8 was a mistake. The variation in the game goes knight takes d2, bishop takes g2, king takes g2, and now you would love to play... rook c8 and attack the knight on c7. However, if the rook c8, you're still not threatening the knight. That's the main issue of the position. You need the king to have that last piece of attacking power on the knight. You would have preferred for this king counterintuitively to be on the d8 square. If we go back to the position after knight takes c7 check, the correct move was king to d8, so that at the end of the variation, the rook on c8 would capture the knight on c7 forcefully. Instead, he's going to give him a couple of outs, and it's not going to be quite as strong as it could have been.
Well, it turns out right now, after king takes g2, Magnus did indeed play the move rook to c8, pinning the knight to the queen, so this knight can't leave too easily. The move knight takes e6 looks like a beautiful discovery, but it is met by the super calm king to f7 and discovers defense on the rook as well as the attack on the knight. This knight could try to run, but the bold king ended up on g6.
Yeah, strangely enough,
crazy line too, but it looks like he's going to win a piece.
Strangely enough, the king would be able to chase the knight all the way, almost to the ends of the earth, and retreat pretty much safely. Leuven doesn't have the time to take on e6. He needs to find a couple of precise moves. Instead of that, he must play the move knight f3, because one of black's threats is to capture the knight on d2, queen takes d2, and then nobody will be defending the knight on c7. And now I have the idea of playing knight e6 check, because after knight f g5, at the end of that variation we were just looking at, the knight would be defended. Therefore, black doesn't have time to play some of the moves he would like to play. For example, bishop d6 is not a move that works in this position. He could try, for example, queen d8, which looks very logical to me, defending the rook on c8 and attacking the knight on c7. But after rook fc1, there's still a lot of game to be played. Yes, the knight is in a terrible position, but the king on f8 is uncomfortable. There's knight e6 check, threats being attacked. Very, very double-edged in this position. I think that Magnus just misplayed it with this king f8 move.
Well, that move king d8 was super sharp as well, had its own complications that he avoided. It looks like a very sharp game, very strange positions that are coming on the chessboard here in round two.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Sharp games all around. I'm a big pawn grubber, as you know, Jennifer, but I'm looking at the game between Hikaru and Anish, and I'm a big Caro-Kann player, and I really like these types of positions for black. I don't mind being a pawn down as black in these positions, especially when white has committed himself with this move h2, h4. Definitely Hikaru taking huge liberties here, and I like black's position, but I want to ask Eric, am I right? Is my judgment right there in that position between Hikaru Nakamura and Anish? I'm thinking of simply the move bishop d5, setting up for a discovered attack with knight takes d4, And there's a king in the middle of the board here.
You're absolutely right. This is a Grunfeld player's dream. This is a really, really good position. Simple as that. Black has more than enough compensation. After queen b7, I mean, one of the most natural moves besides bishop d5 is queen a5. And it's a really, really good move. You're threatening knight d4. You're also attacking the bishop. There's very few moves in this position. In fact, pretty much there is only one move, bishop b4, a very unnatural move. Black can take that and have a better endgame. But now queen d5, and the point is I'm just going to play rook b8 and take on b4. You're just running out of moves. Your queen is close to getting trapped. So just a sample variation, bishop e2, rook b8, queen a6, knight b4, c4, rook b4. In any of these endgames, black has two bishops, h4 is weak, just a very, 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 very good endgame. A bad position tactically for black, for white, I should say. And yeah, this is good for Anish in multiple ways, but it's just inconsistent to play h4 and then go pawn grabbing. That doesn't make sense. He's pretty much down a move because White's king is in trouble. I mean, this lost tempo on h4 is going to be a critical factor. So Nakamura playing a bit inconsistent here, and I think black is going to take over after queen a5. As I said, even knight b4 here, and you're not really keeping the material very easily.
And now, meanwhile, in that other variation that you were looking at, if queen a5, if queen takes c6, instead of just taking on a3, it looks like rook c8 is even stronger.
Rook c8 is bishop b4, but yeah.
You would take queen a3, and now you're just playing rook c8. Rook a8.
Two bishops, and the king is still stuck on e1. What's going on with
the idea being that if queen b7, queen a5, queen c6, rook c8, you have bishop b4 in between move.
Yes.
And so that's not as strong. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely, if you give Nakamura this position and ask him to choose white or black, this is his type of position as black.
It
is very strange that he's playing this way after playing such a dazzling performance in the blitz. And maybe you're right, maybe he is on tilt.
Yeah. One game that really had, and maybe it's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's really fantastic to me to see that two very, very principled players, Vladimir Kramnik, Veselin Topalov. Veselin Topalov is a two bishops man through and through. It's in his DNA. He loves the two bishops. He sacrificed a pawn for them. And for Vladimir Kramnik, who's a great, great technical player, he's sitting there saying, listen, you can have your two bishops, give me a pawn. But I actually think that Veselin Topalov is right. I think he made the right decision right here when he went in and allowed this bishop takes e7 idea, because in this position, what we've got right now is this bishop on a6, this bishop on e6 hits this a2 pawn. This bishop on f8 will eventually come back to g7, and with all of the open files, open diagonals, with this knight on f2 and the bishop on g2, rather passive minors for white. I think that this is sufficient pawn compensation. I can't believe I'm saying this. Back-to-back games, a player is a pawn ahead, and I like being a pawn down.
And bishop f5 played.
And bishop f5 was played in the position. So I think that Veselin will be pleased with the outcome of the opening. In other words, I think he's very, very happy with his two bishops. And besides that, what other games have your attention? Shall we go to that Magnus game? That Magnus game was, for me, fascinating. It looks like this knight on c7 really is in danger of just kind of being swallowed up, but maybe the tactics are actually working okay for Leuven. We've seen this move, queen d8, attacking the knight, so the most natural move, of course, is to bring the rook to c1, defending the knight, while simultaneously threatening knight takes e6 check because the rook on c8 is insufficiently defended.
So now the king will probably want to move to e7, perhaps.
e7,
because
yes.
f7 would allow knight checks.
Well, if you move your king to e7, what does the world champion have in mind against the move queen a4? Getting out of the pin, attacking this bishop, and if you go bishop d6, then knight b5, and I think that the tide is turned, and suddenly it's white who has the advantage. I thought black had something before. I think the culprit is king f8.
I see. And so instead of bishop d6, do we have a better move in that position?
I'm not sure. I do think it's looking pretty good for Leuven.
And by the way, King E7 has been played, so
Okay,
we'll find
Queen
out.
A4 is
That little
definitely
in-between
box.
move.
I mean, you can. Okay, this is White's dream. Okay, let me just show you White's dream. Rook takes C7, Queen takes B4, D7, D6. You know what I overlooked? I thought that piece on G2 was a bishop. I wanted to go knight E5 and knight C6, and it was like a dream Catalan. That's a king on G2. I apologize.
Darn it. Well, a very similar variation has occurred over the board, except that in this position, instead of knight E5, simply after, rook takes.
Oh, sorry. Rook takes C7 was played?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Queen takes B4
check.
D6 check, D6,
Yes.
and then instead of your knight E5, Queen D2.
Queen D2. Okay. Reinforcing the C1 square. Leuven essentially wants to take over the C file. He wants to trade rooks and then bring his rook over to C1 and say he's got a little something, something.
Something, something. And H6 was played. Now the question is why? Yeah, what was wrong with your move? I wonder.
Knight E5.
Knight D5, maybe knight D5.
I'm
Just
afraid to say that I
your-
don't have enough control over the C6 square. I think it was Queen A4 check. Queen A8 check. Pardon me.
And then knight
F3.
D5, for instance.
Or no, just cover the C6 square sufficient times with Rook C8. I think that black.
But now at least we can start to try to gang up on D6 with something like knight C4. But I guess you can always bring your queen into the center of the game.
Knight C4, Queen D5 looks like a very good reaction.
Yeah, pretty good position.
Now I'm hitting both these guys.
So that's why Leuven
he
chose
went for the King D2 variation.
Queen D2
variation.
And after H6 now.
H6. Now here, your thought processes should be very simple. There's a king sitting on the E7 square, and you desperately, as white, want to take advantage of your opponent's king.
Right, so we could play knight H4. This is the move we've been looking at a lot, and then I want to try to follow it up with D5. And if knight D5, knight takes F5.
Exactly. Well, I was thinking something similar. D5 immediately.
Just
starting with D5. And the idea is, just as you were saying, Jen, knight takes D5, knight D4, double attack, right? You're looking at the C6 square as well as the H5
The
pawn.
annoying thing is that sometimes we're going to have like a very well-timed Queen A8, which is also tickling your king on G2.
Exactly.
Super annoying.
I'm not saying that this is a variation, this sacrifice is going to work. I'm just saying that as white, when your opponent's king is stuck in the center of the board, you want to attack it and open up the position.
Like even here we could play queen to A8, and then after rook takes C7, knight takes C7 is actually check.
Exactly.
Meeting a check with a check, and I think that's why these types of variations is why Leuven decided to take a timeout and play king G1, just removing his king from danger in all of these lines.
Where there's that queen A8 defensive shot.
And it does seem like a little bit more fun for white in this position. But let's see what we've got in Leuven as the action heats up.
Well, the action is heating up in one specific game for sure. When we saw Nakamura in this position play the move H4, you rub your hands together if you're a Naka fan and you say, yes, he's on the attack, he's going for it. But then the next few moves, knight C6, bishop A3, and you say, bishop pinning pawn on A3, what's that about? And now the bishop to E6, and then you see him go grabbing a pawn on B7, and you say, well, why'd you play this move in the first place? What just happened? It seemed like it went a totally different direction. And in just a space of two moves, queen C7, bishop C5, not developing another piece, just cementing his bishop on the C5 square, thinking he was taking a bold stand. Well, it was Geary who took a bold stand with this move, E5. And Alejandro, you've got to like Geary playing like Naka right now, sacrificing exchange and blowing open the middle of the board.
Nakamura was so patient in Paris. Every time he lost, he recovered. Every time he had a tough game, he came back strong. It seems like emotionally, the two losses in a row are getting to him a little bit. His play has been erratic. That's the only way I can really describe it. H4 combined with bishop A3 seems a little weird. The fact that you're taking on B7 without developing the pieces seems like it begs to be like a beginner's book. You don't do this. This move E5 by Geary is punishment. Yes, you can take on F8, but look at this bishop. It's move 1, f2. That'll be 3 times it moves over to take a rook. That means that the rest of the development's not there. The king on e1 is stuck on e1. This is being blasted open in the center. It's difficult already for Hikaru to play. Time situation is good for him, but the position, it looks terrible in my opinion.
You know, it's reminding me the contours of just a bit of Byrne versus Fischer, the game of the century from the last century, of course, where Fischer did something similar. And I don't know, Nakamura looks like he's in real trouble now, and Geary just has to find the moves. But anything could happen in rapid. We know how good he is. We'll see how he handles himself as the moves are coming now very critically for him, with that king still stuck in the middle of the board.
Wow, thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Definitely heating up, and I don't like Hikaru. Eric, let's turn it to yourself, and what do you think about this round 3 game?
Well, I really like Anish's position. I'm expecting a really spectacular win there. He's playing exactly as you're supposed to with the initiative. But turning back over to the game, Caruana Anand, I think Fabiano is playing very well, and he's on his way to getting his pieces out and then converting. In this position, well, first he found the move Bishop e6 here. It's a nice move, freeing up the c4 square. Yes, you can take the bishop, but black wants to keep more pieces on the board. Queen c5 is white's idea. Vichy taking the pawn. Okay, white can give up a couple pawns. He really was up a piece. And now the move bishop a5, and there's a couple reasons why this is a good move. Now you're threatening queen e2, trapping the rook, because it can't go to h3. You're also threatening to get rid of that bishop, which you had some, we had development problems. So bishop a5, a very nice move here, and almost every variation I see is close to winning for Fabiano, because he's going to be getting his pieces out. Queen e2 is coming in, then knight d2, and knight c4. So if he plays this, Anand is going to be under serious pressure as more pieces get traded off, and the knight finds a good square.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Just flipping to the game of Vladimir Kramnik and Veselin Topalov, I spoke about Veselin's deep bluff with the 2 bishops, his willingness to sacrifice pawns to e1, bishop d6, queen takes b2. I think that this principal play, you see both players getting the type of positions that they like, and I like what Veselin has done, and I think he's just has a fine position. And let's go back to Alejandro and Maurice in Leuven.
Just one of the crazy things about rapid chess is how well these freakishly strong grandmasters can play. And Anand down a piece from move 8. He blundered. It looks like he blundered anyway. Can't imagine that he didn't. But now he's playing some funky moves, trying to fight back, playing crazy defenses. And he played, this sequence that just happened, Alejandro, was one of the more bizarre ones I've ever seen. First of all, in this position, after king to g2, his rook looks fairly trapped. You're thinking the logical move is rook takes on d3. Instead, he played this move, rook to e3. And you can count them. The pawn, the bishop, and the knight all could take that rook, but it would unleash the black pawns into the position, and Fabiano was having none of it. He instantly, on the spot, played the move bishop to g4, leaving this rook hanging, still trapped on that square, and now saying for sure, your rook's not going anywhere because I've got all the squares covered. What is Anand got planned to this move? This is just crazy chess, and the injury.
Nice find by Fabiano in a position where, had he not played this move bishop g4, it starts to look very shaky. Now, Anand's rook's obviously trapped on e3. In some variations, it's not so clear that it's going to be trapped for free. It's f3 check, with the idea that after the king retreats, you get the e2 square penetrating the white position. And again, you're not going to let this rook off the hook. The idea is after going knight g3, rook takes f2, rook f1, and the fact that you can finally trade off this rook, such a nuisance for white's position. You're saying, okay, I had to give up a pawn, my king had to wander around, but I'm still up a piece.
But that's not exactly trapping the rook. You've allowed the rook to live, and you've given up an f-pawn for it. But your point is, sooner or later you want to consolidate a position being up a piece, and that's what this is allowed.
Fabiano doesn't need more material. He has all the material that he needs to win. He just needs to get into a position that's good, that's solid, where black doesn't have counterplay. This rook is black's main source of counterplay. You trap that guy, the game's over.
So that guy, as you call him, has taken 2 pawns along the way. But of course, Caruana, as you said, trying to prove that a piece is a piece is a piece. We'll see how the game goes. As they're playing now, and F3 was in fact played, we'll go back to the board position back here. F3 check is on the board. We're expecting Caruana to just back his king up, and we'll see how the game goes in a few more moves.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. I love how Anish has treated this mix of attack and defense going on with Hikaru Nakamura. I really like black's position very much. After bishop takes F3, GF, pawn takes, you know, white's going to win an exchange, but look at this fractured kingside pawns, and just not a very good home for his king either. The Hikaru, having no choice, did take the rook, and after king F1, D takes C3. A moment ago, Eric said this is a kind of a dream position for a Grunfeld player, you know, to get a pass pawn on the C3 square supported by the bishop on G7, this terrible kingside structure. This, to my eyes, is just too easy, in fact, for black. I think this is just a huge advantage, and Hikaru is just like, what have I done? He really is on tilt.
Everything playing in the position, and as soon as that rook on as soon as the rook on the F8 comes into the game as well, I think it's going to be near collapse. That's really the problem.
I mean, I think
White's kind of holding everything together right now, but once we play rook B8 and rook coming to D2, I don't see how White's going to defend with our pawn coming to C2, and if you try to play king G2 again, like queen C5.
To answer your question, he's not. No, Eric, what do you think of this position?
I think
it's just dream?
I think it's lost. I think it's concretely lost, and we don't even need to do rook D8, which would be good. This structure reminds us of the very first game Carlson and Nakamura played in the Rapid. If you remember, Carlson had a very, very bad structure and very good dark squares for Nakamura, so it's very interesting to see him on the other side of this. And after bishop D5, which is forced to protect F3, I just play C2 and bishop H6, and there's no moves that White can play to stop that.
Wow.
You know, king G2, bishop H6, that pawn is staying there. I can play rook C8, queen C3, ideas with knight D3. If you ever get that knight to F4, it's totally over, but bishop H6 is already threatening to win a full rook here. So I think the position is concretely lost, and we're going to see Nakamura 0-3. I mean, the moves here play themselves, and it's a decisive advantage. You cannot stop that pawn from rolling down the board.
In the immortal words of Victor Korchnoi, so simple. Flashing to the game between Leuven Aronian and Magnus Carlsen.
You gotta watch out with the the so puns now that one of the top players in the world is actually named so, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that adds a little bit of a twist to Korchnoi saying.
Well, we have this moment. Remember, we were back here.
And you were trying to play knight H4, D5.
Well, I was actually playing D5, knight H, and knight D4. But you like the knight H4 yourself, Jen. I like D5, and you were absolutely right. Knight H4, pardon me. Double threat, knight G6 forking, as well as knight takes F5. World champion Magnus Carlsen playing rook C8, knight takes F5, and having the worst structure with his king still in the center. Leuven looking very, very nice at this moment. Maybe it's not a decisive, it's enough of a decisive advantage that just having this kind of a structure, but definitely a pleasant, very, very pleasant position for Leuven Aronian. And Magnus Carlsen, after 2 draws, is struggling to get the results here.
That's right. Some big surprises. The leaders in Paris are both having troubles. Of course, Magnus is much less painful than Nakamura's. But let's take a look and see how Fabiano Caruana's technique is going in this game, because he is much lower on time than Anand. As typical, when you make a blunder earlier in the game, and it seems like you're probably going to lose no matter what, you might as well stay ahead on the clock. And Anand has more than twice as much time as Fabi here.
And so we did say, we left it from Alejandro and Maurice at these moments in Belgium. Rook f2, king, and okay, finally I got rid of that rook, and knight g3.
Now this move g6 not only prevents pieces from coming into f5, but we also would love to play h5, h4, and h3, and then hello compensation.
Exactly.
So of course, Fabi saw it as a prudent time to actually remove the. He actually removed the pawn
right
immediately
away
on g2.
King takes
and
g2.
now h5 anyway.
h5 and as the bishop backed up to either h3 or e2.
Actually to e2.
To e2, in fact, it went. Well, it looks like he's just consolidating.
Yeah.
I liked the line of bishop a4, a5 a little bit better than this that was mentioned by Eric, but let's go back.
Not easy, though. I don't think this is going to be super easy, especially if Fabi doesn't, you know, if he gets into time pressure. Right now, he's keeping pace. He still has almost 5 minutes, but he's got to be a little careful. And back to Leuven with more thoughts as these games approach time pressure.
And indeed, tricky moves to find, and then maybe you might blunder. We'll take a look at this because it looked as though it was a blunder, but the engines are evaluating it as not in the game between Kramnik and Topalov. Here, Topalov going to play the move rook to e8, just simply pinning the bishop to the rook. I think most average players would have played that move, just simply rook e8 and pin the bishop. Not necessarily a big advantage for him, but still a natural move.
Instead of bishop's just a little bit more pleasant, yeah, but bishop e6 struck me as very weird. I was going downstairs as he played bishop e6 downstairs to the playing hall, and then after queen d3, I realized this is actually a very nasty double attack. You're attacking not only this bishop on d6, but also this pawn on g6, which is now overburdened and has to protect the pawn on g6.
And this looks bad. This all of a
e6.
sudden looks like a tactical trick that just came out of nowhere, and something should be wrong.
And yet somehow it feels like Topalov is more than holding on. He plays the move rook d8, and after bishop takes g6, he has this cute little idea of playing c4.
Let's point out, of course, it's for the weaker players or the beginners in the audience, that takes, of course, drops his bishop on e6, and this is why he didn't go for it, but he did throw in the move c4 and allowed queen back to c2. But it was just a pawn he gave up.
It was a pawn that he gave up. On the other hand, he gets a surprising amount of things out of it that you didn't think come directly from it. But the fact that you trade queens into a position where the two bishops are so powerful, especially getting the c5 square for his own bishop, and this knight on f2 being really, really bad at the moment, gives him probably just about enough compensation for the pawn.
So you think bishop e6 was sacrifice or blunder, or lucky blunder, if you will?
I'm going to go with lucky blunder. I don't think that he would go into this voluntarily when he had the possibility of going rook e8 and just putting pressure with the two bishops for free. Right now, it seems like black is the one that has to fight for the equality.
Absolutely. I would agree with you on lucky blunder there. But let's go to this game just to get back to this position. Here we go. The Anand game has transpired. A few more moves haven't played. And the inches are saying that Anand's starting to get out of the woods. It's not as easy as it was before. His rook did finally capture this pawn. Let's go back to here, in fact. King g1. This position, he took the pawn, king g1, traded off a pair of rooks, and then the move g6, very solid. And now this move h5, bishop to b4, and it's Anand that's looking to trade off pieces and saying, it ain't so easy. You might be up a piece, but how do you win? Especially with your piece being this last bishop.
Well, this is the thing that Anand's doing. He's a very practical player, and he knows that right now, the bishop on e2 is not a big threat. That means that if he keeps the right set of pieces, it might be very difficult for Fabiano Caruana to make progress. Now, the good thing for Fabi is that now he's eliminated the danger against his king. He's no longer going to be in danger of getting mated or some kind of swift attack. This is going to be a slow grind from white, pushing for 2 results only.
That's the good thing. The bad thing is he's only got 3 minutes on his clock to Anand's 10 minutes. So it can't be no slow grind here, Ma. He's going to have to figure this out somehow, knowing that Anand has been defending so far with just incredible determination and tenacity. Is Anand not going down so easily? We'll see whether or not he can figure that out. Meantime, we have Eric back in the studio with the Nakamura game.
Well, in this position right over here, Nakamura's just played queen e2, but because Anish messed up in exchange up position, I wasn't very happy with c1, which is what he chose. I thought, I'm Anish, maybe my technique's not so good, so I was looking for something better. And the move that I mentioned before, which is a common idea, is queen c3, is very, very powerful here. He didn't play it, but this is a nice little tactic. After queen e5, you can just queen. My board, I guess I can't queen, I just got a pawn. Oh, I would
Forfeit.
I would have been forfeited.
Forfeit.
But black queens, and if rook c1, queen e5, wins the queen. So queen c3 this night. Oh, there we go. There we go. So this was a very nice move that probably just wins the game on the spot. You got knight d3, knight f4 coming. But queen c3, playing rook c1, but okay, Anish is confident in his technique, so all he did was queen right away, and now we have an endgame where black is up, a full exchange, better structure. This is, just like before, really technically winning, but let's see if his technique is up to par.
Thank you, Eric. Wow. Shocking turn.
Really one-sided game there.
Really, really. Hikaru Nakamura, he looks so great. I mean, let's face it. I mean, he really was supreme in Paris.
Yeah, was he though? I mean, he did get that forfeit win versus Topalov.
Okay, but
and then,
we all know you got to be a little lucky to win these types of events. But I mean, overall, I mean, really, I think it was a very deserved. I mean, it was like 2 points. 2.5 points.
But based on the way some of the other players were playing, I think that I'd be surprised if Nakamura didn't win in that field. I mean, it just felt like other players in Blitz, because of the exhausting schedule, as Kramnik and Caruana have mentioned, that Nakamura was the one who was still playing really well. But I think it's so basically maybe more his opponents than him in a little bit of a way. Although he was playing great defensive moves. That was a real hallmark of his performance in Paris.
But he's staring down 0-3.
I mean, that's just shocking.
Yeah.
But let's take a look and see how Fabiano is doing, because really, it seems that Vishy Anand here is really putting the pressure on him to win this game, and he does have about 3 times more than Fabi on the clock. Just this move, remaneuver of the queen to c5, hitting b5, forcing Fabi's own queen into some passivity with queen b2. How else were we going to defend that pawn? Oh, you're getting us caught up.
Yeah, I was just going to say quite a number of moves. I'm double guessing of Fabi's. I just didn't like a lot of what he's done. And after queen c5, the position is definitely getting close, if not already full compensation. And after a3, queen c1, wait a minute. I mean, these pieces, the bishop on e2, the knight on f1, strike me as extremely passive.
And you got to worry about even queen b2, right?
Precisely. I was just about to. You jumped on it right away, Jen. You've got to start worrying about queen b2, and that could be a very annoying pawn.
Right. The idea being that if you stop it with knight d2, we still have knight a4 and knight c3.
Exactly.
So that's probably the reason that Fabi's played this move, bishop d1, and this just shows you how hard technique is in Blitz, and that's another thing that we saw about Nakamura: his fighting spirit and his technique in Paris.
Yeah.
He wasn't like crushing people out of the gate.
But again, full credit to Vishy for extraordinary tenacity.
And playing fast, too. I think that's the combination, because that also gives Fabi less time to play the best moves.
Exactly.
And so now here this move, bishop d1, does a better job against the idea of queen b2, because now the bishop can maneuver to c2. And that's why Anand did not go for that move, or that idea, and instead he's trying to remaneuver his knight on b6 to greener pastures. He actually just played knight c8.
Knight to c8, not knight d7 to c5, but knight c8.
Why knight c8?
I think he's eyeballing, in fact, this b5 pawn.
And then come back to c5. Just come back to c5 and try to collect, or queen b2.
Or queen b2.
I see. Very...
Very interesting play by Vishy, and poor play by Fabi. Eric, I'm coming to you. What game is attracting your attention?
Well, the endgame that you liked so much for Leuven Aronian has turned around entirely against reigning world champion Magnus Carlson. We have an endgame right here. Magnus has just played a5. He's got the queenside majority. The queens are off. His pawn structure's not bad. So the position has flipped, and now it's mainly Magnus who's in the driver's seat. He's played a5. He's preparing to play rook b4, and one of the few moves you have for white is passive defense. A move like rook d3, rook b4, rook a3, but you certainly can't be happy if you're Leuven Aronian settling for this position. So a big turnaround in this endgame. Magnus Carlsen now with, now king d6, things are getting, it's almost concrete. f4, bringing the king in, and who's going to be first? But it's going to require some very, very good defense from Leuven Aronian. And now we have some updates from Leuven with Maurice.
Yes, the game with Fabiano has definitely turned in a direction he didn't want to. Alejandro said he needs to go check out how Fabiano is looking right now, and especially Lawrence Trent, who's here. We know Lawrence Trent famously is Fabiano's manager. And this game, what has come down to, I want to bring it up, 1:15 left on the clock for Fabi. His fans can't be happy about that. That is certainly not a good development. We should also note, however, there is some news that we're looking at another game. I think it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So, a game that we did not look at for very good reason. Turns out the game was just a draw. But Fabi's going to have to pick up the pace if he's going to try to win this game. It's not going to be easy.
Thank you, Maurice. And
And Nakamura has resigned.
I was about to say, I think, okay, let's see how he actually resigned, what position he resigned in.
Well, it was pretty similar. It's just, you know, down in exchange and with compensation for his opponent.
Exactly.
So.
After queen d6 check, if you drop back with your king, for example, then just rook f4, and there's going to be a double attack in the position after, for example, queen g3, queen. Here, rook h4 is
picking up yet another pawn.
That was I mean, Hikaru, all the best players in the world do lose, but that game in particular is really going to stick in his craw because he did not play a good game whatsoever. That was easily one of the worst games I've seen Hikaru play in the last wee bit.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, a terrible game. In fact, you'd be surprised to see Nakamura play a game like that in blitz. He's such a fantastic blitz and bullet player. So there's something wrong mentally because it's not about the time control that he plays a game like that. I mean, I say you'd be surprised to see him play that in blitz. You'd be surprised to play him that in bullet.
Bullet as well. I wanted to say the same, yeah.
But Caruana game is really fascinating to me because of this material imbalance and the seemingly nagging compensation from Anand, especially heightened by the time pressure that Fabi's in. He's got less than a minute on the clock now.
Oh my goodness.
And he offered to trade a queen, so queen c2, but she had a couple ways to reject it. He could have played queen g5 check. He's played the move queen a1, continuing to eye the a pawn.
Right.
And
I think it's the most annoying move for Fabi to play.
And now queen d2 has been played. Still only a minute left on the clock by Fabi, and over 6 for Vishy. And let's get that knight into the game with knight d6.
And I think that's what you're going to see. And it's getting more and more compensation.
And indeed, it's blowing up. Knight d6, b6. We're going to be right back in this game. But first, we've got Maurice with Anish, who's had a quite emotional last couple rounds.
No question about it.
Topsy-turvy for Anish Giri, but not this round. He was quite dominant. Anish, were you surprised by how quickly you got the initiative with the black pieces, especially after he played h4, which suggested that he wanted to attack you?
Well, I think this game showed that that he's worse at recovering after a horrible game because he had a horrible streak in the first 2 games. So did I. I missed a draw in the first round. I lost, and I had a completely winning position in the second round, which I spoiled. He did something similar, and
well, he did lose 2 games in a row, a little slightly worse.
Slightly worse, yeah. So he didn't manage to recover, and you know, in a position in Grunfeld, h4 is rarely so good because the counterplay is coming very fast. So I don't know what he was hoping for. Frankly, he should just go bishop e2 castle and just. I guess he was. I mean, the position is completely equal, but he cannot be worse yet. So, but first of all, he also messed up the move order. I think this queen b3 thing, it works.
We can't go into too many opening niceties right now because it is rapid and the other games are going on. But quickly take us to where you thought you were just completely winning.
Basically, after h4, I'm already much better, I guess. I don't know what
you're in. So you play this move, and then later we had this position on the board where you did play this monster move e5. Did you feel like this was it?
Yeah, I felt good here because a couple moves ago I wasn't sure if I'm going to get a completely winning position or just slightly better, and here I didn't see defense for him because there's a knight xd4 coming in, and yeah, I think it was lost, and here I could just I was already up on some material, so it was easy.
Tell us, Nakamura won Paris. He was in fine form. Now he's lost 4 in a row. He lost to Magnus in the last round of Paris, and now 3 in a row here. What do you think is going on in his mind? He's such a tremendous player.
Well, all players are great here. Anybody can lose, but he seems to be not very, to be very affected by his bad games. So yeah, I mean, he's still, you know, 4 days to go. He pretty much screwed up today, but he still has chances to recover, and he's still favored in the blitz. So I wouldn't write him off that easily yet.
Oh, congratulations on your win. Anish Giri winning his first game here in Leuven, and now at 50%, looking to try to make a move as the tournament goes on.
Thank you, Anish.
A big news in Leuven Aronian versus Magnus Carlson. I believe that Magnus Carlson has just emerged victorious, and we're double checking on that as the two players analyze the game. And yes, Carlson has won. So the world champion
turning around a very, very bad situation.
And now he has a plus score. And we've got Eric with a story on that, although we should really keep an eye.
No, let's go to the other game.
Yeah, let's keep the eye on the games that are still going on. What do you think about Anand's compensation right now?
It's real. It's real. And the momentum, ever since he blundered the piece, he's been playing very relaxed. He's got the time advantage. He's not, as I said, and now in this position right here, I mean,
the king's on G5.
The king is on G5. Black has 3 pawns. I mean, just like, for example, move like Queen B1. Let's say Knight G3, try and protecting it. And you just start moving around. I mean, you can do this again, the same idea. And I don't know how you get rid out of this idea. I mean, because Queen B2 not possible. You don't want to play this because how many pawns can you give up? Queen H2, that's too much material.
Or the A2 pawn.
Or the A2 pawn.
Give up.
So I don't know how Fabiano can actually play for a win in this position without risking everything, and he's behind on the clock. So a massive comeback so far by Anand, and well, now really Fabiano has a lot of losing chances.
So, So really cute pendulum there that you were showing. You know, knight F1. We attack the knight, and then when you move the knight, we play Queen B2. But actually, Vichy's played a different move after Knight G3. He's played Queen G1 instead of your Queen B2.
Knight
Does
G3,
that mean
Queen B1 is
Queen G instead of Queen B2, as suggested by Eric, trying to just like make a draw? Does that mean that Anand's actually trying to play for a win here?
He
with
is,
just
but
30
there's risk
seconds?
as well. Yes.
And risking and losing. Anand is playing for a win. What a psychological play. What do you think of that decision, Eric?
Wow.
Well, it does make things a lot easier for Fabiano. He's going to lose the piece that he won right in the opening, but his king is actually going to be quite safe on G6. So if we look at the position right now, I mean, he's losing a piece, but after a move like Queen G5, Hg3, even Hg3, there are no more checks.
Which has been played.
There are no more checks. E5 is falling, and Fabiano will have a passed E pawn and a passed G pawn. Yes, A2 is going to be a critical square. One thing that's very nice for Black right now is the king can hide on A7. But if the A3 pawn ever falls, if this queen ever gets on the F8, A3 diagonal, then Black will be in trouble. But right now, it's still unclear. Fabiano will have 2 passed pawns, though, so we have to wait and see. But all 3 results still possible. But Anand playing for a win it's got to be exciting.
Amazing. I mean, Queen E3 has been played. Queen takes E5, King A7 immediately by Anand. And now Fabi backward move with just 28 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like he has played a move. So just we'll update that board for you in a second. And it looks like Anand trying to play B5 and B4. Bishop C4 was played.
Bishop C4 was played.
And now B5 by Anand with the idea that if you capture that pawn, G3 is hanging at the end of the variation, as well as potentially knight takes A2. Again, if he wants to play for the win. But it seems like there's some perpetuals in the offing now.
Right. I think
so maybe Anand's resigned himself to.
B5 was a very good resource for Vichy. What a topsy-turvy game this has turned out to be. I just thought it was game over after being a piece up out of the opening. But, you know, the tenacity, how difficult it is to beat these great players. They always find resources in the position.
And now we've got Queen C5 check, King A6 in the position.
Okay, let's just go back. It was B5, Queen C5 check, King A6. There goes an A pawn with check. That was a big one.
And now King A5 was possible after Queen D6. If you really want to play for a win, I think your king might be able to escape after Queen A5. Because if Queen A3, the Knight A4, there are no more checks.
Wow. That's a cute one. If you really wanted to play for a win, this is, you're saying.
Well, G3 is hanging, yeah. There's some reason to do that, but it looks like they were both.
They made a perpetual check. What a save. My goodness. Fabi will be left scratching his head wondering, what the heck did I do?
Well,
failing to win a game a piece up. Some
But this one,
remarkable
I think
misses.
Anand gets a lot of the credit.
Oh,
it's
all
not
the
as much
credit.
Fabi's bad technique as it is Anand's tenacity and quick play. Whereas in the Giri game, I felt like it was more maybe Giri, you know.
Failing, yeah.
Yeah, but
this was Anand doing everything he could to make his opponent's life as difficult as possible.
And it's amazing how well he played after blundering. That just goes to show you, I mean, everybody can have an off moment where they play perfect moves for 30 moves and then just complete an aberration.
Right. Wow.
We all do it. But the key is to do it the other way, right?
Yeah.
Usually people play 30 perfect moves, then blunder.
Right.
Anand reversed it here.
Well, one of the things, as a grandmaster, a lot of my victories have been based upon my getting a better game because my opponent makes a mistake, and they make another mistake, and they make another mistake, and I win. In this case, it was just like Vichy just playing extremely well, played one really bad move, and then just started playing extremely well thereafter. Very frustrating and annoying for the player who has a big advantage when your opponent's playing the best moves.
And his fighting spirit, incredible. Continuing to play for a win in a position where he could have maybe taken that that perpetual against the knight on F1.
Right. Have we mentioned that the MVL game did end in a draw?
Yes, that actually was the first game to finish.
Okay.
So we've just got the two BFFs playing.
Yeah.
You don't even know what that means. Kramnik and Topala are playing each other, and we're not going to tell Yaz what BFF means. We'll let him use
lost
his
space over
we'll
here,
let him use his
everybody.
imagination.
Oh my goodness. What is going on here? Let me turn it over to
It kind of
Eric.
seemed like the knight is a good, better piece, right?
Not sure.
The knight is better in a lot of these endgames. We've seen a lot of.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Knight. I mean, Vessel and Topolov would find this sacrilegious to say that the knight could be better than the bishop.
Well, in this position, it coordinates very well with White's well-placed king. So, for example, King G7 just played.
As just played.
Knight E5 check.
Let's say King H6, yeah.
King H6. Rook A6. Move your king, and now you push the pawn. So that one way or another, White is advancing that. If you get the knight on F6, knight on E5, pawn on F6, those are on the dark squares, pretty safe from Black's bishop over here. So yeah, I expect this would be, let's say, Rook A6, King H7, so that you don't get a check in. And I mean, this looks pretty good for White. You're threatening Rook A7, F7 going to continue pushing, but it's just much quicker than Black. Maurice, and yeah, we have Maurice with the savior.
It's hard not to call him
the winner
in Leuven.
Well, I understand you might be calling him the winner because, I mean, he was like Lazarus, and he was come back from the dead, down a piece after 8 moves. What were you thinking when you saw him play Bishop G8 and you realized, oops, I can't take back?
No, actually, I mean, the moment I played Bishop G4, I saw it, of course. And then he started to think, and I thought, maybe it's my lucky day. He's not going to play it, because sometimes you miss these moves. But I think he was more cruel, because he thought for 2 minutes and then he took it. And then, well, let's say that in a totally undeserved fashion, I have some compensation in the position, because I have a lot of space. His pieces aren't coming out, as you saw, and even if he's technically winning, it's going to be very, very long. And there are many stages to it.
You started playing quickly at this point, in fact. You just started putting your pieces on squares that seem very normal.
You know, funny thing is, once you lose some pieces, it's easier to calculate with rest. So that's one positive thing. No, of course, but it wasn't that easy. I mean, once I played with the pawns on D4 and F4 and with all this space, it's not obvious to me it's not a slam dunk. I mean, it's going to, I'm not going to say it's equal, but clearly I have some hope.
At some point you played a rook on E3. That must have felt really good to kind of confuse him a little bit. Maybe it was the best move anyway.
To be honest, this I calculated, because when you play rook H3, bishop E6 is kind of consequential, and you have to work this out. I wasn't even completely sure I couldn't take on queen E6, queen C5, rook F7, because then I take on F3, and actually...
Now let's go to this position you're talking about so that the fans can follow.
No,
I think we're back. No, we're going further back. Right
move
here.
22.
22,
yeah.
yes?
I can actually play queen takes E6.
this move.
Yes.
To go for this variation.
Yeah, and rook f7. And rook g7, of course, I saw.
So this is a complex line you were looking at.
Yeah, rook g7, queen takes,
of course, takes.
Queen f8 check, knight c8, queen g7, rook d3, but somewhere I feel, rook f3, sorry, and d3 is falling. But somewhere I feel that he will play rook c1 or something, and it's going to look kind of grim.
So you're calculating all these lines. In the emotion of the moment, how are you feeling? Did you say, from when you lost the piece, you just said, you know what, I lost the piece. What am I going to do? I'm just going to fight and clean out the poison, if you will?
Let's say you play the hand you're dealt, and this is, I mean, once you've lost the piece, either you resign or you thrash on, and clearly there's no reason to resign. I mean, black still has a lot of trumps, and like I said, white's technical task isn't trivial. I mean, in the end, I wasn't even sure that I wasn't better, but it was hard to play this game because, I mean, instead of move 35, a3,
it was still
I could play knight c8 or something.
Still a lot of work indeed.
Yeah, knight c8, and after bishop d1, I can play a3, something like that.
It's sharp. Well, we have to get back to the studio, but just one last thought on your side. Is this typical rapid? You've played in so many rapid events, blitz events. Is this typical rapid? Things happen. You've just got to keep your head.
I mean, I've seen this sort of stuff happen in classical games as well, that people drop pieces and so on. But of course, I would guess it's more likely in rapid.
Well, indeed, the savior, Lazarus, I called him, incredible comeback to save this particular game when we all were counting him out down a piece. Vishwanathan Anand showing that you're not going to beat him that easily. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. And a big turnaround just happened during that interview between Vladimir Kramnik, Vesel, and Topalov. We're going to go to Eric Hansen with all the action.
Well, when I last looked at this, Kramnik missed the golden opportunity, and he blundered right afterwards. In this position, what he missed was after knight e5, which he didn't play. King g8 is actually the move that he saw. And what he didn't like was rook f1 was coming in. But you have this idea, a very common mating sequence. Oh, okay, well, we're going to get to the blunder. But he had this knight g6, and you're going to king walk all the way over, either to f6 or to g6. Example, king g5, rook here, king h6. There's no way to stop rook g7 check except rook f7 runs into rook a8, which is checkmate. That would have been a golden opportunity to push for a win. Instead, he just blundered an entire piece, played f6 here. In this position, Kramnik played f6. And unfortunately, rook g4, game over. King e5, rook g5 with check, and Topalov converted this pretty comfortably. It's a piece up, and unfortunately after bishop e4, I mean, you can get f7 in, but king f8, there's no check on a8. It's just game over. It's just a full piece. So a really, you know, we've seen Kramnik collapse in these positions time and time again. In Paris, he lost numerous games. He didn't just draw them. He was losing winning positions. So he's got to fix it if he wants to compete, because he's getting great positions. So very unfortunate turnaround for Kramnik, losing to his old rival Topalov. Wow, thank you for that, Eric. We've seen some great play and some ghastly play. That was a real hardship that by Vladimir Kramnik just then. Bad game by Hikaru, but what fighting spirit by Vichy. What happened in this the results? Where do we stand after 3 rounds in Leuven? It's just been it's been some great games.
Right, very, I mean, just really exciting the way that in rapid chess, anything can happen.
Yeah.
And we saw lots of blunders, but we saw blunders in Paris too, but the quality of chess we're seeing here in Leuven, we didn't quite see that in Paris.
Well, that brilliancy by Vichy to start us out, you know, round 1, that was really fantastic.
And then just, yes, his tenacity today was also very impressive. Mm-hmm. And let's take a look at the standings after 3 rounds here in Leuven. Well, what do you have there? The world champion back on top, as none of the leaders were able to advance. Anand Caruana and Veselin Topalov joining the leaders, in fact.
Right.
And they've all got 4 points. And remember, traditionally, that would be 2 out of 3.
Right.
Because there's 2 points at stake for each rapid game.
Exactly.
But plenty of players on 3, well within striking distance. And really the only player who is behind in the distance is Nakamura. And will his alarm finally go off?
Exactly.
Wake up today. Because you know what, tomorrow it might be too late. Let's get some points on the board, Naka.
And players 1 and 3 from Paris, or players 9 and 10 at this moment. And Eric, your thoughts so far for this tournament?
Well, it seems like the inclusion of Anand was everything we'd hoped for. The field, Topalov playing very well, Anand playing well. A total shift in the standings. The one player remaining is Magnus Carlson, the world champion. Not a surprise, one of the most consistent players in history. But he's got Topalov, he's got Anand playing well. So far, a really exciting event. And I mean, I don't think anybody could have guessed Nakamura to go from first to worst so far.
That would be very long odds. Nakamura losing 3 games in a row in one of his wheelhouses here, the rapid format. But will he come back in the next couple of rounds? Will one of the other players really distance himself from the field? We'll find out. Stay with us. We're going to be back in just a few minutes for round 4 of the rapid action in Leuven. And we are back in Leuven for round 4 of the Rapids. And it's your next move. The moves are already underway. We've got Veselin Topalov, one of our leaders actually. He's playing against Anish Giri off a nice win. Some might say a nice gift versus Nakamura. Of course, that's an exaggeration. Nakamura just didn't play very well in the opening, but Giri finished off quite nicely, didn't he?
Absolutely.
And some other big games.
I'm looking in particular Vichy versus Hikaru. I mean, Hikaru going down to 3 straight defeats, playing against Vichy Anand, wild card in this tournament, and wild card has been playing very well.
That's right, and both of our wild cards, Carlson, Anand.
Yes.
The last World Chess Championship match. So
the tiger first.
This is not your ordinary idea of wild card, where we're picking a local player who's not nearly as strong. This is a wild card where you're picking somebody who, for scheduling reasons, or maybe just bubbled on the rating list, but is absolutely capable of being in this field and playing for first. Now we got one of your favorite openings, Yasser Seirawan. I know you don't hate the opening, we've seen it a lot in Paris.
Right.
And it's an anti-Berlin, a kind of closed Roy Lopez that reminds us a lot of the closed Joko Piano, which we've also seen a lot in this tournament. Big difference being that there's this inclusion of the moves A6 and B5.
Exactly. And in what Hikaru tried to do is shut down the center with D5, D4, but having done that, this bishop on B3 is actually very well positioned on the so-called Italian diagonal. And let me just update the board because I think I saw a few more moves. There we have him. I was just mentioning the bishop being so well placed. Vichy dropped back with the move bishop B3 to C2. Wouldn't have been my first choice, by the way. But he is angling for knight b3, and that was why Hikaru dropped back with his bishop, and now we've seen a take on d4. The whole point here is I think that Black's idea should be to be able to recapture with a piece on d4. He doesn't want to recapture with the pawn, which anti-positional, anti-strategical. So knight takes d4, knight takes d4. Now we have to think, because if you play bishop takes d4, then after knight b3, whoa, there's a bishop g4 to be considered. I was going to do it in a different way. But after knight b3, bishop g4, I think Hikaru's doing just fine. I like Hikaru's position here. So I guess I'm going to take along the move h3 first, with the idea that I want to play knight b3, bishop e3, and try to control the c5 square. I think Vichy slightly better in this position. What other key matchups were you watching, Jennifer?
Carlson Caruana is an absolutely huge matchup because these are two leaders in the tournament. We've got both of them on 4 points after 3 rounds. And again, we see a Roy Lopez. Not a Berlin, though, but also a similar type of mainline Roy Lopez with an early d3.
It's like I'm going through all the games, and the last game I'm sure is going to be, no, there's Veselin Topalov and Anish. Where the heck did I put? There it is.
You're looking right at it.
I'm looking right at it.
Just like
there was a lag.
Like losing your eyeglasses on your forehead, right?
Right.
How often does that happen to you? Or losing my phone as it's in my hand.
Well, geez. So finally, my board is updated correctly. Okay, let's go to the U.S. champion versus, world champion versus U.S. champion. And again, Berlin. And we've got a position, a very common idea that harkens all the way back to Paul Carrez. The whole idea here is this d4 control of the d4 square, an ideal square for the knight. And so Fabi plays knight back to b8, knight to c6, so that he can, when he wants, at his choice, plop his knight on the outpost d4. And we've got all of these moves, and again, a very solid position for Black. I think Black will be pleased with the outcome of the opening thus far. And let's turn it, and let's go to Leuven.
Well, as this round gets underway, we were just discussing what has shocked us so far. There have been some shocking things that have happened in this tournament, some of varying degrees. So we're calling this segment the top 5 shocking events so far, the top 5 shockers of the event up to this moment. And first of all, we want to start with this one. Anish Giri up in exchange. Looks like he's going to win the game and allowed Fabiano Caruana to come back and make a draw.
Yeah, it's his move after G4 and move 50 that really changed the character of the game. And I overheard a conversation between Lawrence Strength and Vishy Anand, and it's very rare that Lawrence Strength is right against Vishy Anand in a game of chess. But he had some faith, some maybe misguided faith, on that Caruana would not lose this game, being down in exchange in a pawn. But he was probably the only person that thought that Caruana himself thought he was completely busted.
Of course, Strength is Caruana's manager and great friend, so he definitely wants to see his charge do well.
Yeah, and somehow or another, more than Caruana drawing, Giri watched it up slowly. He started playing bad moves, and it was when he played G4 that things really, really changed.
All right, so that's number 5. Going down to number 4, it's got to be this next one, of course. Hikaru Nakamura going down in this position just in amazing fashion, given that he had sacrificed an F2, he had all this initiative. We were all just lauding Hikaru for how he was playing, except there was one Topalov that said, not so fast.
Hikaru mentioned to me this was a losing opening. Okay, maybe a little bit of an exaggeration, but it was clear that Black was in control of the entire game right from the get-go. That knight sacrifice on F2 was brilliant. He had everything to win the game, and the contrary happened. The tail end for a long time in Paris. He was not showing very good chess. Topalov seemed to be against the ropes against Hikaru Nakamura, and well, the opposite happened. Somehow Topalov managed to grab the position, turn it around, and Hikaru saw himself in a lot of trouble.
Well, now we go to number 3 shocking moment so far in the tournament, and it's this one. Vishwanathan Anand managing to draw after losing a piece in 8 moves.
I think it's just a shocker. The fact that Anand was dropping a piece. He mentioned how he saw bishop g4, completely forgot about this bishop takes g8, something that happens to everybody. You just forget about a move, and how cruel Caruana was, taking 2 minutes and taking the knight. But hey, it wasn't enough.
Absolutely. He was able to put up stalwart defenses, Anand, and definitely save the game, so he's still tied for first. Well, the number 2 shocking event so far, we would have to go to Kramnik just simply blundering a piece in the end game. Kramnik in the end game against his nemesis, Veselin Topalov. That's just absolutely unbelievable.
Kramnik had a heartbreaking day, the last day of Paris. You think, as he said himself, he got good sleep, he comes back to Leuven, he's worried about the last day again because of the lack of energy at the end. But we're only in round 3, and Kramnik already making a huge mistake after having a very complicated game against Topalov. Went up, went down. Sometimes Kramnik had an extra pawn, and it was only white that was pushing for a win. 2-result game, as we like to say, and bam, huge blunder. Piece down, nothing you can do about it.
Incredible, but the most shocking event so far for us has got to be Nakamura being 0-3. This guy was all boss in Paris. Now suddenly with 0 points, Nakamura in a rapid event? What are we talking about? And this last game against Anish Giri, he just played like a child. I mean, one of his worst games he's played in a long time.
Yeah, he just basically didn't feel like following basic chess principles. And Giri just punished him harshly because of it. 0 out of 3 for Hikaru. Nobody would have gambled on that happening.
Not at all. I would not have put my money on that. Matter of fact, if you had bet me that, I would have taken out some euros to go on that bet. Well, there you have it. There you have it. The top 5 shocking moments so far in Leuven. You can expect more shocking moments are going to happen as the rapid games happen, and certainly as blitz. So we'll keep our eye on that for you. Now back to the studio.
To Maurice and Alejandro. Indeed, those are good 5 shocking moments. I think one of the things that I worried about coming into this event is what happens if Hikaru wins and gets another 13 points? Doesn't he just claim the Grand Chess Tour after 2 events? And going 0-3.
Especially if something like Carlson and Anand were to be the runners-up in both.
Precisely.
Then it would really be very, very tough to catch him. So,
exactly.
Of course, as a Nakamura fan, hurts to see him go 0-3, but I agree with you for the drama of the Grand Chess Tour and keeping it wide open. Nothing could be better because our MDL is not doing that well either.
At the moment.
That's right. And what do you think so far about today's games, Eric?
Well, NVL's going back into that very sharp line of the anti-Berlin that he lost with early on against Anand. He's playing Kramnik, pretty much the king of the Berlin. So a surprising opening choice. This game is going to be very sharp. White takes a lot of risks opening up the position, pushing the pawns down the board. Black has very active bishops. So we'll see how this plays out, but hopefully he has something, let's say an improvement over how he played against Anand, because he just gave too many chances, too many possibilities in a rapid game. Now this round we see 4 E4, E5 games, so back to kind of the same sort of pace that we saw in Paris. Players a little, we've had some surprising results. Some of the players pulling back after playing, very aggressive chess. They're like, okay, let's stabilize a little bit. One thing we noticed in Paris, rounds 4 and 5, a lot of the players started making blunders, especially. I mean, it's a long day. This is the longest day out of the 4. And it's like round 4 and 5, you started to see fatigue and players playing more cautiously. So I'm not surprised by that. Magnus playing pretty principled right now, but not getting anything out of the opening. He must be very happy he won against Ceremonial. I don't think he has a lot of pressure on this game. He's just playing pretty safe. So far, all the games, still all the pieces on the board, but pretty tentative play for most of the players throughout. But Nakamura, though, the good thing for Nakamura fans is I think he has a decent position against Anand. And in fact, if he can develop properly here, I think Black has a little bit of an edge. In an ideal situation here, you might want to play f6, get your knight to e6, so you can protect c5 and control the squares d4 and f4. I'm not sure that's possible, but he's certainly on a decent side of equality here, queen d6 or something, but he's got the space, got a decent pawn structure. In fact, he has the bind, kind of like a reverse Marazzi sort of structure there. So he's doing okay, and I think if you're a Naka fan or Nakamura, you got to stop the bleeding, because he played one of the worst games out of both events. This last loss against Giri was non-competitive. He didn't have a chance to put up his patented, like his resistance. He didn't even have a chance. The position was so lost. So let's see if he can stop the bleeding, but so far the opening's gone well for him here.
It's interesting that you say that, Eric, because I think from a visual point of view, it actually doesn't look like it's so bad for Anand, because he's got this clear plan to, now that he's played bishop g4, to play rook c2 and rook c1. So yeah, what is it that's so bad about White's position?
No, it's not bad. I'm saying Nakamura's on the decent side of equality here, because I mean it's kind of, well, objectively it's close to equal, but Black can't be unhappy about this pawn on d3. If Black can get the knight to e6, I think Black would be better, but I don't see that happening. So it's just pretty balanced right now. But Black against an in-form Anand, just a draw is okay, and then try to win the last round with White. I think for Nakamura that would be just stabilizing.
Who would you rather be in this position, Black or White? Yaz? You don't care? Flip a coin?
Flip a coin. I think the position's very stabilized. Interestingly enough, in that game, the big fight is over the c5 square. Likewise, in the game between Magnus Carlson and Fabiano Caruana, there's a very big fight that's going on over the d5 square. Magnus has just dropped back his bishop e3 to d2, telegraphing his idea of bringing a knight to e3 and trying to occupy the d5 square. I actually think that Fabi's doing very well by just provoking Magnus to complete his plan. With the move b5, driving the knight to e3 where it wants to go, and then playing the move knight b4. Again, a big battle over the control of the d5 square. If Fabiano can end up playing with the move bishop e7 to g5, I think all of his opening problems are behind him. But very two trench warfare style battles going on in those two games over the key squares c5 and d5. Not seeing any tactics in these games.
Not yet.
Not yet. Just good old-fashioned strategic play.
Now, who would you rather be in the game between one of our other leaders, Veselin Sokolov, playing Black against Anish Giri?
That was an interesting name. I thought it was going to be easier for Anish, and by the way, Fabiano did play the line that I had just prescribed. I think it's very, well, that's very...
A4 maybe for Anish?
I'm a little bit surprised by this move, queen to d3. Everybody and his brother in such positions does play the move queen f3, threatening bishop h6, I had actually overlooked rook c2, which is why Anish played queen d3. I like space, and I just feel that this is a more comfortable position for white. But since black has already got his rook on the c-file, I'm going to say that if it's just a smidge.
Just a smidgen for white. And black's played king h7, perhaps future moves attacking on the h6 and f6 weaknesses that you just pointed out. You were mentioning queen f3 threatens bishop takes h6.
Right.
Weaken it because you can't take back on h6 because a queen takes f6. But that's the beauty of this position for black. He's got activity 2, rook c2, and now f2 is attacked, and that's kind of annoying.
Right, exactly. That rook c2 intruding. Who invited you to the party? But this, obviously, with the moves knight h4, Anish is eyeballing bringing a knight to f5, following up with sacrifices either on g7 or h6,
right, so
and that's why we saw the king h7 move.
But after queen d3, king h7, instead, Anish has just played bishop to e3, perhaps thinking that if in the event of a trade on e3, he has a decision here which way to take.
Right. If he takes with the rook, again, now I'm not, with pieces coming off, I'm not truly afraid of a knight landing on f5, and I might just challenge white to carry out his idea.
Too little because it's only one minor piece, right? As a general rule of thumb, you usually want 2 minor pieces for the attack to be successful.
But more, more wood is good, right?
Yeah.
You get as much wood over at your opponent's king.
And that's
Here
why
it looks like black is just way too solid for these types of attacks to work.
That's right. And instead, that's why white instead took with the queen on e3, thinking that it's more harmonious because, of course, the rook might want to connect with the other rook with rook c1 at some point.
Exactly.
So we are attacking the pawn on a7, and so a6 was quickly played. And then, indeed, Giri challenged the c-file with rook on a to c1.
Exactly. So, fairly balanced play. Again, a little bit extra space. Maybe on a good day, white might be able to turn that into some type of edge. Let's go around our horn. What other games?
Well, a lot of pieces have come off the board in Anand Nakamura.
Okay.
So let's see, what's that petering out to? Does that look like all the trades are going to lead to just a very equal position? Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I don't see a hint. There's no imbalance in this position. The game that's sharpening up right now is MVL and Kramnik. MVL really signaling he wanted a battle by picking the opening choice, but that game is totally imbalanced. So that's probably where the biggest battle is right now. Nakamura deciding to get rid of that c5 pawn. He could have kept it, but instead he traded it off. It makes things easier for him, but also makes things less dynamic and more balanced. So unless Anand sees something, or I expect this one to pretty much peter out to a draw. I don't see what edge there is for either side.
Well, let's move over to MVL versus Kramnik then, because even though Kramnik just suffered that tough loss because of a blunder, let's not forget he is still in an even score.
Right.
So he has 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, so very much well equipped to get back into this competition.
And again, this is that very, very sharp line of the Berlin that MVL has been having some difficulty with. That incredible game from round 1 played by Vishy Anand. Modern day brilliancy, I would say. At this point, I'm thinking Vladimir is kind of pleased with the outcome of the opening. Knight on d5 looking pretty good in my view. The big question is where do you want to put your pieces as white? Okay, this bishop on f1, I can imagine that on a good day you would like to play g4 and put your bishop on g2. Where's this bishop going to go? Possibly to g5, maybe swooping backwards. The big point
maybe
is you want to
e1, yeah.
d2 to e1. Okay, yeah,
Just
you're kind of eyeballing a-pawn. The big thing that you really want in the position f2, f4, that's going to be very, very hard to achieve. And in the meanwhile, don't forget, don't let Big Vlad just go queen d7, rook b8, rook b3, because then bishop f3 lands like a ton of bricks, and it will be game over splat.
Well, when you start the sentence with "Don't let
Big
Vlad,"
Vlad.
yeah, I mean,
don't let him get your grippers.
Hard to disagree.
Get his grippers on.
We did see the moves g4 and a quick knight d4 by Maxime, and this.
We saw g4, bishop g6, knight d4.
Bishop g6 and knight d4 now.
Ooh.
Yeah, and Maxime. When I say quick by Maxime, I mean that Maxime has a massive edge in the clock. He's barely thought at all. Whereas Kramnik has only 12 and a half minutes left. So danger zone here for Kramnik, especially since he has been making mistakes in time pressure, and gotta like MVL. Eric?
It's not the prettiest way to develop, but MVL has proven he's very good in sharp tactical positions. I do like the opening choice, even though it's risky, and he's putting Kramnik in serious pressure here. After knight d4, he's going to follow up with f4, f5. Very hard to stop. Time advantage, just the tactics. Kramnik, is under serious pressure here. f4, f5, I don't know easy way to stop that, but all the moves play naturally. You can't play a move like rook b4. It just runs into bishop d2, and honestly, the position is held together by white. There aren't some tactics brewing around. So let's just say rook b8. I mean, the moves just play themselves. You got to develop the bishop or play f4. It's not that hard for MVL to find the moves that are going to give him a very, very decent edge. Well, it's not going to be just an edge. It's not really a positional type of struggle here. But a5 is loose. The bishop's going to g2. There's going to be tactics on this knight and on the pawn on c6. It's going to require some very, very active defense for Kramnik to hold the balance here. But I do like MVL's chances, and this is the type of position that he should be playing against Kramnik. That's where he excels.
And he has played rook b8. And pardon me, guys, because I was saying that white needs to play f2, f4. For some reason, g4 and knight d4 were just blind, and those two moves coming with gain of tempo. First, again, the move g2, g4 attacking the bishop. Now knight d4 attacking the rook. I believe the rook has dropped back to b8. Can you confirm that?
I haven't gotten that yet.
Yeah, it looked like the rook had dropped back on the webcam, but after rook b8 and bishop g5, all the moves that Eric had prescribed is looking very good at this exact moment for white. I mean, easy play, nice attack. He hasn't even invested anything at this moment. I'm not quite sure why bishop g5 was preferred over f2, f4. f4 looked like, a kind of in-your-face challenge.
Like,
Eric, go ahead.
I guess he's threatening to win the game, I guess, in that sense. Knight c6. Knight c6 is a very annoying threat in this position. After bishop g5, let's say you sidestep the pin with queen d7. Okay. Well, it doesn't change anything. I play bishop here, and if you play queen e7, well, knight c6 wins the game. But if you do knight e7, well, now, after bishop g2, big problems for black, because now knight d5 would run into some tactics here. There's knight takes c6 here, and the d5 knight falls. A lot of tactics happen in this position. It's pretty much concrete. Like, white can take this pawn and pretty much win at least another pawn. So queen d7, the most natural move, loses at least a pawn. And like queen d7, there might even be something juicier here. Bishop e7, knight here. I'm kind of thinking about bishop g2, this move order first. And I'm threatening knight c6 with deadly intention. So after bishop g2 here, the tactics are all favoring Maxime.
Oh, and actually queen d7 actually did happen. Although I was going to say, like, does it really seem like the most natural move? But
well, you have to get out of you have to get out of the
pin. Yeah, I know, but
because of
like,
knight c6,
we're still putting our queen on the same file as the rook on d1, so it does not feel fun.
No, so it's a really good position for Maxime. And one thing we haven't seen is Kramnik get ground down too much. For the most part, he's just been blundering, he's been throwing away positions, he's been collapsing. But for somebody to just brute force beat him, that's very rare. So if this happens, it's, in my opinion, it's very impressive, especially in his pet opening.
Yeah, and all of those lines that you were saying with bishop takes e7, very compelling. And I'm not really even too sure what Vladimir's intention is, how to meet bishop g2 with all of those tactics that you've been talking about, Eric. Bishop e7, knight c6, undermining the knight, and bishop g2 is a very natural move. Bishop e7 might be just simply winning by force. Really a rotten position for Vladimir Kramnik. Let's go back to our game of between the champions, Magnus Carlson and Fabiano
And between
Caruana.
two co-leaders, the most points in any game that we have right now.
When we left it, we had just seen this retreat bishop d2. Fabi followed up with the move b5, knight e3, knight b4, as I liked for black, and also bishop g5. So we've reached this position. Interesting move, a5, as Fabi says, look, I'm the one with the passed pawn in the position. What are you going to do about it? And Magnus said, okay, I'll just put my bishop on c3. Knight drop back to c6.
Yeah, you want to really blunt the power of that bishop.
Yes, by blocking it with knight d4. Knight d5, again, this kind of trench warfare is a big fight, big strategic fight for the d5 square. Knight d4.
No, this move queen h5.
Okay, that's ringing the bell. That's like, okay, wake up. There may be some attack.
There are some tactics here, because note that we can play bishop takes a5 in certain variations because the bishop on g5 is hanging at the end of the day.
Yep.
But yeah, we got to look at it. What happens after knight takes a2, knight takes c2?
Do you want to toss in bishop f4 first so you don't have that, or do you want to just go knight c2?
Gosh.
Let's try it. Let's just do it, right? Knight takes c2. Okay, and now.
Now, well, we could play, here we've got some different ideas. We could play knight takes e6, because note that after pawn takes e6, rook takes f8, queen takes f8, your bishop on g5 is hanging in the end of the variation, which is pretty annoying.
So is the knight, pardon me, so is the rook on a1 and the knight on d5.
Yeah, I know, everything is hanging,
everything
right?
is hanging.
But
we managed to hang, we put all the pieces on free, Jen.
Yeah, I know, but I'm looking at the
Yeah.
knight takes a1, knight f6 check, and queen h4. The tactics, long variation, wrong variation going on here. But
well, hold on, but you've got some very nice idea that you could even play knight to h5.
yeah, really piling up, which we saw in another game by Fabiano with the white pieces, by the way.
And guess what? We have another one of those two pieces versus rook positions.
Oh, and this is just absolutely, this would be absolutely crushing. So none of this happened, though, so let's see if we can see what did happen.
What did happen?
But there were lots of fun
After
tactics
queen
in the
h5.
air. You're right, though. Black decided to remove some of the tactical possibilities by taking on f4.
Okay, oops. That looked like a safety move to me.
And now
so
after knight takes f4,
yes.
Not touching the pawn on c2 looks too dangerous. I think in this particular position, remember, we could always just play knight e6 and queen e5, which looks very dangerous as well.
Right.
And those tactics are probably going to be favorable for us. So instead, queen d6 here played by Fabi.
Looks right. I mean, this queen on h5 is rather annoyingly eyeballing this pawn on c5.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I would probably play queen e5 immediately. That would probably be stronger, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, because then it's really knight takes e6 and you can't even defend on the 7th rank.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So queen d6, very normal move developing, as well as, again, defending this pawn on c5. And, well, this queen on h5 is, okay, it's over there, but how to reinforce the attacking ideas? I mean, essentially, once black ever gets in the move f7, f6, I mean, he's shutting down. There's not going to be anything to pile up upon. I'm going to suggest rook f2. Do you have a better suggestion?
Yeah, play rook f2. Maybe we'll actually try to take on a5 one day.
And I'll stop you immediately. I like the pass pawn. It causes white some discomfort over there. I don't know. I mean,
rich position that's going to get quite interesting.
All three results possible. Back to Maurice and Alejandro in Belgium.
Well, an important development in the game between MVL and Vladimir Kramnik, and we see this happen. And you think that this looks just delicious for MVL, but something funny has gone on. He took on E7, one of the moves that was suggested. Bishop Z2, of course, is the other one, keeping the tension. After knight E7, it's hard to resist this shot. Knight takes on C6. It's spectacular. It looks flashy. But in the end, it might not have been the most accurate way to continue.
I think MVL cashed in his chips a little too early. He had the opportunity to create that pressure to keep applying threats until Kramnik's position became worse and worse, and only take that pawn when it was really beneficial to him. Unfortunately, when he plays knight takes c6, queen takes c6, queen takes c7, as we saw in the game, suddenly the pair of bishops went from something that, okay, nobody really cared about because they had no coordination, to after the move bishop e4, although bishop e4 is not forced, I think other moves also go to a similar idea. The bishops do seem very powerful. The king is now a little bit exposed. Pawn on b2 is exposed. It's going to be very, very difficult for MVL to win this game. Yasser, I like your suggestion of bishop g2 much better than the unnatural-looking bishop takes e7.
Maintaining the tension, the knights that were such a problem for black, stepping all over themselves, are now gone from the board. Nothing to worry about. Certainly he is up a pawn, but look at the linear pieces, especially this rook applying pressure to b2. It has complicated MVL's task just a bit to play this variation. We'll see whether or not he's able to press home his extra pawn, or if Vladimir Kramnik will be able to save the draw.
Thank you, gentlemen. One game I really like to draw your attention to, because I'm super impressed with how Veselin Topalov is turning his events around. In Paris, he was off form, looked awful. I really, really like what he did. Take a look at this position. Well, this is where we left it. Rook d8, b3, knight g6. He recaptured with the pawn. And this is really an instructive point that I'd like to make. You think the pawns are doubled? No. The king has this beautiful pocket, king on h7. Why is that important? So imagine any queen and pawn endgame. You're never going to be able to touch black's king. And Veselin Topalov really showing his great experience, because after this move, knight h5, it doesn't look like it's anything, but look at this, queen b5. Who has the initiative? Who has the advantage? Who would you rather be? I'd rather be black. A big threat of knight f4 in the position, and Veselin Topalov with the black pieces has Anish Giri on the back foot.
Though Anish seems to have defended this pretty decently.
We've got a few yeah, but it's defending.
And the knights have actually come off the board, and it really does look like it's going to be a...
how did the knights come off the board?
Well, he's removed the pin with king e1 here.
King e1.
And then, yeah, king e1, and then after knight f4...
Just a second. King e1.
King e1, g5, a3.
Oh, I don't like the move g5. Oh.
Because you don't like it opening up your king?
Exactly. I don't like opening up the king. Okay, so this is what happened. Fair enough. And
now
it does look like it's
they're going to agree to a draw, and they have. So,
okay.
Anish Giri and Veselin Topalov drawing their game. That means that if one of the other leaders, Magnus or Caruana, win their game, they'll be in the clear lead going into the final round of day one of the Rapids. We've looked at the Anand Hikaru game before, and it's a endgame with equal pawns for both sides. So I think that that game is likely to be split as well. So the biggest chance for somebody to really come out firing is on our board one between Magnus and Fabi.
Very good. So let me just go back.
And that's still Magnus actually thinking about how to try to get some kind of advantage or make sense of his queen on h5 after this nice sequence by Fabiano, just calmly playing queen d6, guarding all of the key squares.
Very good. I was just looking at that endgame for a second between...
And he's taken on a5, it appears. Let's see how that happened.
So it was after queen d6. I had mentioned rook f2, a5, a4 as a possible continuation.
And you were starting to like black a little bit, and I think that's why Magnus decided instead just to grab. And now there are a couple of things that you were concerned. We were concerned about knight takes c2 being one of them, but there's also like, what about playing b4?
Ooh, I didn't even think about that. Just to keep this bishop way offside.
Well, maybe threatening,
trapping the bishop, right? Rook a8 kind of ideas.
Exactly, something that at least needs to be looked at. I think one problem with this is that if knight takes e6,
yes.
Now if you take with the queen, note that c5 is hanging in the air.
Right.
Although, yeah, and meanwhile, if you take...
I would probably recapture with the knight here, hoping that this bishop remains offside, and this knight does nice work. It protects the c7 and d8 squares. And
if I play like queen d5, it's always, the problem is everything's always defended, right?
Right. I want to go queen a6, and thanks to this knight on e6 defending the pawn on c5.
In that case, it's probably a terrible move to play.
I don't know.
I don't think knight takes e6 is a very good move after b4. There's got to be something a lot better there for white. Maybe just trying something with...
after b5, b4.
After b4, there's got to be something a lot better for white, because knight takes e6 looks pretty terrible, actually. Right? It looked bad.
Yeah. But,
I mean, maybe I can stick a knight on... I can try to stick a knight on d5.
Okay, but then still c2. I don't know. Eric, your thoughts here, this battle of the champions, world champion versus U.S. champion. How do you see this position shaping up?
I think black has full compensation for the pawn, so I don't see how Magnus is going to cash that extra pawn in. I think Fabiano's holding the balance. I really like that position with this knight on e6. I'm a bit surprised Magnus went for it, because it's kind of easier to play for black. You give up the pawn, you have good coordination, the bishop on a5 is out of play, and white never really gets c3 in without weakening all the pawns. So, I mean, I would be worried of just getting my bishop trapped. So I'm wondering what Magnus was thinking, how he's going to get that bishop out. I think objectively it's probably going to be balanced, because black can't focus all the material on trapping that bishop while there's a queen and rook on the board. At the same time, white can't really, there's no real way of extracting that bishop out. So I think that position is quite balanced so far, but certainly not bad for Fabiano.
All right, thank you, Eric. And I see that the game between Hikaru and very good move.
That imbalance here.
Yeah, and again, that bishop on a5 looks really offsides.
Easier to play for black for sure. And actually, they did play knight takes e6, the move that I was trying to
that you were critical of. The game between Vichy and Hikaru, that certainly is heading for a draw. Let's check in on that game of MVL.
I'm always tentative to say certainly, because remember that game where Nakamura squeezed blood from a stone versus Gary?
Yes.
That was lovely, wasn't it?
Oh, that was amazing, amazing. And
it was a draw.
And it was, in
this
fact.
Game,
so Hikaru stopped the bleeding, at least.
Yeah, well, half point out of 4, and he was black in this game, so I think his goal in the final round, try to win and go into the next day with 1.5. It's not a good score, but at least he doesn't have to cry himself to sleep.
There you go. Knight takes c6, cashing in his chips, as Alejandro said, was MVL. Queen takes e7, rook e8, queen d7, bishop e4. And there's some comparisons to be made between the game of Kramnik and Topalov, where Topalov deliberately sacrificed a pawn for the two bishops. I think Vladimir is happy to get this exact position from the one he had earlier. And there is compensation here. Black has active pieces. The rooks on e8 and b8 are all good. And, well, with the queens on the board, white's king is uncomfortable. But let's turn to Eric as he shares his thoughts on this intriguing round.
Well, in the MVL Kramnik game, the queens are off the board, and Maxime has gotten a no-risk position here where only he's playing for the win. At least the queens are off. I was a little bit concerned that with the queens on the board, those bishops were very powerful, but the danger is gone for Maxime, but at the same time, so is his extra pawn. However, what happened here, black took on d7, traded queens, bishop e5, knight e5, rook e5. I was looking at this move, bishop c4. My only idea here is, if you play bishop g6, I have f4 and f5, trapping the bishop. Black wouldn't fall for that, but no matter what, it wouldn't be so pleasant. So bishop c4, let's say, rook f8. They're, the same idea of maybe f4 I'd play. But Maxime chose another attractive option here, rook c7, and you can follow up with bishop c4. It looks pretty good. Now it's interesting that the computer suggests g5, because we have seen this structure multiple. Oh, what just happened?
Oh my goodness!
Kramnik just blundered right at the f4 move that I thought he would see. He did not see.
Oh, no.
So Kramnik played bishop to d5, which just loses the game because of f4. The rook has no squares to protect it, and you don't have any in-between moves because the rook is protected. So you did fall for that. Well, I guess he did. Well, Kramnik is falling for elementary blunders. It's really weird how he's been losing. It's always been one-move threats. So the pain continues, but MVL did get the position he was looking for, and I guess the pressure built up, and he just had a brain fart, Kramnik.
That's right. It seems like if it's anything complicated, he sees it, but if it's one move ahead, so he's got like far-sighted, basically.
Yeah,
Yikes.
way too far-sighted. He's missing he's consistently missing the easiest and obvious, and he's finding ways to lose positions that I find extraordinary.
He's got like just like a weird type of blindness, starting from allowing knight takes d8. I mean, that was truly shocking. And you could write that off as an aberration, something that happens one out of, hundreds of thousands of games.
Except we're seeing it so many times.
Yeah, I mean, not as extreme as that, but in the same hemisphere. I mean, remember, there was that. And this is rapid, not blitz. So in blitz, there's also more of an excuse. Like when he played bishop e3 against Magnus, allowing that rook c3 trick in Paris. That's a blitz game. You can see it happening. But here, a rapid game, some of the fault goes to the fact that he was way behind on the game in this gaming clock, so he should have slowed down.
Wow, I mean, this is not the Vladimir Kramnik that we have grown up to admire. I've never seen him just blunder so frequently, and not just the small, petite blunders either. These are gargantuan.
It's funny, before this blundering spree, he did beat Nakamura, and imagine if he had blundered against Hikaru in the first round, it might have been a totally different tournament. But he played a very good game there, and now he's just on the blundering spree. But he did bring somebody down with him.
So big blunders by Big Vlad, and we've got Maurice Ashley with MVL.
Yes, with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after what for us would have been in our shocker segment from earlier, Vladimir Kramnik once again blundering a piece. Maxime, you had him under some pressure in this game, but you must have been surprised when you saw this move bishop d5 land on the board.
Yeah, for a second I thought I missed something, but there was really nothing to miss in this position.
Given your level of play, and of course Kramnik, who's been a world champion and is obviously, I think he's #2 player in the world still, on classical rating, are you stunned by what's happening to him so far in Paris and now in this event?
Well, I think, when you're just physically tired, this kind of mistakes might happen.
But he had 3 days to rest. I mean,
he completely blundered trying to win at all cost against Veselin in the last game, so maybe it put him, already under some mental pressure. And then somehow I think I was pressing for the whole game, so it's never easy in these situations. He didn't really know how to react, and at the end he has to give up the pawn on f7. Maybe it's still holding, but of course, giving the pawn on f7 with both my rooks on the 7th rank looks terribly dangerous. So he just tried to find another solution, missed. Well, something that it couldn't really be missed, but well, this happens sometimes.
We just heard that Aronian and So have drawn their game. In your case, you played really well in Paris. You ended up in 3rd place behind the 2 runaway leaders. This tournament, though, is starting off very differently. It looks as if the pack is bunched together. Do you think it maybe is a result of Anand being the event, or just everybody's in some kind of form that says, all right, this is all fighting chess where anything could happen?
Well, apart from Miko, who had a really tough start, I think everybody was playing really solid and not above the rest of the competition. For instance, Big Magnus, although he might be winning his 2nd game in a row, he might be starting some kind of streak.
Let me ask you a final question. I saw you GMs yesterday. It was you. It was Magnus. It was Aronian. Even Fabiano Caruana and even our very own Alejandro Ramirez were playing a game Avalon.
Yeah.
Is that how Super GMs warm up for rapid events?
Well, actually, Avalon. We picked up Avalon already in Norway chess. And it's a fun game for our Russian listeners. It's a bit like Mafia. But
trying to figure out the liars and the truth tellers, basically?
Yeah,
what were you? Were you mostly a liar in the event, in the games?
I was mostly a good guy, and surprisingly so it didn't work out so well. But, you know, it's a fun game, of course. It's because I think, you know, it shows that the atmosphere between the top players can be friendly. I mean, apart from the chessboard, of course, when we're on the chessboard, there are only enemies.
Absolutely. I'm sure Kramnik might have wanted to hang out with you guys, given how this game went today. Definitely did not fare well. And Vladimir Kramnik, one of the finest players of our generation, seen in the last 25 years, just making elementary blunders. But kudos to MVL for pushing him to the edge, now at 50%. We'll see how the tournament continues for both these players.
Well, there's only one game still going on.
And it's the game of the champions.
That's right. This is the game that will determine the leader of the tournament going forward, or if we're still going to have a big tie. Now, Rook A4.
Which was played, yes.
Here we were looking at the moves Queen E5 and Rook A4. Rook A4 threatening to obviously uncover an attack on the queen on A6.
Exactly. Now, the whole fight is about this obviously terribly misplaced bishop. Now, two thoughts come to my mind. One is you just get out of that threat of bishop discovery by moving your queen back to C8, and you just control the bishop. One day to break out of prison, white is either going to have to play C3 or D4, or perhaps even both. And the other is to draw back with your queen in B7. You want to be able to do this when you already have Luft and there's not a back rank issue.
That's right. Although your knight is on E6, so we can't just play Queen B7, Rook B7, Bishop B4, because you can take back, and Rook A8, no mate because of Knight F8.
Well, I'll tell you what I had in mind. Excuse me. Yeah, Queen B7, and I wanted to be able to meet this trade with C3, right? So that as black, when you take, I've got this rook takes b3, but now I'm walking into this, well, no, it's okay. I still can control bishop e5 to d6 with rook takes d3. I'm always physically repulsed by having this, eternal pin on the back rank. Well, it's not eternal in this case, but I think it's full compensation, but maybe Magnus is a little bit better. What do you think, Eric?
Well, I think with the queens on the board, that bishop offside, Fabiano's totally okay. And I would probably play queen c8 myself. After move like I would play queen c8. If I'm going to make some useful moves, I'll say I'm not going to let that bishop go to b6. Just an example, queen d6 is one move white wants to play bishop b6. Now I'll play queen b7, keep the queens on the board. And now there is no way to get this bishop out. So both sides are probably going to try to play some side moves. And I think as long as the queens are on the board, this king can never wander off too much. So just, for example, king h2 on a dark square, h6, I feel like, you can pretty much move back and forth if you're playing black here. White can only improve the position so much, and any sort of move like e5 would be very committal and allow some tactics. So I think it's a very, very balanced position, and if Magnus over pushes here, I'm very happy playing with this knight and playing with that bishop on a5. But in the meantime, I think you keep the queens on the board, you keep that bishop on a5, just make sure it doesn't go to b6 to c7, always and then you're doing just fine. I'm very happy with black's position.
So always check the tactics is what you're saying. I understand. That's something we've learned from the Rapids Grand Chess Tour so far. Magnus had your same strategic idea, but he didn't execute it in the same way. So he did play queen to b5 instead of queen c8. And now, I'm sorry, Fabi had your idea. And now Magnus thinking, and one nice thing about this game is that both players pretty even on time, about 5 minutes left for each player. So at some point we're going to start seeing some kind of time pressure in this game.
Yeah, and I'm with Eric on this. H6, just keep the position, and although this queen looks very dominating, it's all about this bishop being way, way off sides on the queen side. Put the bishop on e3, and white may be close to winning with his extra pawn. With his bishop stuck on the side, it's going to be very hard for white to do anything meaningful.
And if you're careless, I might try to slip my queen into g3 as black, and drum up an attack. That would be in a best case scenario. At some moment, get my queen to b8, maybe to move my rook somewhere, play queen b8, and try to sneak in. If you're not looking, queen g3 and then knight f4. And all the tactics come, but White just can't win without a bishop with so many pieces on the board.
Magnus is looking.
Magnus is looking. And also just keep in mind, just because the knight on e6 is there permanently guarding c7 and d8, it's not actually permanent.
No.
And there are ideas of like knight f4 attacking the queen, followed by knight e2 check, followed by knight c3 hitting the rook, forcing the rook back, and then playing rook a8. So there are tactics in the position that Magnus has to be careful of. And you're right, Eric, when you say it could easily slip. And it's 3 minutes to 4 minutes.
Well, yeah, Magnus has been in the tank for the last couple of minutes. I mean, he started with about 6 minutes on this move, and now, I mean, you often see, like, clearly there's no clear plan here for White, so you often see him thinking for a little while now.
Oh,
and then
my goodness, did he play e5?
He played d4. No, he didn't. No, did he?
I thought that he played, I thought e5 was a blunder, but okay, he played d4?
Well, we're trying to get confirmation on what move was just played, because...
It looked on the webcam that he was definitely...
d4, indeed.
So I knew that he was going to have to play c3 or d4 to try to liberate his bishop. And he had to do this, by the way, before black plays h7, h6, gets out the back rank checkmates. d4. Take it away, Eric. Is this move tactically playable?
It is. It's one of the computer's top choices. And I think what that means is Magnus wasn't happy with the position at all if it just stayed static with that bishop on e5. He wants to clarify the position right away. He doesn't want to lose because he was too greedy and put a bishop on the side. So after d4, okay, yes, you have the back rank problems. It's exactly why White gets away with this move. After a move like knight d4, you get bishop c7. But of course, after a move like...
So explain to us what's up after bishop c7.
It's a sacrifice, a pawn sacrifice, just to get that bishop in the game. Where do you put your rook? It's a good point, because let's say rook c8. I mean, it's still quite complicated here. There's moves like rook a8, but White starts trying to turn the tables. He's just going for active counterplay. It's not necessarily concrete.
Right, because now our bishop is escaped.
The bishop has escaped, so that's the fundamental point of it. And of course, c takes d4 is just bad, because we would just trade off and be up, or just be up a pawn in the end game with our bishop free. So that's the fundamental reason I'm giving up the pawn, even material, playing with the bishops out. In a best case scenario, maybe we'll get the bishop, let's say d4, knight d4. Best case situation is some end game. Pawns.
And we got more moves.
Oh, we got more moves? Okay.
So yeah, let's catch up with the champs. It looks like...
yeah, actually, Fabi played the move I wanted to ask. How about the counterattacking queen e2? He played it. Queen e5, rook e8, and these are... am I caught up at the moment? I can't see.
And the idea is rook e8. If you play d5 as White, black is going to play f6.
So protecting the knight with the rook on e8, so there's no...
And then knight g5 is very strong.
And it's black attack who gets there first.
Yes.
Again, these offside pieces on the queen side, rook on a4, bishop on a5. So don't play d5, I guess.
Although after queen e, it looks like we still have some more moves after rook e8.
He took on c5, which is the best move.
I have to upgrade. Yes?
dc5, and now Fabiano can just start taking the pawns. The pawn on c2, then the pawn on b3 will also fall. So a lot of liquidation about to happen.
Some lag on my board. Let's turn to Eric's board for a second. Sorry, I'm having some lag, Eric.
Sure.
What happened? d4 takes c5?
He took on c5, not falling for d5, which, as I said, f6 is very good. And now I expect a lot of liquidation. Queen c2 here. Let's say bishop b4. Well, that would be bad. Queen b3. But you have rook b4, and there's a lot of options, but one of the simplest is queen c5, knight c5, e4, and b3 both under pressure. So a lot of situations now where it looks quite drawish if you get all the pieces off the board. Although a passed b pawn, maybe you play bishop c7 and start running that passed b pawn, should be favorable for White.
So how'd you go about liquidating here after...
Well, he took on c5. I mean, the thing is, with the queen on e5, there aren't like queen e1 check perpetuals, so you pretty much do have to start picking up pawns if you're black, because there is no, I mean...
And f6 was played, actually.
f6 right here? Okay.
Very logical move.
Angling, from Fabi's point of view, angling for knight f4 on a good day.
What, hoping for queen h2. That's not a mate you see every day.
Queen h2, yes.
Well,
Are you in
Queen h2, yes. Jen wants queen h2, queen e1, and then people would say the tournament's rigged, probably.
I'm a hopeless Fabiano fan, I guess.
Tournament's rigged.
But after, okay, f6, we've seen that idea before. Queen d5 would stop knight f4, but maybe king h8, or what else is good here?
Isn't there a perpetual check?
Well, there
Queen
is.
e3 check? Queen e3 check, Eric?
But,
yes.
Maybe a perpetual, I mean.
That's right, that's right, that's right. There's a perpetual there probably. So queen d6.
And that's what happened.
Okay.
Queen d6, so then now you're guarding that diagonal so you can stick your king in h2.
But I think...
Well, I'll tell you, this is a riskier variation for Fabiano than the other one. There might be some more reward as well, as we see some perpetuals. But for example, after a move like queen c2, c6, now you don't get the same endgame as before. Now the c-pawn can actually run. Although, if I was white, I'd be a little bit concerned about my king. But there's some more risk involved in this line.
And we've got some moves coming fast and furious. It looks like Fabiano has invaded with his knight, and both players with just 2 minutes on the clock. So let's try to get caught up with them. It looks like you have it. You have the position.
I have
there.
the position.
What's happened?
Well, queen d6 was played. Then the check on e3. There's no perpetual, so knight f4. And now I guess queen f2 is a very serious checkmating threat. Although the problem is bishop c7.
Bishop and that's what Magnus played?
Bishop c7, and white is doing very well. This looks really bad for black all of a sudden. This looks really bad. The bishop is in the game. You got to pass c-pawn, and black's king is not that safe. As long as that once that knight.
Sorry. What am I missing after knight e2? No, you have rook a1 as well. I'm sorry.
Well, after knight e2, I'll just play queen d5 check and rook a8.
Right. No, I meant knight e2. I'm sorry.
Threatening queen g1
I was thinking
so,
like queen g1 mate. You know,
But unfortunately, you're right. After rook a1, we're guarding the.
Rook a1, but the bishop is in the game, and white is up material. So now, I mean.
So a big blunder.
Probably he missed bishop c7. Yeah, because queen f2 looks like such a strong threat.
Yeah.
And the bishop's been hiding all game, and now suddenly, like, you kind of almost forget sometimes to include it in the calculations.
Exactly.
After it's out of it for so long, so really thematic bishop comeback here for Magnus.
So did he play knight f4? Really?
Unfortunately, yes. And
well,
then
bishop c7, and it's seriously gone. It's just gone.
His time is ticking down. He's got only 1 minute and 20 seconds, and if he goes out in this game, Magnus Carlson will be in the clear lead after 4 rounds.
Wow. Consistent play by Magnus.
And look at that look of confidence in Magnus. I mean, you really
his bishop is out. His bishop is out. I did not want that bishop.
Finally liberated. And Magnus went for knight e2, which I understand this was what Fabi saw, and he thought wrongly, like I did, whoa, this is a huge threat, I've got you. The queen d5 check is just
But he didn't play queen d5 check, and I think that's just it's a small miss, but it makes the conversion a bit harder because you do lose the e4 pawn. After knight e2, queen d5 check, then you play rook a1, then there's no real, then the queen is much better placed on d5 because it also frees up that bishop on c7. So queen d5, king h8, rook a1. Now queen e4, you can just checkmate yourself. So this would have been a much easier conversion opportunity for Magnus.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, that's a nice one. So if rook takes e4 there, instead of you can
go queen takes
e4. Queen takes e4
no,
rather than rook
a8.
You can't play queen e4, but you can play
rook a8.
Yeah.
Rook a8 is
and you get the more pieces you get off. This is a winning endgame. So
let's see what actually happened, because I think Magnus played very quickly. Actually, rook a1 immediately, right?
So we're expecting queen takes e4.
And then queen takes e4, rook e1, rook e5 are on the board.
Rook e1, rook e5?
Yes, that has been played.
Rook e5.
What is that?
Yeah. Now queen
thinking
d2.
some kind of perpetual, but I don't.
Queen d2 is very strong here.
Queen d2 is very strong.
Attacking, putting pressure on the knight, attacking the rook, and of course Fabiano.
Stopping queen f4 check.
Queen f4 check was a big threat, exactly. So now if you move your rook back, let's say to e7, I'll just play bishop d6, and you're going to, you have to deal with the c-pawn and the spin on the knight. It should be losing.
So Fabiano probably just calculated here that the only check is queen d8, after which you can go back to e8. So queen d2 is a hard move to see, especially when you have a minute on the clock. But that's indeed what Magnus played. Nice move, and looks like
the rook dropped back to e6, if I can.
Yes, the rook did drop back to e6 now, because it's for real in take. No longer have any queen f4 tricks. But the world champion with only 40 seconds left on the clock.
And by the way, this is a lot more difficult to convert than the queen d5 check, rook a1 that Eric was stumping for.
But he's playing queen d7. Note that that bishop now does a great job of defending all the critical squares.
Agreed.
And
now h5 looks like a normal way to make some space, and there he's played it. Yes.
I mean,
h5.
On a good day, you're going to go h4. Maybe again on a very good day, anchor the knight on g3.
Maybe try rook e5 again someday.
And I don't like the way very strange move, bishop b8.
Magnus is not converting it as well.
Bishop b8, indeed.
Yeah. With the threat of c6, he's just getting out of the way of the c pawn, but I would probably play king h7.
King h7, I'll play c6. Or c6 too.
Not
right?
queen d3. Okay. I need to find a better move.
c6 is the threat, as you said.
Yeah. But c7 wouldn't be, because then I'd have queen f4 check. So let's say h4. Should we just give h4 a punt?
Give h4 a punt.
c6.
Yep.
And now I've got to come up with something.
King h7. And then
I don't want to allow queen d3.
Well, you're okay. Then that's
rook
true.
Rook e8.
Well, rook e8, then bishop d6, and c7, c8.
Seals the deal, huh? And let's go over to Belgium and see what the guys there think.
Well, Magnus is simply playing erratic chess under the pressure of the situation. Magnus is not playing well. Certainly Fabiano gave him a huge chance, but it looks as though Magnus is letting it slip, and Fabiano is back in the game. Looks like he should be able to draw this, but the clock is going to be the whole thing.
Rook e5 was a fantastic move here by Fabiano, blocking off the bishop to the king. It seems like White's king is in a lot of trouble. If Magnus pushes too hard, he might even find himself in a difficult situation.
He played rook to f1 and now rook to g5 on the board.
Threatening checkmate here on g2. Magnus in the defensive with only 10 seconds left.
Rook f3 has been played,
and
now
here
he's
rook
losing.
takes g2
now
will be winning.
Is crushing position for black. Rook takes g2, check. Inexplicably, the world champion falling for this, as his rook is going to hang in a moment. If Fabi can find
10
it, he only has 10 seconds
only.
left on the clock. Rook takes g2. We're expecting that any second. He's only 5 seconds. It looks like is he not going to find it? 2 seconds left. The time is ticked down to triple zeros, quadruple zeros. What happened? We need to know. Somehow we must not be getting the moves. We're going to throw it back to you in the studio.
Played rook g2 check, and Magnus now shaking his head.
In trouble. Knight takes, king f2, knight back to d4, and the game has turned completely around in the favor of the U.S. champion. And Magnus playing quickly on the clock. Do we have the times? Do we know, Jen?
15 seconds. Well, we can see right here in the camera angle, it's about 30 seconds for Magnus and 45 seconds for Fabi. Remember, this is rapid, not blitz, so they do get a full 10 seconds with every move. But just Magnus on the ropes here, queen f3 check, and you see that Fabiano's playing
pawns are falling.
Yeah,
all
d4.
Everything's falling.
And there's also knight e3 check in the position.
For the U.S. champion.
The world champion.
For the world
champion.
champion.
For the world champion, and he has taken on b3 as well. Goodness. And it looks like there's not even any counterplay for Magnus, because Fabiano's king is nicely tucked in over there on h7, and the queen totally out of the game. So Magnus has just played king c1, and you see him really shaking his head after we were saying how confident he was just a few minutes ago when he played this move, bishop c7.
Yeah.
Now he's looking kind of up in the sky in despair, and he's resigned.
Wow, what a turnaround as Fabiano Caruana surges into the lead as a result of this incredible game.
Yes, just absolutely every result was possible, and really after bishop c7, it looked like he was going to go down, and Fabi found this resource, rook e5, and then he found it again. That was the problem. It came up again.
Eric, take us to that critical moment when the game just turned around. When Magnus missed rook e5. Show us on the board.
I missed that idea completely myself, so I feel the pain in this position right here. Fabiano holding on, and now rook e5. Question is, why wasn't it possible before? Queen d2. So in this position, let's get to rook e5. The bishop is on d6, so there is no queen d2. This is the best. I mean, maybe he was saving for it. Rook e5 now, there is no queen e2, so you cannot stop queen f4 check. You don't want to play a move like g3 was, queen f3 or queen c2, both really strong. So after rook e5, the table's turned. Well, I think visually, I mean, queen f4 is the move Magnus didn't want to allow. Now there's no way to stop it. And now he couldn't stop pretty much the bleeding, because you can still hold this position, but you have to be quite precise. After rook f1, rook g5, he had to find rook f2 here. Didn't find it. Instead played rook f3. And actually, right now, the winner, Fabiano, is with Maurice. So let's join them in Leuven.
Not just the winner of the individual game, but now the leader after 4 rounds here in the Grand Chess Tour. And Fabiano Caruana, Fabi, it looked like it was a pretty even game for a while. Then he took a pawn. It still looked more or less even. Then all of a sudden, it looked like you lost your mind and started giving him some stuff. And then in time pressure, it all went to hell, and you managed to pull this off. How did it happen that you kept your cool and be able to defeat the #1 player in the world?
Yeah, the position looked pretty good for me from the start. And then I sacked a pawn. I thought that I would have very good compensation. But after d4, I thought I had a very strong attack, but it didn't really work out that way. One of my moves was probably a mistake, some knight move, like, I can't even remember the game.
I remember when you played f6, that looked a little bit shaky to us. You didn't quite get it going, and then somehow you got the e4 point. Your knight was pinned on d2, on e2, and that just looked terrible for you at that point.
I thought I was losing.
The rest of us did too. Everybody had agreed on that one.
Yeah, when I saw this rook e5 idea, it doesn't really work, but at least it was an idea.
So let's jump to that point, actually.
Let's say after rook e1. Move 39.
Move 39 is right here. Rook e1. Yes.
Yeah, so I played rook e5. Queen d2 is very strong. Rook e6. Now he should just move his bishop and start pushing his c-pawn.
That seems so natural. He just didn't see this idea at all.
Queen d7 was a bit bizarre.
Was he showing signs of pressure at the board? Did you feel the body language? Normally he's Joe Cool.
Yeah, I think that he realized his position was winning, but I don't know what went wrong.
All right, well, you played this move, you played h5, bishop then to b8, another bizarre-looking move, not really putting the hammer down.
At this point, I thought it started to look a bit messy, and he seemed upset with how things were going, I guess, or nervous with how things were going. And bishop d6 is just a blunder.
So we see this move happen, and then suddenly...
After rook e5, I already have a very strong attack, I think. At least I was already thinking I was playing for a win.
At this point? Down a pawn still, but his king being isolated.
Well, I'm threatening mate pretty much with queen f4. Rook f1 looked forced pretty much. Rook g5.
And now this move, this was the difference maker. Rook f2 apparently is quite strong here.
But queen e3 would be very strong after rook f2, but apparently...
excuse me, let me put that on the board. Rook f2, queen e3, and it
rook f1. I mean,
looks like somehow he can repeat the position and survive.
Yeah, I guess that would just be a draw. Although it looks so dangerous, and with little time, I'm not surprised he was going to play rook f2, and at the last moment I saw that he played rook f3. Like, it was right when he touched his rook, he was going to play rook f2, and then in like a millisecond he played rook f3 instead.
Wow, controlling that square. And now when you saw the sacrifice, you must have just been elated.
Oh yeah, I mean, at first I was going to play knight d4. At first I was going to play knight d4 here, but then I realized that this is not clear at all. And then when I saw rook g2, I just realized I'm shockingly winning.
So rook g2, king g2, and suddenly knight d4, and he can't guard the rook.
Yeah, and he's mated. Queen and knight is just destroying his position.
Tremendous. Now, you started off Paris, 1 win, 1 draw, and then downhill spiral. This time around, you drew the 3rd game, which I believe was not going well for you. And then now this game, you managed to win. Now you're in 1st place. What does it feel like?
I mean, I'm very happy with this game. Maybe not with the game, but with the result. The game was a bit of a mess, but I mean, that's pretty much typical for fast time controls.
Rapid chess, indeed. Well, congratulations, Fabiano Caruana, winning virtually a miraculous game. And now the U.S. champion stands in 1st place in Leuven. The Grand Chess Tour heating up after 4 rounds. With one more round to go, we expect to have a brilliant finish to this day. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks. Let's take a look at the standings. We do have Fabiano Caruana. We see the American flag at the top of the cross table, just a different player. Fabiano Caruana. He's got 6 points. Remember, that's 2 points for each decisive game and 1 point for a draw. Anand and Topalov are veterans just on his heels. So plenty to play for in the last round of the day where lots of players get tired. Are there going to be blunders? Are there going to be brilliancies? Yes to both. And who do you think is going to stand at top at the end, Eric?
I still am happy with my choice in the rapid, Magnus, but today, Fabiano, Anand, Topalov, those are the guys who do deserve how they've been playing. Pretty clean games overall. Fabiano, what impressed me is during the break, Yasser and I were talking about, Fabiano wins a lot of nice games, but you know, when he loses control, like you don't see him on this side of the position. You don't see him swindle or win bad positions. And this time we saw him play very practical chess, put up a lot of resistance, something that Nakamura and Carlson are known for. It's nice to see Fabiano improving in that department, because that's something all the players could catch up to Nakamura and Carlson, putting up really active resistance, playing until the last few seconds, and he did that and he got rewarded. So I thought that was really nice to see, because he ends up often being on the bad side of those exchanges.
That's right, and think about the fact that last game he played with Magnus, he also won. So Fabiano on a winning streak against the world champion, and that was a nice game too. That blitz game against Magnus.
Oh, the blitz, yes.
That's right, and we are going to take a break, and we'll be back for the final round action of the Rapids in Leuven. welcome back to our coverage of this second stop of the Grand Chess Tour in Leuven. And we've got a clear leader going into the final round of today, and that is Fabiano Caruana. But that's what we thought would be the game of the day, would be Carlson versus Nakamura in the final round, because that's what we were left with in Paris.
Exactly.
But in fact, our top American blitz player is tanking.
Yes, it's true. It's really quite a surprise as we get started prepared for the fifth and final round of this rapid. And where do we currently stand as we go into this fifth round? Clear leader, you mentioned Fabiano.
That's right, we have Caruana at the top of the score table, and then we've got the two KG vets, Anand and Topalov,
who are playing each other in this round.
Very exciting, and as we just saw, Caruana playing against So. Now, it might look like So is really far down on the cross table, but really it's a massive tie for fourth, so he's doing quite all right. A massive tie for fourth with an even score, because each win counts for 2 points.
Exactly.
So,
and I think Wesley has 4 draws, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's basically, yeah, that sounds right. So 4 out of 8, basically.
Yeah.
So that's why all of those players tied for fourth. We see our second place on the cross table, Vishy Anand. Can he win in fine style with black like he did in the first round to kind of bookend his tournament? We'll see. He's playing against Veselin, and as you pointed out, this battle might determine who is leading, because if it's a decisive result, they could easily catch up with Fabi.
Exactly. And the games are underway in round 5. And let me just turn to Eric and ask him what's his overall take so far of this event.
Well, so many people were on Topalov's case after Paris. A lot of people said he should not be there. He did very well in the very last day of the Blitz, and he comes here with good form as well. So it's nice to see that, because it was looking very bad. But otherwise, really, it's a big discussion every time Naka does badly. And right now, I think I'm really looking forward to Carlson Nakamura, because I mean, if he does bad in the rapid portion, mathematically, very, very slim chances for him to catch up, as we saw in the past. But I'm just very impressed. I normally would favor the younger guys. Well, Fabiano and Magnus are representing that group, but Anand and Topalov playing so steady so far. It's good to see. I just feel like maybe you have more events like this, the level of play is going to elevate. The players are going to improve at these time controls, and I think we're already seeing some stability coming in and some improvement. So
that's right. That's right. I think Kramnik will have an anti-blunder camp, and will come back a new man. We do have some tweets coming into our hashtag Grand Chess Tour, and I think one of them you're going to like, Eric. What a beautiful sequence from Fabiano last game against Magnus, beating the world champ, Fabi Bra, Fabi Bra.
Yes, exactly. Fabiano is the highest rated chess pro, so he's representing us very, very well.
And then we've got Howard Staunton tweeting in about the move rook f3, saying this inconceivable blunder loses white the game. That's right. We've always got Staunton rising from the dead to do a little kibitzing for us.
Very good. Keeping us on our toes. Thank
you
very much,
There's
Howard
not a
Staunton.
single Spanish this round.
Yay! Thank
¿Por qué no?
No sé.
And what do we have? If we don't have Spanishes, we have to have something taking their place.
We've got a lot of queen pawns, it looks like.
It sure does. I'm just looking at the game of Vladimir Kramnik versus Anish Giri. It's a Catalan. Well, actually, it's not a Catalan. It's a Grunfeld.
Fianchetto Grunfeld, yes.
Fianchetto Grunfeld. It takes knight a3, c5, and this nice move c3, making sure that white's pawn structure on the queen side is compromised. So that's an intriguing game. We'll keep our eye on that. But let's get to the game of our tournament leader. These two gentlemen, key rivals in this year's U.S. Championship, will be teammates in Baku. Unusual opening move order, I must say, for Fabiano. Knight f3, d5, c4, c6, very, very common. Not very common is the move queen b3 here. Intriguing, knight f6, g3, and it's kind of a Grunfeld with the queen on b3, but compromises no c6 c5 in the position.
It seems like your kind of game for white.
Yeah, I think it's, but it's certainly okay for black as well. Nothing too special going on here at this
and
moment.
Fabiano played d3, which, you know, flexibility of this move order.
Yeah, this game's one of those that are going to get interesting later.
Agreed on that.
Meanwhile, a bit more open position, also starting with this type of closed position, but opening quickly with this Rubinstein type formation you see in Veselin versus Anand.
Yeah, let's take a look at that again. These two players, very key rivals. Veselin Topalov opening with the English and d3, 2d3 as white on move 2. Not a very common choice. Bishop b4 check, knight d2, and Veselin is basically saying, let me play the Sicilian defense with the extra tempo, right?
And you mentioned he's a two-bishop man, so...
And he loves the two bishops.
He's got his wish early here.
Definitely. And it really is a Sicilian reverse, right?
It actually...
Bishop Rossalimo.
Kind of hurts your eyes, doesn't it?
Really? Why?
Well, I mean, it's just like it's just so weird to see it with these colors. That's all.
That's right.
I mean, you're used to seeing it with the colors reversed here, so
exactly.
It's a little confusing. But same ideas that black is going after the d4 square, and white gets a quick play with b4 and rook c1. Same thing.
Exactly.
Am I saying things correctly that Magnus Carlson has blundered a piece?
Whoa!
What?
Let's take a look.
What a blunder alert! We have a tell us, Eric. What are you talking about? What is being discussed?
Well, I just got contacts and I thought they were wacky, but it turns out Magnus, in this position, you can take on c3 and then take on d5.
Right.
Just knight takes d5, and after knight d5, after bishop d2, you can take back with the queen. You're up a piece. I mean, this is the most elementary sequence possible. I mean, queen d5, bishop b4. So a full piece up for Nakamura in 10 moves, and I mean that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a resignation
he
in a
gets
couple.
to take on f3.
But that wasn't planned because no, that's.
That just makes matters even worse, perhaps.
This is bishop c3, bishop e2.
Oh,
I mean, let's look at Magnus for the next minute.
Magnus is one of the most consistent players on the circuit I've ever seen, with the potential exception of Anatoly Karpov. I've never seen him on tilt.
Look at his face now, though. In other games, he seems frustrated, but here he's kind of moves beyond frustration, and he almost has like a blank stare, like he doesn't want to be here.
Wow.
Like he doesn't want to. Well, at this moment, at least, he doesn't want to exist.
And he's allowing his rival back into the tournament. Look at
wow.
And there, he got out of he shook himself away from denial, and he gave himself a big head shake, but. There's no coming back from this. And I don't know if Nakamura is going to be able to fully count this as a victory against Magnus Carlsen. Because it's
right.
It's going to be in the
Paris.
It counts as a point.
Yeah, I mean, wow. So have we seen the move queen takes f3?
Yes, we have rook g1 and bishop f5.
And then we got a bishop f5. And
we didn't see rook takes e3 check. We saw bishop f5 instead. I thought with rook takes e3 check.
Isn't there bishop e2 after rook e3, and then you're losing even more material?
Well, I could go back with my rook, right? Rook takes e3, bishop e2.
Right. That's right.
I thought Magnus was going to at least try to snip a pawn. No doubts that he's still busted. I mean, come on, he's a bishop behind, but at least he would have 2 pawns for it.
No, you can't because it's mate. I can block with the queen, and your bishop's still on c8.
I beg your pardon.
So
rook takes
e3,
rook
f3, just queen e2.
fe3. Thank you so much. That clears the cobwebs. Queen takes e3, queen e2, and there's a mate on the end.
And meanwhile, Nakamura has just played bishop c3. And how long is Magnus going to last here? Well, we love to see his facial expressions as the world champion suffers. Maurice and Alejandro over in Belgium. And here it is. The game is over. Wow, Magnus Carlsen goes down. Nakamura getting up quickly, and it hasn't been a good day for him. But whoa, it ended on a sweet note, the exact opposite of Paris, where it went amazing and ended on a sour note. So we see it exactly flipped here.
Yeah, it's been remarkable.
I wouldn't want to ask Magnus for an autograph right now.
No,
And I do think we're probably going to be getting interviews set up pretty soon. So let's go over to Belgium with Maurice and Alejandro for what's definitely the #1 shocker. You're going to have to redo that list, guys.
We absolutely have to redo the list. In our top 5, we thought we would see some more, but we didn't think we would see this. How can Magnus Carlsen, first of all, he was winning the last game against Fabiano Caruana. Swing has just been astonishing. For him to go down 2 points in the last 2 rounds. The last one against Fabi, you could understand some pressure. This one, a piece, the world champion, absolutely incredible.
It's emotion, rapid blitz. We were talking about it with the players. It's how losses affect you. A lot of people were saying Hikaru had that strength of character in Paris to recover from his defeats. Here he had a really rocky start with 3 losses. Got his draws, playing Magnus Carlsen. Things are going all right. But Magnus just comes from a horrific loss against Fabiano Caruana. Going from a winning position to a losing one, that must have affected his mood. He was not fully concentrated because I can tell you, knight takes d5 is something pretty much anybody can see.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible moment for Magnus. His game was the last game that finished against Fabiano Caruana, so he clearly didn't have too much time to recover and to blunder a piece like this. You don't see the world champion do this, even in bullet. No you don't see him do that. So clearly that loss against Caruana affected him. Will he be able to come back tomorrow? We'll see. But certainly Nakamura is feeling really good about himself after having lost 3 games in a row. So we'll try to see if we can get him in here and to talk a little bit. Certainly a completely different tournament from Paris happening here in Leuven.
Thank you, guys. Ghastly. That's all I can say. Wow. I haven't seen this at all in Magnus's practice.
Well, I ended up being right about one thing. I predicted that Nakamura would recover with a +1 in the last 2 games. Yeah. I didn't expect it to go exactly like that, though.
Wow. Wow. Really, really, really a shocker. And
yeah, and people, of course, are reacting on Twitter. We've got somebody making fun of Hikaru despite the fact that he won. Jaideep Udirty saying that Hikaru managed to infect Magnus with a bad case of Nakamura-itis. I don't think that's really fair. Nakamura, actually in the games he lost, it wasn't as much big blunders as like really poor play against Giri. And of course, normally he plays fantastic in blitz and rarely blunders.
Right.
So, yeah. I don't think he's really the more prone to blunder player in general. Rafael Fernandez saying, if Magnus Carlsen can blunder a full piece in a 25-minute game, then I can't feel bad for a blunder in a 5-minute game, right?
Absolutely.
That's right. Everybody, you're absolved for all of your blunders that you've made this month.
Yeah, all of our sins are excused after watching the world champion do what he just did.
And now the clock resets, though. So as soon as today is over, you got to start feeling bad about yourself again.
Okay.
That's chess, right? And Peter Nguyen says that it looks like even the toughest guys on the planet, and not just the toughest, the #1 on the planet, is getting under huge pressure in this format. Magnus just lost a piece. That's right. That just goes to show you how grueling it is to play 5 games of rapid against the best in the world. And that's why we should give even more respect to the players who do well in this format, because it's even harder than it looks.
Yes, it is. It truly is. I'm looking now, going onwards to the game still in progress, the game between Vesel and Topalov, the players in second place, against Vishy Anand. After winning his 2 bishops, much vaunted 2 bishops, Vishy has tried to create his own counterplay by locking down on the queen side with the move a5, a4, keeping a careful, watchful eye over the b3 square. Queen c2, bishop b3, Vesel into play. Either queen c5, I think I like queen c5 best.
Yeah, those Sicilian endgames are really good for black. I mean, white.
Yeah, right, exactly. Flipping the board for a second, or queen c3. But I like queen c5 because it's one of those moves that if you're not careful, the queen can slide to b5. The reason I hesitated is because I wasn't sure after rook a5 whether white had any truly significant advantage or it was simply even. Other games drawing your attention, Jennifer?
My heart is starting to beat normally.
I'm trying to return myself. It's not easy.
Let's take a look at Fabi's game, because that's really where the money's at in this round. I wonder if he's even aware of what just happened. He seems like such a focused player. And we said this was going to be more of a slow burn. But here, Wesley with a one-move threat to play. Well, not really. I mean, but he's kind of setting up in this position to play for e5. So if knight takes d4, oh, so you haven't caught up with
No,
yet.
yes.
So just the move knight d7 has just been played with the idea that d4 pawn is taboo because of e5. But
exactly.
Caruana did not follow Magnus's cue
and blunder a piece. Instead, he played the move bishop g5.
Anticipating that black might play e5 anyway, in which case bishop g5 would be forced, only square for the bishop. And Eric's got an update on another game.
Yeah, I'm paying attention to the game between Aronian and MVL. And right now, Aronian played knight b5, and it's a very normal-looking move. You want to, from c3 to b5, you want to go to d4, centralized, closing down the d file. But right now, I'm just saying, if you want to lose quickly, you can do this. There's a tactic in this position. Queen a5, knight d4 doesn't work tactically because of rook d4, e4, and queen d5. A common tactic, the difference here is the bishop is on f4, so after the f3 move, queen d4 wins a piece, and the two bishops should be much better than the rook in this open position. The point is, though, if that was clearly what Aronian played, so he will have to admit the mistake, move the knight back, and despite being up a pawn, black is so active, I think full compensation there. But if instead he went for knight d6, but again, I think he originally wanted knight d4, because in this position, opposite bishops, you have a lot of drawing potential. For example, bishop d6, e6, and e5. This might get played. It's going to fizzle out to a draw, but I think Aronian wanted more than realized he made a mistake.
Well, here would we have queen f5?
Queen f5, probably just queen d5.
Yeah, okay.
Or
yeah, that looks pretty good.
f6 as well, maybe f6.
Yeah.
6.
So all sorts of ideas here.
Well, I think it's going to fizzle. I think this one is going to be drawn pretty quickly because he didn't fall into that blunder. So we'll have to look out for some other games.
Yeah, and of course the audience still reeling.
Ourselves,
about that Magnus. And we got a Bionic Lime who says, a haiku, Magnus lost a piece, Nakamura benefits, refrigerator. That's, what kind of poem is that? You guys can do better. But let's do a replay here.
Of the world champion's disgust.
That's right, there's that head shake, covering his face, and then just handshake, and actually a little bit of a half smile. So a good sport, Magnus Carlson, making a horrific blunder, but still, maintaining his composure.
Wow! Again, I've just I've seen such extraordinary consistency with Magnus in his career. I just have not seen him the results and play so poorly and to lose a game like he just did.
Well, it's bound to happen eventually, right? I mean, Magnus has gotten lucky against Nakamura so many times. One of these days, it had to flip, but we never expected it to flip this extreme, right? And we do have Maurice with Nakamura about defeating his nemesis.
Well, Hikaru Nakamura leading in the Grand Chess Tour right now after winning Paris, but not having a great day at all, losing 3 games in the beginning of the first 3 rounds, turning around, draw the last game, and Naka, this last game, I imagine you could never have expected to win a game this easily at this level at any time.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, certainly. I mean, I've had a rough day, to say the least, so to win a game here at the end, especially against Magnus, is quite nice, and hopefully it will give me some momentum going forward.
When he took on d5, did you just kind of reel back and say, well, what's going on?
Strangely enough, I at least put knight takes d5 in the file that I'd looked at. So I knew it was a blunder, but I just took a second to make sure because obviously you don't expect it. But I wasn't surprised. It's been a long day. Everyone's tired, and everyone's definitely made some moves, if not just outright blunders. So it didn't shock me that much. Well, it happens, and at least I won that one, because I don't think I should have lost as many as I did earlier in the day.
You did lose 3, now you get 1.5 points. Keeps you sort of a little bit of a momentum. Do you get that feeling going into tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I think I just have to be within a couple of points going into the blitz. So, yeah, winning today or winning this last round against Magnus was quite good, because I think if I have a good day tomorrow, I'll be in the hunt.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on that mini comeback, and we look forward to seeing you do more of that in tomorrow's day.
Thanks, Maurice.
Hikaru Nakamura, 0-3 to start. Certainly not what we expect from him, but this little mini comeback certainly suggests that he's on his way to showing why he was indeed the champion in Paris and a threat to win this competition.
Right.
Thank you, Maurice. Ooh, I'm still reeling. I can't believe what I just saw. Shocking.
And we keep replaying this clip of Magnus realizing the horror of what just happened as his frequent customer, really. He tends to crush Hikaru. He just goes down without a fight at all.
Right.
It's just really terrible to see. But also nice to see Nakamura finally get that victory. And you know what I noticed about Nakamura is that he actually seemed kind of happy in that interview, because, you know, chess players, especially in Blitz and Rapid, we kind of have short-term memories. So whatever just happened is the most memorable.
Right.
So even though he had a rough day, it's like still just a little giddy over winning that game. Whereas in Paris, even though he was the champion, you could see that he was a little sour about losing the final game to Magnus.
Without question, yes.
So
yes.
Short-term memory, because there's a lot of games here at the Grand Chess Tour in these Rapid and Blitz formats. Eric, back to the rest of the games as we continue to recover from this shock. What's going on?
You know, I'm waiting for more blunders to happen, but nothing so far. I missed a detail in this game, subtlety between Aronian and MVL. Queen F5, as Jen suggested, was played. And what I missed, because it turns out, I mean, I wanted to play F6, and F6 is a totally fine move, but you have to anticipate bishop to H6, and I think MVL was a bit afraid of that, so instead he bailed out. Although it's okay for black, he has to find a few defensive moves, and maybe he just didn't calculate any further. Instead, he's going into a pawn endgame, opposite bishop endgame. He's going to be up a pawn. So still, this game is still, you know, there's still play. I expect something that might be happening would be queen g5, let's say hg5. Maybe you pull the bishop back, play f3, try to play a little bit, try to convert. At least there's only 2 results here. But he has won a pawn. But the really sharp game that's going on with pieces all over the place is Geary on the black side of another Grunfeld. Just, well, as you can see, right now, Kramnik has sacrificed an exchange. Just a very, very open position happened here. Geary, once again, going for that e5 break, which he also utilized to beat Nakamura. It puts into question all of White's setup. E2 is hanging. There are no, you know, safe squares. The knight on c4 is not that stable. So after e5, h3, trying to kick the bishop off, because e2, if you move the knight away, e2 could hang. E takes d4, c takes d4. A very accurate move. The computer does like it because you're attacking the knight and attacking the bishop. After bishop e2, dc5, bishop f1. I wonder what you guys think about this position. I do like White's compensation. I'm not sure it's maybe more than that, but visually it makes it much easier to play. You're putting that knight to d6. You got a lot of pressure on b7, and there are no more tactics to worry about. And for Kramnik right now, I'm happy. You know, if there's no tactics to worry about, that's probably best for him. He's trying to play a position that he understands, because anything too sharp, I think today's an off day. He wants to just get home and stop the bleeding. But a very imbalanced position, though, a full exchange down with very, very well-placed pieces.
I like Vladimir's position personally. Like you say, Eric, it's always hard to tell whether, you know, it's more than compensation, but it sure feels nice.
Anish can give it back right away. If Queen F1, Rook E3 is probably what I would do.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Give back the exchange
and
right
get
away.
That, because get that knight off of A6. That knight is out of play. You need to get it to C5 immediately. But the bishop on E3 controls C5. So we'll see if Anish does that. And has he?
Refresh your board?
He has done it. Anish has given back the exchange.
Just as you subscribed. Yes, Rook takes E3 was played, and knight takes C5 and bishop B7. So fireworks that looks to be petering out to a draw. And this was the moment of Rook takes E3, giving back the exchange. And this is the position we have on the board. It looks very, very balanced, very tame.
I guess, I mean, if you're the key to beating Kramnik is get a worse position and let him implode. So Giri, I'm not sure is doing the right idea, but he seems to be playing quite well with Black today, getting decent chances in his games against Kramnik and Nakamura off the top of my head.
Now, meanwhile, the character of this Caruana So game is starting to change.
Definitely. Once this move c4, c5 was played by Fabiano, for these positions, rather a surprise move. I mean, like many Benoni type of positions, you could have easily imagined the queen slipping out of the way of the b pawn, queen a3, in order to play a move like b2, b4. But c4, c5 was a big surprise for me. Knight d5, queen a4, knight c7, knight b3, e5. And
so now the knight would seem to be aiming for the d6 square.
Oh, absolutely. That indeed is the case. The knight either via c4 or e4 wants to travel to the d6 square. This last move by Wesley was a cagey one. It's basically setting up for the move b7, b5.
Even in the case of knight c5, right? Because after...
Yeah, well, this would be the ideal dream for Wesley. Thanks to this tempo against the queen.
There's no time for us to actually take on b6, and Black's going to be sitting very pretty here.
Exactly. So bishop d7 was a nice move by Wesley, and he does have the two bishops. He has space.
What if we go the other way? So if we try to play e4. Knight e4, you can still play for b5.
Yes, and I think I will.
Yeah, and so now I don't have a lot of squares for my queen, so I'll choose a5.
Queen a5, right. Now I have to think a minute. Do I want to play knight e6 and just let the knight land on the d6 square? That looks pleasant for Fabiano. If I play bishop f8, knight d6, well, let's just see bishop f8 for a second. So if you go knight d6, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight e6.
Rook c1.
Rook c1 just sets up to win this pawn over here.
Just a better bishop.
This is very, very pleasant for white, doesn't it?
That's right, and things went a little bit differently, though, in the game. So instead of knight e4, it looks like Fabiano had another idea. He played knight a5, just harassing the pawn on b7. And now, if b5, the thing is that the white knight is so perfectly placed.
We can just
move our queen back.
Yeah, exactly, and our knight is exactly where we want it to be.
And the nice part about exactly. The nice part about knight a5 is even though it may not win a pawn when you go knight b7, once you go knight d6, it's definitely white for choice.
That's right. So instead of playing b5, now Wesley changed course and played rook b8.
Just simply
defending.
Holding, yeah. Well, it seems to me that white should be pleased. He's got a little something in the position, and that something is that this bishop is very nicely placed, and the bishop on g7 isn't looking that effective.
Well, I want to play
Eric,
bishop.
let's go to you and tell us what you think is going on in this position.
I totally understand what Fabiano is doing. I think objectively, I prefer the bishops. I think if I'm Wesley here, I'm considering to play a move like bishop to f8 and knight e6. One thing I want to provoke is b4. As soon as you touch this b2 pawn, I think one plan for black is to get the knight to d5 or b5 and hop on to c3. That's a very, very attractive square. But bishop f8 is pretty much an automatic move. I don't see a future for the bishop on this diagonal. You're not really going to activate it with f5, e4. It's still blocked by its own pawn on d4, and white's clearly playing on the queen side. So I think bishop f8 and knight e6 is a nice way to reroute. Keep in mind here, you can't really play a move like knight c4. I mean, you can play that, but then black plays b5, and white is forced to take because of the fork to en passant. So I like Wesley's position fundamentally. If there's some tactics I'm missing, there might be that, but in the long term, I like black's chances here if he plays bishop f8, knight e6, queen e7, puts pressure on c5 until white has to make some concessions. I think right now there's a slight initiative, and if he defends accurately, he'll stand better.
Right. Okay. Well, this will start to become very interesting. I think with all of these imbalances, began kind of dry, but is really going to blow up, in my opinion.
All right, and I'm just looking at the game between Veselin Topalov and Vishy Anand. Again, these two veterans, lots of wars with one another, are currently tied for second, and they do have this reversed colors, Naidor, so to speak. Last few moves have gone like this. Bishop c5, attacking the queen, knight d4. Nice attack against the bishop on e2. Takes on d4, takes, queen c5, and only now queen c2, basically saying, okay, I've induced you to play rook b6, maybe your rook is misplaced. I've got ideas like bishop g4, queen a4, knight c4. I think black is just doing fine here. I don't think there's any reason that Vishy will be upset with the outcome of the opening. Looks decent to me. What do your eyes tell you, Jennifer?
Yeah, I mean, I think it reminds me actually of another game that Vishy had where he ended up playing this bishop g4 plan and didn't amount to much.
I think it was against Hikaru Nakamura that he went bishop from to c2 to d1 to g4. It kind of had a billiard shot. But it looks okay to me.
And this is, of course, a crucial game for our standings. If one of these players were to emerge victorious, that would give them a very good standing going into tomorrow's play.
Exactly. And just going around the horn, looking at some of the other games.
For those of you guys who are just joining us, we did have a shocker when Magnus Carlson blundered against Hikaru Nakamura very early in the round, and Naka, despite a terrible start to the day, ended with a cherry.
Yeah, very. And let's have a recap of that video of Magnus, because you'll not see these video shots often in Magnus's career. I mean, I think it's one of the worst I've ever seen, and Magnus is just so consistent.
Oh yeah, besides this, the only things that come to mind as equitable are those time losses. The famous one in Norway chats where he wasn't sure what the time control was, and then of course in this tournament in the rapid in a winning position against Wesley So where he lost on time. But somehow it feels qualitatively different, even if the result's the same. Actually losing by making a blunder on the board feels so different than forgetting about the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to lose on time, like you say, a winning position where you played really well, outfought your opponent and just, spaced out. And it's another to just blunder a piece horrifically against, as you say, a really good customer. And wow.
Maybe this will flip the switch for Nakamura, finally. Do you think this is it? This is the moment?
Well, what a boost. What a boost is all I can say to that. Yeah, I don't know if it will flip the switch completely, but what a boost.
And let's go over to Grandmasters Maurice Ashley and Alejandro Ramirez over in Leuven.
Well, I have to tell you, Jen, we are still reeling, like the shocking move that happened today. There were a few moves, of course. We had done a segment on shockers. We'd like to continue that, but it's just simply incredible to see these great players, the best in the world, crack under pressure. First of all, let's start with Vladimir Kramnik, who in Paris, he had a forgettable last day. Now he's having a very forgettable first day as well.
He saw himself under pressure after losing a game, and that's kind of a horrible situation to be in because, well, at least things are going well in your game. You can say, I can play the game more or less how I wanted to play. But MVL, he put a lot of pressure on Kramnik. He found himself in this position, 2 rooks, gunning down in the 7th rank. He had just blundered a piece against Topalov, and that must have been on his mind because at this point, he has to be very careful on how he plays. He just lost all control. If he plays, for example, the move bishop g6, that's obviously losing to f4, f5, trapping the bishop on the g6 square. He must have thought, okay, no problem, I'm not going to trap my bishop on this short diagonal, I'm going to put it in the longer diagonal, and somehow completely forgot about the fact that f4 still attacks the rook and wins the piece.
Absolutely, and so he lost that game. Now, that was shocking. Of course, we've seen Kramnik making several mistakes, but Magnus Carlson, the #1 player in the world, making this kind of mistakes, it just shows what kind of enormous pressure he is under to play great chess. And first of all, that game against Fabi, the win was academic. He should have been able to finish this game off. Instead, he played this one in some worst kind of time pressure handling I've seen from him in a long time.
I think it was clear that the win was there. It was still a little bit complicated, and honestly, in time pressure, it becomes difficult sometimes to convert simple things when there's a lot of calculation and weakness against your king. What's really shocking to me was the fact that he lost. I mean, you still tell me he drew. I'm like, all right, that could have happened maybe in some parallel universe, but that he lost that position.
Well, let's go back. I think there was a great moment in the game right here in Rook E6. He had this pin going on. The knight was pinned, the queen to the rook, and all he had to do was harmonize his forces, bring the bishop back and start thinking about pushing this pawn ahead. And this position looks pretty academic. Instead, he played the move queen to d7, couldn't understand why he left this atrocious knight. And then on the very next move after h5, he played what was just mysterious, the move bishop to b8.
Well, I understand bishop b8 a little bit. Queen d7 to me is more of a mysterious move. I understand retreating the bishop. He was afraid of some things, and I can understand what he was afraid of. He had some doubts about the pawn pushing forward, f5, f4. He might have not calculated it properly. If we go back just a little bit, bishop g3. In a rapid game, maybe you think, okay, f5, f4 in the next move. Suddenly there are some problems. You can calculate it out, and it turns out the c6 is winning. You do have to be paying attention to a couple of tactical details. That being said, even if you don't play bishop g3, the move queen d7 does strike me as pretty weird. h5, which was a completely logical response by Fabiano in order to clear some squares for the king, as well as to threaten h4 on that diagonal, makes a lot of sense. Bishop e8, okay, slightly weird. Rook e8, and here I guess Magnus didn't sense the danger that was about to beckon on his king.
Incredible, and then Rook e5 happened, and Fabiano managed to even win the game, like you said. Okay, this was complicated, this certainly surprising, but the next blunder, it just, we haven't seen anything like this from this level of player. Frankly, all the other players would smack themselves if they played a move like he played against Naka, especially Naka being his regular customer, makes it even worse. And Naka was in the toilet. I mean, he was in the basement, half a point out of 4 rounds, and a gift like he couldn't believe happening in this game, starting with this move right here after knight f3. Sorry, knight f3, gf3. This move, knight takes d5.
I think the only good thing for Magnus is this was the last game of the day, because if there was another one, I cannot imagine being in the state of mind of playing after playing knight takes d5, just blundering a piece. It doesn't matter who it's against. The fact that the world champion can play a move of that caliber, doesn't matter if it's blitz, if it's rapid, if it's bullet chess. You can't do that.
You can't believe how many people are saying, wow, I'm relieved. If Magnus can blunder like this, there's hope for me. Absolutely shocking day we've had here in Leuven, and there's going to be more tomorrow, but at least this round we still have to go ahead. We're shaking our heads. No words just escape us as to how incredible the pressure has been on these players to try to play well. We'll see if they can at least start to manage their emotions as the games go on today and into tomorrow.
Gentlemen, turning to the game that is ongoing between Fabi and Wesley. So we're seeing some highfalutin maneuvering in this game. After the move b2, b4, it was very awkward, difficult decisions that Wesley is facing. What's the best setup for his pieces and what to do with the dark square bishops and so forth and so on. After this move b2, b4, you suddenly notice, okay, you've defended this pawn on c5 very nicely. Clearly, white is ready to occupy the d6 square, but now you notice that the pawn on d4 does support the c3 outpost. And Wesley leapt at his chance. He redeployed his knight, knight e6 to c7, knight e4, bishop f8, protecting the square on d6, queen c2, knight d5, queen d2, bishop f5, and suddenly it feels like black has freed his game somewhat and found good squares for his pieces. I believe I've caught up to date with the move e2, e3, but I think Wesley has played very well thus far. Eric, how do you see this game?
I find both players are playing pretty accurately. Wesley gave up the bishop pair. Fabiano was getting a lot of pressure with the knights. I thought black might be better if you can consolidate. I didn't see a good way to consolidate for black. So Wesley played practical chess, gave up the bishop. Now he's going to get that knight to c3 that has been played on the board. And I've been analyzing this position for a while, trying to figure out who's better here. It's a bit of a weird position. This knight looks very attractive. At the same time, this pawn on d4 is not that safe. As an example, after ed4, let's say ed4, rook e8. If I have time as white, I'd like to play knight back to b3, provoke bishop g7, then play f4, f5, open up this bishop. I'm not sure I have time for that. For example, there are moves like bishop c5 and let's say bc5, queen a5, queen d4. Things get very sharp. It seems a little bit better for white in the open position, but it's hard for me to judge. I think that would be a pretty well-played variation for Wesley, because I don't think you can allow white to play knight b3 or play e5 right away and put a lot of pressure on d4. This knight on c3 is well placed, but if d4 falls, everything will fall. So it's a balanced position right now. I think Fabiano's probably on the better side of it. You need to find more accurate moves as black, but so far Wesley is playing the moves required to hold the position.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, very difficult strategical game. I'm kind of thinking that I like black's position. This knight on c3 certainly makes a very attractive impression, but what you've been pointing out, after the move rook e1 with the intention of playing the direct f4 followed by e5 and building a very nice chain of pawns from h2 to e5 with this good bishop on g2. It's true, this knight on c3 needs more pieces in play. And, well, I'm not sure I would like to do.
Example variation.
Yes,
I mean,
please.
No, this bishop c5 I like, but what if you do? You play knight c4. What if you play knight c4 as white instead of my idea? Because I think concretely here c5 is hanging, so I don't have time for rook e1. e4 is hanging, and
So
bishop c5 is a threat.
Knight
I don't
takes
think
c4.
No,
Oh,
no. Instead of taking on d4. After knight c3, just playing knight c4 right away.
Sorry. All right. Yes. I thought those moves were included. Take on d4. So, but knight c4 right away, you think was?
Well, I think this is a pretty unclear position, because now we're still threatening to take on d4 and play e5 and maybe get a knight to d6. That would be a best case scenario. Black's going to probably try to play b6 and undermine c5. Instead, they went for that other variation, but without bishop c5. Did Wesley mess up? Because I looked at this position, I said, if there's no bishop c5, if white gets a setup, it's better for white. I'm going to play f4, e5. I did evaluate this as better for white. I thought it was critical here. Okay, so Fabiano played knight b3 right away. And yeah, this position I did evaluate. If you get f4 coming in, and if you protect e4, I think this is better for white. I think one of the critical points was to play b6 with the bishop on f8 and undermine c5, because now it's a little bit slow. I think f4, e5 is a very strong strategical threat. So, okay, it's hard. It's a very positional game. It's going to take a while, but I do prefer white's position here. I think it's easier to play. d4 is the biggest target in the position.
Wow, very interesting how the shifts are very, very subtle. I mean, at first sight, I really liked this knight on c3 very much, and I thought Wesley was doing fine. And now, looking deeper into the position and seeing f4, e5 as could easily turn a very big advantage for white should he get those moves in. And Fabi very confidently up from the chessboard. You don't see that a lot in the rapid chess.
And for good reason, by the way.
And for very good reason.
Of course, you're going to see less subtlety as the time passes by. And we do, speaking of times past, we have Howard Staunton back from the grave to needle the world champion again. This move of black would be unpardonable in the merest tyro. And he's referring, of course, to Magnus Carlsen's horrific blunder against Nakamura.
Exactly. And turning to the game of Vishy Anand and Veselin Topalov, Vishy is playing a very, very smooth game. After the move queen c5, queen c2, Vishy just played rook a8, saying, I like my pawn, and I like the space that I have, thanks to both the a4 as well as d4 pawns. White is actually not using his majority over the queen side, so black keeps pressing on the queen side, and after a rook a4, oops, somehow that went a little too fast, knight c4, queen c5, queen d1, knight d6. All of these, I mean, look, it's Vichy making progress, and he just tucked his bishop over to the a2 square.
Whoa, that's not something you see every day. Now, why didn't he play knight c4 originally, like just a few moves ago? I mean,
At which moment?
I don't like to go back so far, but since we still have a lot of game time left in this, just before, like, right, I see, because he didn't want to, so he didn't, the problem is his b2 pawn is underprotected, and we certainly don't want to, I guess he didn't want to take on with the pawn on c4.
Exactly.
He didn't think it was worth it. After knight c4, bishop c4, pawn c4, we are threatening c5, but you could just play c5 yourself.
Yes, precisely, and then your bishop on e2 is kind of suffering. c5, there's also rook b3, but I do like this move c5, and one day that knight on e8 will come into the game.
Sure. I mean, if I could have taken with the queen somehow, I would love to, but unfortunately your knight on e8 does a good job of protecting c7, and a8 does a good job of protecting a4.
Exactly.
So that's unfortunate.
And that
and
was
now, and after knight c4, why not bishop takes c4 there? What has changed
Well,
here?
the difference is that you don't get in c5 like you did before. I get to play c4,
So you
c5.
get to play c5 after bishop c4, pawn takes c4.
Exactly.
Right? So all these little exchanges are so important to be looking at every game, and that's why we see these little subtleties.
And with the move queen d1, white is eyeballing the opportunity to play bishop g4, knight d6. So now bishop d4 will take the knight, and the b2 pawn is hanging.
And this is an unusual case where we don't have any good discoveries.
Right.
Again, the hallmark of a good player being one who doesn't mind letting themselves get into some kind of discovery.
And now we have this very nice move, bishop a2. I think I'm up to date with the game, am I?
It's a really pretty move, just preventing us from...
Essentially defending the pawn on b2. And we do have more moves, so let's go back to see what happened. After the move bishop a2 came, what?
White played rook e1 with the idea of just playing e5, e6. He thought that he needed to get some counterplay here, or that he was going to go down.
Well, there's a knight c4, fork of queen and rook, and Vichy takes. Well, is this really
We're down a pawn as white, and we're trying to strong arm this move e6 in to get some compensation. Is it sufficient compensation though? Knight c3, queen f3, kind of keeping the pieces pointing towards the king side, because again, we're down a whole pawn now after this operation. We need to try to play e6 and get some counterplay.
Right, otherwise it's just busto.
But I do think white has some counterplay. I mean, it's not that easy to stop this idea of e6. Eric, what do you think?
I don't think white has enough counterplay, but the nice thing about white's position is it's easier to play, and you only have one plan to push that e-pawn. So, I mean, Topalov isn't probably too uncomfortable because his moves are quite easy to find. He's going to have to look for some annoying resources. I just put a move like c5, e6, fe6. Let's say bishop takes e6, king h8. Yes, there are tricks here. There's things to watch out for. If Vichy plays the way he's been playing, he should be able to hold this. But I mean, if he can trade some pieces off, this is just winning. You get the pawns rolling down on the queen side. But in the meantime, that king isn't that safe in the corner. So maybe move like rook e5, try to play rook f5, put pressure on c5. So it's annoying. It's annoying because you're up a pawn as black. You think you're a lot better, but you have to really convert well. So I think it's going to be still a tough task ahead. And at least I like Topalov's chances in the sense that, yeah, they're very easy moves to play. So we'll see who's faster.
Help me out,
sure.
Eric, if I just play the move rook e8 after, we're just looking at a position after knight c3, queen f3.
Yeah.
And like you both have been saying, it's e5, e6 or bust, right? So how about rook e8, just stopping that, and help me figure out the compensation. It's not obvious to me.
Right. I was thinking that we could play bishop d7 here, perhaps.
Bishop d7.
Bishop d7.
I mean, just because we're attacking a4.
Sure. Maybe that's not the greatest pawn for you, but
I
okay.
know. I mean, it's honestly, it's going
Rook E7.
It's going to completely discombobulate my pieces. I would also love to get in E6 if I somehow could. And I'm trying to look at some tactics here with maybe like playing E6, and then if you take back, taking on C7, but nothing's quite working. Because
C7, I've got that covered.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And then playing bishop takes E6 check, but you could always like sacrifice the exchange there. Yeah, that's not. I mean, because if you played King H8, I would checkmate you.
Sorry. So
I'm looking for some combination. I'm saying E6 to Rook D4 or something.
Yeah. Just all basically Vichy needs to do is just clamp down and stop the attack, right? So if everything was based on E5,
I was
E6,
wondering maybe after Rook E8 to play Queen F5, maybe Queen D7 ideas, play on the light squares, maybe E6.
Well, you're threatening Queen D7 with C7 as well, actually picking up C7 with a rook.
So that would probably be Queen F5, but Rook E8 is a good move to play to stop counterplay. But Queen F5, maybe that's what I'm trying, but I do like your suggestion, Rook E8, in terms of defending.
That was played, by the way. Rook E8 was played, and now we have Veselin deciding here. And
Queen.
By the way, Veselin does have a lot less time. You say that his position is easier to play, but he's got 3 minutes to Anand's 9. And he played the move Queen F4, which looks a lot less logical than Queen F5, but at the same time, because first of all, like E2 is hanging in certain variations, right?
Well, the square, yeah.
And then we've also got
well, D4. Well, I think he has a very concrete idea that if he provokes the move C5, then he's got E6 with ideas that maybe there's a Queen B8 check, something like this.
No, I don't think that's a perpetual. You could just take on E6, right?
No, just a second.
And that game is a draw, by the way. Leuven Aronian versus MVL. That game is drawn.
Well, this was the idea I had in mind, was E5, E6, F takes E6, Queen E5. Again, this is based on Veselin playing the move Queen F4 a moment ago, attacking the pawn on D4.
Well, I guess we're going to find out because C5 was played by Vichy, and now we'll see if he plays your move E6 followed up with Queen E5.
Right. Well, it's the simple double attack, hitting
to regain one of our pawns.
Exactly. Hopefully more, but
more to come.
Well, you have Rook B1 after Queen E5.
Rook B1, that is true. And I guess
Veselin definitely could have played a bit more accurately.
Do you recapture with the queen or the knight?
With the queen, why not?
With the queen.
And then maybe pick off D3.
Really? Just letting us take on E6? Cold-blooded, man.
Maybe not. Okay. Let's play B6. Let's play
that
B6.
That does look cold-blooded, right?
Let's play B6.
B6.
Yeah.
That was the move I feared. It's some
just saying hello to the rook on C4.
Entombing this rook. Ooh. So I have to take and King H8.
Queen H5 there probably.
Yes,
King H8.
To be irritating as possible. There are some back rank issues.
Well, why? What back rank issues are there?
Rook E6, Queen F7.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you can even give up the exchange and potentially be really good. So after Queen F7, I'll play H6 and just pick off D3.
Exactly.
Very interesting idea there.
Well, let's go over to Maurice and Alejandro and get some insights from Leuven.
Well, we're in a building that dates back to the 15th century, quite old, and we're thinking maybe it's haunted because there's some ghastly mistakes that are happening in these games. And this, if you look at this, you see there's a pawn on E5 that seems to be hanging. So maybe you might want to defend it. The move knight C4 comes to mind. Just guard the pawn. Simple move. Nothing to think about, right? Except he played the move H4. Now, if you had to make a bad move, that would be a good candidate. I mean, I'd say, that's obviously hang a piece or something. I might play H4, just wreck my king position, weaken G3, and allow bishop takes E5. What was he thinking playing such a move?
He just forgot the pawn was hanging. The pawn has been hanging for a long time, and it was untouchable for several tactical reasons. It is at this point that the pawn is finally takeable, and he decided to forget at this particular situation. that the pawn can be taken, because look at h4 after bishop takes e5, it even weakens the g3 square. He just didn't realize the bishop could come to e5 without a problem. He might be relying on knight c4 to attack the bishop, but it's just not enough.
Well, knight c4, queen f6.
Queen g7 was played.
Queen g7. Okay, so we have queen g7
which is very similar
on the board, basically similar. Basically, thank you very much for the pawn. I appreciate it. What's going on here? These are some of the best players in the world. These are the best players in the world. And we've counted 8 shocking moments. I might add this as number 9 in the day. It's only 5 rounds. It's absolutely bizarre what's going on.
Definitely. I mean, in Paris, we saw such great games in the rapid. We saw a lot of combinations, a lot of tactics. We started off today with Anand having a fantastic combinatory sense. And now we see Fabi blunder a pawn in the same round that Carlson blunders a piece.
Seems quite weird, in fact, because we had anticipated that the players would play better chess coming off of Paris. They got 3 days to rest.
Yes.
Just figure out what went wrong in Paris, improve the openings, and be informed. They're definitely not informed right now, making some bizarre mistakes. We'll see whether they're going to be able to clean it up tomorrow. But for now, I think we're going to have to watch out for the ghosts.
Absolutely.
Watching out for. Thank you, gentlemen. Watching out for ghosts, indeed.
And let's take a look at the game between Topalov and Veselin, because
Vishy and Veselin.
Well, the key here is to not blunder. I think Black is winning no matter what, as long as he doesn't make a very bad mistake. Even losing an exchange is okay because of that rook on c4.
That's right. And
So, yeah. King h2. Wow.
And it looks like it's actually getting worse for White, as he's actually just abandoned any hopes of regaining the pawn on e6 and played bishop to f3. And Black had simply played knight d5. I mean, instead he played queen c8.
Well, I think Black wants to keep the knight on c3 because the rook is always stuck on c4, so you'll play like b6 and then just try to trade queens off. And the endgame will always be losing with that knight on c3 and rook on c4. So b6, queen b8.
This looks simply hopeless.
Yeah, and we're
looks
threatening
terrible.
f2 also. I mean, you got to take a timeout to defend f2. This,
and after b6, the rook on c4 is trapped. Vishy up
Topolov's
material.
gone for broke,
guess what?
which is a good
Anand
thing.
could actually be in the lead after this game if Fabiano falls to Wesley So. That
Wow.
would Anand could leapfrog him in this round.
Well,
so plenty left at stake still.
Yeah, well, Fabi had just been playing so well, and then suddenly to leave his e5 pawn hanging, quite shocking. And
Well, he did blunder earlier in the event as well against Giri, and you know.
it didn't get punished for being an exchange time.
Yes, he fought, but just to miss f4 and knight c6. That was also a very simple tactic for Fabi.
Yes.
For somebody at Fabi's level.
Oh, without question.
So.
And I'm just going back to the game of Wesley. So I just wanted to point out one tactic that in this position, there wasn't the move rook takes on c3, because yes, you're winning a piece, but guess what? You're not stopping the pawn from queening. And if you get in a situation like this, there's no perpetual check either after queens. Did I? Sometimes when
you
I
didn't make a
promotion,
mistake in chess, but you made a mistake in another way.
Yeah.
So again, you forgot to declare your intention, so you got synced field.
Synced field club.
No, of course that doesn't actually apply in blitz games.
Queen d7 check, queen g7, queen a1,
right.
g7. There's no perpetual check.
Right, which we actually saw in another game where Fabiano made this key move, allowing queen back to g2. And yeah, you see how that is so powerful in preventing perpetuals.
We have Anand with the queens off.
No.
And how much wood is he up?
Like
he has a lot of wood. He has a lot of wood here. I think you're just going to pick off the rest of the pawns with that rook on b2. So I haven't counted how much, but just rook d2, rook d3. I mean, black. It's very hard to lose this as long as you keep your pieces on the dark squares.
And yet again, that rook on c4 is basically not really playing.
It's trapped. Absolutely. No, this is game over. This is game. Yeah. This is huge.
And so Anand really coming to the fore in this competition, and he will be leading if Fabiano fails to
hold this game.
Exactly, to come back. And we can review the points coming into this round. Fabi Canerano point ahead of the field, but remember there's 2 points at stake in each game, so if Anand wins, he's going to have 7, and so Fabio would at least have to draw to keep pace.
Exactly.
And we saw that Veselin and Vichy seem to be racing toward the conclusion there, and I don't think that game's going to last much longer.
Not at all. That looks
should be resignation anytime soon.
Right.
A really good chess from Anand so far.
And there it is.
Handshake.
Handshake and Vichy Anand bookending his result today with 2 lovely wins with Fat Black.
Yes,
right?
Indeed. And we started the show from the onset saying, wait a minute, Vichy Anand is one of the great blitz and rapid chess players, and he's showing it in this first day in Leuven.
That's right. I think he also, compared to some of the other players who had such dramatic days, Vichy's staying pretty chill, winning a spectacular game, and then a couple less bloody struggles.
But consolidating his position in the tournament and making easy draws.
And keeping his energy so that he's not blundering. So a really nice result here by our wild card. But let's see if Wesley So.
Wesley has just picked off a second pawn, by the way. He played knight c3 takes e2, a2.
And let's see if Fabio is going to end up getting any counterplay with here. Because now that your knight's a little bit offside, I'm wondering about my rook coming to f1. And is there any kind of attack I can rustle up with bishop e4 as well?
Yeah, so there's a nice tactic here. To play a5.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, knight
takes
a2, rook a1, knight b4, let's say queen b3, and now a5, and that might be a detail Fabiano missed. I think he's looking for active counterplay. Otherwise, he'll take a7 and b7. But a5, and after rook a5 to play d3.
Oh, yes. That's very nice.
That's a home run, isn't it?
It's not that easy to see, so we'll see if he finds it. But d3 is available in this position.
But maybe he could have gone the other way with the rook f1.
Okay, he did play a5, so there's a good chance Wesley saw it. If he's going to play a5 and give back the pawn,
I think so.
d3.
So take me through the line again. Yep. Rook takes a5, d3, you say?
Yep.
Queen takes b4. Yep. d2, queen takes b7.
I think now king. So d2. I think I'm going to put my king. King f8.
King f8. Because what I wanted to do was go like rook a7, and but with your queen on f6, you just make a queen and you're winning. So it's a fine combination indeed, Eric.
But will Wesley see it? He did play a5, but will he follow it up?
I'm sure.
Note that both players, they've only got a minute and a half left on the clock, so this is going to be a very dramatic struggle.
But I think Wesley, when he played the move a5, he had this whole line that Eric
mapped out.
Yeah, Eric outlined. Rook takes a5, obvious move, d3.
And can we take a look again at that camera shot, because we'll see that it seems that Wesley has made another move.
It wasn't rook takes a5.
No, it's Fabiano's move, right?
Fabiano's still trying to decide whether or not to snatch that pawn with rook a5.
Well, guys, whether he does it or doesn't, at d4, d3 is coming down the board.
Yeah, you might as well go down swinging and get the rook and the queen on the 7th. But
it seems like Fabiano is coming to terms with the fact that this might not end well for him after rook takes a5. So he's trying to see if he has any other ideas.
It's
again, maybe just sticking the rook on f1.
Queen e7
covering all the key squares, especially since I've moved away from d3, so I don't even have bishop b4 to try to start generating some counterplay.
Well, that pawn is still on d4, and I was saying if Wesley keeps that pawn, he's going to do well, and he managed to hold on throughout the whole middle game, that very important d4 pawn. So that strategical battle being won by Wesley turns into the strength in the endgame.
And note that Fabio doesn't have that much time to come up with a resource. He's only got 32 seconds left on the clock. I mean, is he just going to time out here? He doesn't look like he's at all ready to make a move.
There's just nothing in the position.
And he has taken on a5, perhaps hoping that Wesley will miss d3, but instead an instantaneous d3 by Wesley, and honestly echoing Nakamura. That feels like a move Nakamura plays that quickly.
The killer instinct is there for sure.
Yeah, he's trying to punish him. You don't think I'm going to miss that.
And instead of queen takes b4, I think I saw rook a7.
I think you're right. I think we got d3 and rook a7 on the board.
And d2 is coming, and I don't see how he's going to deal. Oh, he's got a queen d1.
And d2, and now he's better bring his queen out and not not do what he would forfeit the game, right?
Yes, do not.
So make sure you don't join Veselin Topalov, who in the last game.
And we have in Leuven our tournament leader.
That's right. Well, our tournament leader, if Fabi draws or loses, right? And Vishy Anand is with Maurice.
Yes, with Vishy Anand, who played a brilliant game to start off the day, managed to amaze all of us with his defensive skills after being down a piece against Caruana, and then to finish off strong. Vishy, you couldn't have asked for a better day.
Sure, no, I'm obviously very satisfied. +2 is a nice score, but yeah, well, we'll take it a day at a time.
With your play itself, just looking at the moves coming and playing rapid, you know there are going to be mistakes. You feel satisfied that you're seeing the board clearly? Yes. I think, with the exception of this third game with Fabi, I mean, once we get to the middle game, I'm quite happy. But my openings leave something to be desired, so I'll try and brush up on that a bit. Brush up. If you're brushing up, I don't know what we'd be doing, but certainly now clearly in +2, if the result from Fabiano's game holds true to form, this man to my right will be leading the tournament after waltzing in here. Everybody played in Paris. We'll see whether or not this is the case as we finish up the day here in Leuven.
That's right, Maurice. And let's take a quick look, because both of these guys only have 30 seconds left on the clock, and something massive just happened.
What happened?
Fabiano tried another tactical idea, allowing Wesley to make 2 queens. He played queen e3, allowing queen. Wesley did put the queen on the board before putting the pawn there.
Very clever.
And after queen takes h6, king e8.
For the opportunity to promote. Yes, queen h6, king e8.
And that's the position we have on the board, and it looks like there are no checks for white, and black just has 2 queens on the board. You don't see that very often in this high level of chess.
Draw. That's what's surprising to me.
What's that?
Fabiano had a perpetual, and he took on b4 and said he could have played queen e3 and just keep queen e3, queen h6.
Right, so he could have played queen e3
but
and
instead
queen
he took
h6.
the knight.
But
Queen takes e3 check, king h6, and declining a perpetual. Wow.
No, missing it, I think. Right?
No, I think you don't miss a perpetual.
I don't think you missed that.
No.
Yeah.
No. King back to e8 and rook takes. This is the position we have on the board. And what's the time?
Both of them only have 22 seconds to 8 seconds, it looks like. 10 seconds to 36 seconds.
Wow.
But why would you decline the perpetual here? It looks very dangerous to do that, doesn't it? Rook e4 check.
What moves have been played? I see from the webcam.
Rook e4 check, king f7, and queen h7 check have been played. And
we're not sure. I have to catch up. My board is lagging. How about yours?
Fabiano got checkmated. He should have taken the perpetual. He did a really good job, I think, of creating counterplay. I underestimated how much Fabiano could do in that position. He came up with a variation that really required Wesley to be accurate, which he wasn't. But then in the end, queen c7, just giving the queen up, and there's a forced mate. After king g2, rook d2, got to keep the queen here. Just queen check. And mate.
Yikes,
Wow.
and that's how the game finished.
Yep.
Indeed, wow.
So Wesley went undefeated and now is +1, having reeled the U.S. champion back in with this fine victory.
That's right.
And a strange victory,
Yeah,
I might
indeed.
say.
After queen e3, couldn't he have just stopped counterplay with like g5? That was at the point at which we went to the interview
G5,
with
then
Anand.
queen f3. I looked and it ends up being really, really
So
weird.
it's actually
I can put it on the board,
Yes,
and then I
Eric.
realized, okay, let me just.
That you wanted to stay with the game because they were pounding out moves so quickly, indeed.
Exactly. Wow, I'm really amazed that
in this, I have the position
the draw
up.
was a shoot.
G5 is the computer choice, but honestly, with low time, look at what you have to anticipate as black. You still have queen f3 as white, trading the queens off, covering d1 because the knight on b4 is hanging. And it's suggesting knight d5 here. I don't know. Like knight d5, now you're not even threatening d1. It says it's winning, but what does that mean? I mean, this is very, very hard to see. I don't even understand the idea yet. So I mean,
so queen f3, the idea being you're stopping queen because then you can just play queen takes after 6 check and mate.
Exactly. You can't queen, and if you do this, now knight d5, that's probably the variation to win. Then you get your knight to e3 and your queen. But you can imagine that just in the split second when you're calculating lands or low on time, if you saw queen f3 or he saw some ghosts here, I understand. But yeah, g5 would have kept the win, but...
So he acquiesced to a perpetual.
We've seen a lot worse. Yeah.
He acquiesced to a perpetual with d1 equals queen, and then unfortunately for Fabi, he decided to go for all the marbles. Well, that was a pretty good think then by Fabi that he found a much better try, if you will.
Well, queen e3 was a much better try than queen d1. Queen d1 would have certainly been too submissive. But again, after king e8, this move rook takes b4. Really, really a surprising decision not to just take that perpetual with queen e3, and he got punished instantly after queen d2. And let's go to Belgium with Maurice and Wesley. Wesley So.
Sorry.
Well, we have jubilant Wesley So after finishing the day quite well. Wesley had 4 draws in the tournament so far, and nobody touched you. And then this game, which looked pretty much like you were controlling throughout, but you gave an opportunity at the end.
Yeah, well, he was trying to touch me and ruin my streak. But again, I'm not sure if I was in control all the time. I mean, I had the bishop pair, but his knights are very annoying, and he's got outposts on e4, c4, especially if he managed to control d6, which fortunately didn't let happen. But Fabiano is very good at this type of positions, so I didn't think I was better.
Well, then you got this pass pawn. It looked like it was going to become a queen, but right at this moment, he did have a repetition. If he had taken on h6 after queen, he did take, actually, in this position, just play queen e3, and it looks like you can't avoid the repetition. So a little bit of good fortune, but it seems like everybody's making mistakes in this event. Why do you think that is? Paris was not like this on day one. People made mistakes, but here it just seems like they're happening left and right.
Like Magnus, yeah? I mean, what happened there?
Well, we can't even explain what happened there.
Yeah. But at this point, we had like 2 minutes each, and mistakes happen when you have that short of time control, because if you play rapid, you have a choice whether you think deep and use a lot of time, and then in the later part of the game, you will have very little time, your opponent have more than you, which is always dangerous, or at the same time just play instinctively or play what you think is best, which of course I forgot about queen e3 check. Then I have to accept a draw, and I'm not sure, he probably he must have missed it too, because of course with 2 queens, white has to go for the draw.
Right, you definitely finished off strong. You seem to be playing more evenly than most, and everybody else sort of having some swings. Did you come in with the idea that don't lose would equal maybe better chances to win here in this rapid event?
Well, that's what I was hoping for. I mean, that's what everybody's hoping for. I mean, if you play for a win every game, it might backfire, and if you lose 1 game, then that means that you have to make up for it by winning 2 in a row, which against, I mean, these are the top 10 players in the world. It's not easy. Even if you're white, a win is not at all guaranteed. Even against the lowest rated player in the tournament, a win is not guaranteed. Even more for a draw is also not guaranteed. So I just have to.
Seems to be working for you right now in second place, tie for second place in the event. American Wesley So showing that his fine result in Paris is carrying over so far, at least in Leuven.
Thank you, Mark.
Back to the studio.
Thank you, Maurice and Wesley. Nice way to finish an extremely eventful day, and we still have 1 game in progress between Vladimir Kramnik, white, Anish Giri with the black pieces, and I'll send it over to Eric to tell us what's going on in this rook and pawn ending.
Kramnik up a pawn, a very, very familiar story, but Anish is defending pretty accurately. One reason they might be playing on, it's a textbook draw, but they had Anish was up upon against Kramnik in Paris, and they played on the very, very, very last game of, I think, the first day of Rapid. So this is a repeat with sides, the roles reversed. As it stands right now in this position after Rook H8, just King F3, and you have split pawns as white. Black's pawn is very quick, King G3 or King E3, and then you push the pawn down the board. So it should fizzle out to a draw. I expect Kramnik's, both sides are going to queen. They're both going to sacrifice their rooks for the passed pawns. But Kramnik has an extra pawn, but the rook can't control both pawns. So it should fizzle out to a draw there.
And a draw has, in fact, been agreed. Wow, Jennifer. What a day we've had in Leuven. I mean, a complete topsy-turvy from Paris. We had these two dominant players, Nakamura and Magnus, both having a horrible first day in Leuven, and we have new leaders of this Grand Chess Tour event.
That's right. Anand remaining the smoothest and getting rewarded for his brilliancy in round one. And he's leading the tournament clear first.
Right.
Yes, and another player who was pretty impressive was Wesley So.
Indeed, he was undefeated, and like he was explaining himself, his strategy has been very simple throughout. He doesn't want to lose games and try to capture the occasional win, because as he said, when you lose a game, you got to go two wins to make up for it.
And as we get our results compiled, we're going to go to Leuven for some final thoughts with Alejandro and Maurice.
Well, certainly we are shocked by the way the day went. So many errors, mistakes that we did not see in Paris. Of course, they will always creep into rapid games, but the size of these mistakes was just simply incredible. We'd be making these mistakes playing against these guys. Just simply bizarre to see the best players in the world make those kind of errors, cracking under the pressure.
Maurice, you were on point earlier. This building must be haunted. There's no other way to explain that many mistakes from so many different players. Usually you say, okay, this one guy, he's not on form, he's playing bad moves. We saw Kramnik in the last day of Paris. You can explain that. But it was everybody here. Anand, even with the fabulous chess that he showed almost in every game, he blundered a piece against Fabi. Magnus Carlson blundered a piece. Kramnik blundered a piece. I mean, what's going on?
Fabi didn't finish his game off. Naka playing some wild chess and losing. I mean, we've seen it all. Certainly, Anand kept his nerves together, and he was able to definitely take the lead in the event. He's the oldest player in the competition. That means nothing. All it means he's got great experience, five-time champion, leading in first place, Fabiano and Wesley So, the Americans, trailing him. So we expect to see these guys calm down tomorrow and start playing good chess. We'll be bringing it to you here from Leuven in Belgium, where the chess is absolutely fascinating. The entire crew will be here tomorrow to join you all.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Well, what to say about this day one for me? What I'd like to take from it is the game of MVL and Vichy, and say that was like one of the most enjoyable, great games ever, and forget about the rest.
I thought you were going to say forget about the rapid. It was enjoyable, bar none. It doesn't even matter what type of tournament it was. That was a lovely game.
It really was.
And we do have our standings going into day 2 of Leuven and the next move.
And there you have it.
We are not in Paris anymore, or Kansas. We are with Vichy Anand, who wasn't in Paris, and he is leading by a full point. That is half a point in traditional chess, because you do get 2 points for every victory in the rapids. So really right on his heels are 2 American players, Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. Wesley has been really smooth and undefeated, whereas Fabiano Caruana, a very dramatic result today, winning versus the world champ, losing to Wesley in the final round, just really crazy. Meanwhile, the big shocker is that Hikaru Nakamura dead last.
Well, no, the real shocker is look at that result again. Magnus Carlson, world champion, 9th, and Hikaru Nakamura dead last. The two leaders in Paris sharing the cellar together. What the heck happened? Eric, your thoughts? Amazing. And this sums up today's Magnus Carlson day. Wow.
Don't call it Magnus
I'm
Carlsen
not too surprised by Anand's result. What I'm looking forward to is seeing how he handles tomorrow. We've seen the last tournament, a lot of the players had high hopes in the beginning, and as I call them, they turned into zombies by the end of it. They couldn't maintain it. Anand didn't play the first leg. Let's see how he handles this rigorous, very tough schedule. But so far, so good. I do expect to see very, very angry Nakamura and Carlson tomorrow. Those guys do not like to lose, but a very, very shocking first day. But I know tomorrow won't be. It'll be different. It'll be different.
Yes.
Thank you.
But one thing's for sure, we will see more blunders and we will see more brilliancies. So there's going to be plenty of drama for you guys. Don't miss it. It's going to start at 8 a.m. Eastern. That's 7 a.m. here in St. Louis and 2 o'clock in Leuven. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.